the Management Committee of the Education Centre for accommodating us, and as you know, this will be our home for the quite foreseeable future. The agenda was issued last Tuesday, 19th of September 2023, and the supplementary agenda was issued on 25th of September, which provided details of a second deputation request from Declan McGavin in regard to item 9, home to school transport. Both parties have been advised of my decision to take the report at 2 p.m. or as soon as practicable after that. I may have to vary the agenda to accommodate this. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting of the Council on the Council's YouTube channel. Please refrain from talking during or commenting on speeches by other councillors, and please remain respectful of other people's point of view. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting and may vary the order of business in order to best manage the business conducted. Depending on progress through the agenda, Council may break for lunch at an appropriate point in the agenda, probably around 1 p.m. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing a debate. But at that point, it is your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, you may miss your chance to speak. And those joining remotely should have your camera on at all times. And can we please ensure that mobile phones are switched off or on silent during the meeting? First item of business is the Sederant. Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Falkirk.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Penny.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Buchanan. We'll come back later to see if Councillor Buchanan has joined the call. I see Councillor Buchanan is there. Councillor Buchanan. You're on mute, Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Yeah.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Yeah.
Councillor McCabe.
Yep.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And Shaw.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond. Councillor Ritchie.
Here.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Yep.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Present.
Thanks, Mr. Moody. Next item of business, agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. Thank you. Agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on 28th of June 2023, pages 5 to 15 on your agenda. Can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Is there any matters arising from that minute? No, thank you. Agenda item 3B, volume of minutes. Can we agree the minute? The volume of minutes?
Agreed.
Happy to agree.
Agreed.
Is it
from Councillor Murtagh?
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. I had a couple of questions I advised Mr. Perry of in advance. There was a question of, I think probably for Sarah Lacey, in terms of the volume of minutes on the executive. Let me just find the page, but essentially it's to ask about, from a care experienced, the Go card that was agreed. It was minuted about the extension of the Go card and intention to go to Go Card Plus, and that was to apply to care experienced. And I just wondered about the definition of care experienced, whether that extended to foster carers' families, as that was something that was brought up recently.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Miss Lacey then, for a response.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, Councillor Murtagh, I can confirm that the expansion of the Go Card scheme covers young people, so that includes children who are in foster care.
Thanks for that confirmation. I lost you a wee bit in sound, but I think I got the understanding of what that was. Okay, I did have another question, but it was more probably a question for Brian, just that I'd noted in going through the volume minutes, and obviously as a previous session rep, I have a keen interest in sadly reading through those minutes, and that I'd noted that perhaps not all the reps were necessarily attending or giving their apologies, and just wanted to make sure that the invites, everybody was properly informed that they were actually, the reps from Falkirk Council were going to those meetings.
Did you hear that?
Morning. Yes, I think the matter you were asking about was Sestran in particular, and yes, I can confirm that they were notified of the council's appointees back on 2nd of June last year. Okay,
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Thanks, Mr. Perry. Agenda item 3C, Information Bulletin, Volume 1. Any questions on that?
Provost. Thanks, Provost. I've got a number of points.
Hold on a minute, Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, just before members begin their questions, I just wanted to draw members' attention to an error in the bulletin as prepared, and it's one that has been highlighted by 2 members in advance questions, so I just wanted to confirm the position in advance. And that relates to the contract referred to at page 6, which is the residual waste treatment contract, which you'll see is down there with a value of roughly £114 million, which has sparked some interest from members. The actual value should be 72.5 million, and it's a counting error which has arisen during the preparation of this report. Some of the figures were double counted into the final figure. I can assure members that it is only for the purpose of this report. The contractual documentation will contain the actual amount and does reflect the pre-consideration report that was considered by Executive last year. I just wanted to make that point early. Thank you, Provost.
So just before we go to Councillor Nimmo, have we recorded Councillor Redmond's now here? Okay, thank you. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Colin, for the clarification, because that was one of the points that I'd already raised. Even the 72.5 million, it's a very large figure. And I'm just wondering what we're actually getting for our money in that respect. Are the other figures that are contained in this part of the report, are they correct as well?
I think, yes, I can give the assurance of that. It's just when we went back and checked this one on the basis of the members' questions, it was clear that it was higher than would be anticipated. It's a simple calculation error which has arisen in this particular contract because of its length of 10 plus 5 years, and it's in the calculation of the extra 5 years that the error has crept in.
Thanks.
But I think in relation to your question, Councillor Nimmo, and what do we get for this contract? I think that would either be Mr. Gardner or Mr. Penny who will deal with that.
Mr. Bailey.
Through you, Provost. Obviously the bulletin provides a breakdown of some information about what's happening with that contract, but Douglas brought a report that referenced the contract that we're talking about to a previous executive or council. I'm happy to get the details of that report and pass those with you.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to whether we're getting value for money.
Well, we went out to a competitive tender, and that's the best tender that we got. And also it's put this council amongst the first in Scotland to be able to no longer send its waste to landfill. So I think it's a actually a really positive step for the council and something we can all be proud of, hopefully.
Okay, thanks, Malcolm. Provost, my next point is in relation to SP 21001 on page 4. We're spending £250,000 on an interpreting service. And I'm just wondering, obviously, within the current financial climate and the cuts that this council is having to make, is this really needed?
Ms Algie. Open.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, this is a requirement for us to provide interpreting services where those are needed for individuals to receive services from us. There has been an increased demand over the recent months for interpreting services in order that individuals can appropriately access services. So that's where the money comes in, but the 250,000 is the estimated value over the 4 years of the, I think it's 4 years of the contract, and that would only be spent if those services are actually used, but that's where the value comes in. I hope that helps. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarification there, Karen. My next point, Provost, is CS 02823, and it's to do with residential care for children. It's £1.98 million. Now, I note from the information provided in the report that this is a company that's based in Camlin. I'm just wondering if this service is actually going to be based in the Falkirk area, and if so, or if not, how does this fit in with our closer to home agenda?
Ms Lacey, do you want to pick that one up?
Yes, thank you, Provost. So Tiavala is situated in Camlin currently, and it's operated by Action for Children. Just to give a little bit more information, it provides short-term respite care to children and young people with complex learning and physical disabilities, and it cuts across 3 local authority areas, so it provides service to Forth Valley children and young people. As I've said, it's registered to provide care to up to 5 young people at any time. We do have a long-standing relationship with the service and the provider. We've contracted with them for a number of years, and it does provide families with really valuable support, and it promotes good outcomes for the children, and it does sit very much within our ambitions for closer to home. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thanks for that. Provost, my last point is in relation to RM 6187. It's just over £132,000, and it's in relation to the Greenport situation. I'm just wondering where this money is actually coming from. It's on page 9.
Go to Mr Kettrick for that, or Mr Kettrick.
Through yourself, Provost, the support for the developing of the Forth Green Freeport business case actually comes through the enabling funds that came from the UK and Scottish governments to establish the Green Freeports.
Thanks for that, Provost.
Now go to Councillor Murtagh, then Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thanks, Provost. Again, I gave some advance notice to officers about the questions. So my first question is to Rona J, and it concerns an item in on a contract relating to. I'm just going to. It's basically to do with a discipline and attendance record. A contract's been ordered. And I wondered, having provided in advance, whether Rona could just give some information about what that particular contract pertains to. For that system, or anyone else.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Ms Algie for that.
Thank you, Provost. So the system that Councillor Murtagh is asking about will replace a current system that is in all of our secondary schools called On the Button. So this is a new system to replace all of that. It's not about attainment or discipline or any of these matters. It's actually designed to track progress and achievements across all subject areas, and also to host pastoral information within the schools. As I say, it's in all secondary schools at the moment, and the plan is to also roll that out across our primary schools over the 24-25 session, and that would mean that there's one system is getting used for the learning journey from 5 years right through to 18. Thank you.
Councillor Murtagh.
No, that's fine. It's just that in the actual description on page 8 in Appendix 1, it does say about pupil attainment, tracking of pupil attainment and behaviour. So I just wanted some clarity about what that system was, as I'm sure Mr. Adjungs take a keen interest in those matters. The next question I have, I'm not sure whether it will be Karen again who answers this, or Malcolm, or indeed Michael. It's again, I've asked in advance about an item which is actually missing from the information from the kind of contract logs, if you like. It was previously when a contract was awarded put in, I think about this time last year, and it concerns the contract for with Prentice Westwood Travel for the operation of the F1 bus, and there's no variation noted in the bulletin, but there's also no change in the live contract register, and I'm aware that there has been a change. Maybe it's simply missed a deadline, but I think it's an opportunity to ask officers what's happening in a public sphere, so that we can understand, because from an elected member accountability, I understand that bus was that the contract was going to be handed back potentially, and actually the operator went to lengths of letting the traffic commissioner know that it was being cancelled and putting up public notices, but as yet nothing has actually gone officially to elected members unless they've specifically asked. So it's not there's no variation recorded in the contract bulletin, and the contract register doesn't show an amount that it can be varied by. So presumably what's happened is an agreed amount has then come into play, but I'd like some explanation about the democratic oversight of that decision, and just in general how those decisions are being made, so that we can understand from officers where that's been reported and how that's accountable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Mr. Benny, did you follow that?
Could I, through you, Provost, could I ask Michael McGuinness to respond to the update on the actual service?
Okay, Mr. McGuinness.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh, for the question. You are absolutely correct. Prentice Westwood did notify that they would be terminating the service following some changes at West Lothian Council in terms of the subsidy provided for this particular service. The council officers looked at this service and were keen to ensure we could work with Prentice Westwood to continue the service, and there was a requirement to increase the subsidy allowed within the contract. This was put to officers, and under delegated powers was within a 10% change to the contract, and a decision we took as officers to ensure that service would continue.
Councillor Murtagh, are you happy with that?
So you, Provost, I'm content that that's the position. I think the point I'm making is that, and we've been here before in terms of with buses, indeed, and questions have been asked in terms of when we do make these decisions, whether under delegated powers or not. And I recall this time last year a similar situation up the breeze, and I think FOI is going in a bit whether there was an EPIA to understand how this decision has been made. But my point is that its absence from the information bulletin and its absence from any communication with elected members. There was a lot of information put on about other buses during the thing, but this was a bus funded and contracted purely by Falkirk Council, and for the information to be going out to the public and being cancelled with the regulator and nothing go to elected members, nothing appear in this paper, it makes the democratic accountability, and it obviously, and I think from a local member point of view, I'm asking from an equalities point of view, it makes our job a lot harder, but it alarms the public. And I appreciate that there's been apologies that have been given for this, and I do appreciate those. But I think it's important we acknowledge that in public, and that situation is not acceptable, and there should be something in these papers that allows us to reflect on that situation, and so that we can understand it going forward. So happy to take those things up offline, but I think the absence of it is not helpful. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. So you don't want a response right now?
I think it would be good to. I mean, I do understand the situation, but I don't even know whether all the other elected members in that ward understand the situation. And I think I think maybe that a comment on that from officers, and I'm not, I want to just make clear, I'm not getting at transport planning officers, and I'm so grateful to them, as I'm sure all the local elected members are, for their work in making this service continue. That's the priority, no argument, and I'm really pleased it has, but we still need to understand how these decisions are made and being accountable to our communities. So I don't know if there's any further comment officers want to make on that, or they want to take it up offline with elected members.
Perhaps best taken offline and communicated to the members of that ward. Now go to Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost, and I will keep it very succinct into a question, because I appreciate that we've got a lot of business on the agenda today. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the firework display at Calendar Park, knowing that we have the firework bill coming forward, and just looking at how we're going to be able to communicate our positive reasons for having that event, knowing that there is a lot of concern within the public about having the firework zones, and that we haven't approved any as yet, but also the concerns of those about the disruption that fireworks make, and if we have modified what we then purchase to make them less disruptive to communities.
Who would like to answer it yourself, Mr. Ben?
Michael.
Mr. McGuinness.
Yes, to you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Meiklejohn. Certainly, the publicly organised events does not impact upon the allocation of firework zones as part of the bill. We believe that the public event is very much in terms of community safety, ensuring our communities have a place to go and celebrate the 5th of November. Bonfire night, and we are working very closely with the fire service and Scottish Police to ensure we have a safe and positive contribution to our community. We do recognise, however, that there are some members of our community that are impacted upon the noise created by fireworks, and we are looking to explore that for this period, that these fireworks will create noise. We are fully aware of that and need to make sure we communicate that effectively to our communities, but we are looking in the future of alternative less noise created by the fireworks going forward.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I should have said that all my questions are in relation to the quick quotes, page 24, 25. The other question I had was in relation to the Greenport recruitment, just about what were these posts and why was the council involved in that?
Mr. Keswick.
Through yourself, Provost, the council is the accountable body, deals with a range of procurement issues on behalf of the interim Green Freeport Board, and one of those was the recruitment of the chair. The funding for that again came from the enabling funds that was provided by Scottish and UK government.
Thank you for that. And my final question is about the research for employee experience and employer branding. And it's just about what is this? Could there maybe be more explanation around that, and what will it be used for?
Ms. Algie.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, we've talked with members a number of times about the need for culture change across the council. So this is what the contract is related to. It was also mentioned in our best value action plan. So the work that the consultant is doing for us is to do a piece of very in-depth research into the experience our employees have whilst working with the council. That involves both a questionnaire which closed last week, but also in-depth interviews with individuals and also groups of employees, a piece of analysis work to help us develop themes and an action plan to respond to this, and then to work up some changes that we then need to make and how we work with employees as we go forward to take that piece of work forward. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Can I just ask, is the members think those online are a wee bit quiet, or okay?
It's difficult to hear, particularly if the person's speaking very quickly and it's very long.
Okay. What was that, Councillor Keith? Okay, move on. Any other questions on the information bill?
Provost. Sorry, can I just ask another quick question?
Oh, can I go to Councillor Flynn first?
Okay.
Yep, thank you, Provost. just a couple of questions on page 25. The contract that was issued to stabilisation, making safe memorials at Muirabenside Cemetery. I wouldn't mind knowing how many memorials this affected, and although it's a separate question but is related, what the total cost of making memorials safe across the whole of Falkirk district has been to date. But it's just short of 50,000, which sounds a lot of money, but so I'd be interested to know how many memorials are being made safe for that money. Thank you, Provost. Would that be Mr. Gardner?
Yep, thanks, Provost, through yourself. Councillor Flynn, I'm happy to take a note of those questions. I'll come back to you as early as I possibly can with an answer.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, Councillor Kerr's had his light on for a wee while, so to Councillor Kerr, then I'll go to Councillor Nimmo.
Try to find the page again, Provost. It was regarding the new library at one of the schools, and I'm sorry I never gave prior notice. It's on page 16, prior notice of the question, but it just came to the new renovation the Bowhouse library and the primary school. I've got a primary school who is trying to get a new library. Is there funding there for that? Because they're talking about doing fundraisers and everything to raise to get a new library. So I'm just asking, is there funding for other schools?
Okay. Yeah, we'll go to Ms. Algie for that.
Apologies. There is certainly funding for the Bowhouse library situation, but Councillor Kerr, maybe if I have a discussion with you about the other school that you're speaking about, I'll look into that matter for you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Kerr. We'll just go to Councillor Nimmo for another question.
Yeah, just a quick question on the back of the previous one on fireworks. I'm just wondering, obviously we haven't put restrictions in place at the moment. Fireworks are constantly going off at the moment, and it's only going to get worse in the lead up to the 5th of November. Do we have the resources to enforce the fireworks situation? That's the main point.
Mr. McGuinness.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Provost. The council officers work very closely with Police Scotland and do our very best to enforce and control fireworks. It's as you can imagine, it's a very difficult area to control and to patrol the whole area of Falkirk in terms of those who wish to let off fireworks out with any areas designated at this point in time. The new legislation is coming in is very much trying to provide more controls in terms of those who are licensed to sell and those licenses to actually purchase fireworks. So there are steps being taken to better control that, but it is challenging with the resources we have.
Provost, I think it's going to be even worse because we just got notification yesterday of future budget cuts that Police Scotland are going to have to endure, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. The enforcement side of this is going to be huge, and I think it's going to cost a lot of money at the end of the day, and we need to know where that's coming from.
Thank you. Go to Councillor McKee.
Thank you, Provost. I'd given prior notification of a number of questions to Mr. Perry, and I'm indebted to Mrs. Algie, Mr. Kettrick, and indeed Mr. Moody for coming back with answers on certain questions that I had asked. I do have another number of other questions that I would like to put. Page 6, it's partially been answered, but I'd like a wee bit more explanatory note, please. What do our own waste operatives do that is different from the contractors? Yeah, this is on page 6 at, the £72.5 million that we're talking about.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Gardner for that.
Thanks, Provost. Through yourself. Councillor McCabe, to answer your question, the contract that we're referring to relates to the processing of waste. So it was divided into two separate lots. Lot 1 was for the processing of black bagged waste, effectively providing an energy from waste facility at the Errolsgate facility in Falkirk. Lot 2 was awarded to a company that processes our bulky waste material through a series of shredders, trommels, etc., and effectively breaks the materials back into component parts, metals, woods, etc., for recycling. As you'll be aware, Falkirk Council don't have the capacity to carry out those types of operations.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Mr. Garner. That explains it. It's to do more with process rather than collection. I was just curious as to, why we do have a waste service which is doing one stream, if you like. I do accept the processing is another element of that. Page 12, supply of double glazed doors, windows and hardware. What is this for? We already have a substantial contract with Sidey. Is this an addition? And why the 12-month overrun?
Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, again, through yourself, Provost. So CHS 10619, Councillor McCabe, is for the supply of double glazed windows, doors and hardware. This is to supply replacement double glazing window panels and doors following a breakage. As you correctly point out, this is in addition to the contract with Sidey. Sidey are a contractor that carry out full replacement installation of windows and doors that's planned. BMD still complete non-warranty repairs, such as broken window panes. CHS 10619 should have been superseded by contract TCC 00523. However, there were no bids received for Lot 1, unfortunately. And because there were no bids for Lot 1, we extended the existing contract.
Thanks for that, Mr. Garner. So no bids for Lot 1. That doesn't mean that work has disappeared. Has it just been subsumed into Lot 2? Is that what you're telling me?
No, Councillor. So the work that was initially being carried out for Lot 1, we've extended that contract. We'd extended the existing contract.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Garner. That explains it. Thank you. Promised page 21, I think it was. Provision of employability services. This equates to £1 million per annum. That's a lot of money. Can I ask why it's so much? And I also note that there's a quote there, the external funding package is not guaranteed. Anytime I read that, it's always concerning. Do we have a fallback position on that?
Mr. McGuinness.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Provost, Councillor McCabe. The Employment Training Unit has put out a framework contract. This framework contract, as you identified, is extensive. It looks at covering a whole range of interventions we have with various different members of our community to get them into employment. The external funding comes from a variety of sources, from Fair Start Scotland, from No One Left Behind Scottish Government funding, and from shared prosperity funding from the UK government, along with council funding. So that there are variations in terms of the funding we receive from external sources, and this is very much a framework, so it's a call-off. So as we have engaging with our community, particularly our young people, getting them into employment, a whole range of different services and provisions to get them into work, we will call that off and work within the resources we have available as it fluctuates over the following 4 years.
Thanks, Mr. McGuinness. Just following on from that, page 22, there's a list of charities, companies. I was just, what's the service that they actually provide? Do we pay them, and how many clients would each charity or company have?
Through you, Provost, it varies significantly. It's very much demand driven, depending on the individuals we're working with, what the requirements are. It ranges from a lot of personal development, health and wellbeing activity, training and certification programs. So it's wide and varied, and a number of our charitable organisations are very well placed to support those individuals into for their personal development in particular. We don't have a specific number because it's demand driven. To give you an example, last year we supported, just get my figures, last year we supported 1,340 people were supported across a range of different interventions. 420 initial jobs were created, 95 modern apprentices, and 600 certifications provided in 22-23 period. So it's wide and varied and very much demand driven, working with those individuals we are seeking to support to get them into employment.
Great, Mr. McGuinness, thanks very much. That just clears some of my ignorance on the matter. Thank you. Final two small points, Provost, page 24. One's already been brought up. I throw it out there just as a discussion matter. The £10,000 for fireworks in this financial climate, really? Should we not be considering not going ahead with this? Number of reasons. Some people will look and say we've got money to burn. The other reason is we're putting out the wrong message. Councillor Nimmell's already alluded to illegal fireworks or indiscriminate fireworks going off, and the council I can understand why it is that we do have this organised firework display. I'm just throwing it out there for discussion. Final question, Provost. £27,000 for abandoned vehicle removal. I'm just curious, do we recover any of this from whoever's abandoned vehicles?
Mr. McGuinness.
Yeah, through you, Provost. So the abandoned vehicles framework, again, another framework for the contractor, estimated at £27,000 identified. We do not get charged for vehicles that are lifted apart from larger vehicles. So caravans, for example, there's a charge of £50 per vehicle. There's charges related to any storage we require to take place where we assess the owner's intentions with that vehicle. So this is a very much a framework contract. To give you an example, last year we spent less than 10% of that budget, but we do have to make sure we have certain provisions in there for the types of vehicles that the length of tenure may have to be kept and different types. So that is, as I say, it's a framework call off, but we do anticipate that should be far less of cost to the council going forward.
Thanks very much, Mr. McGuinness. Indebted to you. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Binney, you had your light on earlier. Do you still want to ask a question?
No, it's actually about the signed from online, but I think we've discussed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
I'll be quick, Provost. The firework thing's been mentioned by various members. I think it's too late for this year, but I think we as a council will need to look to next year to see what what procedures we can take forward from the recommendations. And I don't know if it's something that Cecil, Anne and I and Kenneth can discuss at our group leaders meeting to see how we can maybe get to a better solution, because I brought a motion probably 4 years ago and we waited till the Scottish Government had their consultation and they came back with recommendations. But as a council, we've not done nothing with it yet. But I would say it's too late for this year, but look to next year to see if we can do something about it.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Kerr. Any more questions? Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I would like to say I agree with the administration that we keep this traditional celebration. I understand they want to celebrate the blowing up of Westminster, but you've got to realise this is one of the biggest events in Falkirk. And if we can bring a bit of cheer to the people of Falkirk, then good and well. I know I personally haven't been ex-military. I like a bit of fireworks. I'm a councillor. I also like a bit of fireworks. I have to apologise to my good friend Lynn McCann, who runs Lynn Small Animals. I realise there is a lot of difficulty with small animals. But this is one of Falkirk's biggest celebrations, and we should celebrate. So I would congratulate the administration for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Any other questions on the information bulletin? No, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the rolling action log, pages 6 to 21 in your agenda papers. We'll go to Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log provides a note of decisions which have been made by the council which call for further reports to come back to council, and provides information on the progress of the preparation of those reports, and in particular an explanation if they're not available by their due date. The rolling action log appears to be up to date, but it's available for members to ask questions.
Members have any questions on the rolling action log? Councillor Murtagh.
I do. Can I just check the sound is okay then, if there's a problem with the sound?
That's no bad.
Is it okay? Okay, I'll try and speak slowly and clearly if there's a problem with being understood in the room. I understand this is a complex, some of these matters are complex, but I hope we were all able to have the aptitude to deal with them. I did advise Colin in advance about my question on the rolling action log, and again it's in relation to what's not there, because as Colin says, it's about decisions that have been recorded and what council make, and for council to then look. So at the moment, an example I'd given Colin in particular was about the taxi PDP decision, which was a decision of the executive in March 2022. And then the decisions from that were put on a rolling action log and would have come back to an executive. So they belonged on that rolling action log on the executive. But what then happened is that although they appeared on that rolling action log then in subsequently June 2022, and they would have been then further reported in that, an item which then came to this council and by way of a transport motion from the Labour group, then meant that the work that was to go on that was kind of halted, and it was then not sure whether it would go on council rolling action log or executive rolling action log. But in essence, what happened was a series of it staying on an executive rolling action log, then decisions being made to have a further report, then those matters from that taxi PDP rolling action log being dealt with potentially in a report that was then decided not to go ahead. And at that point, which is in, I think, earlier this year, February 2022, it disappears from all enrolling action logs. So the thing is that a decision which is made by elected members, which is due to be carried out, should have been carried out, then disappears from all rolling action logs. So obviously I want to ensure that that isn't something which can happen procedurally, but specifically to ask at this point, how can elected members then know where is that on a rolling action log, and how can we make that process better? Because at the moment, a recorded decision from elected members can effectively fall by the wayside and not be picked up on, and I know that that's something none of us want. So on that point, can Colin give some insight, maybe on that one specifically, but maybe how we can make that process better? Thank you.
Mr. Moody. Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I am aware of the issue that Councillor Murtagh has raised, and have been aware of it in advance of that too. And the issue Councillor Murtagh refers to is that there are some outstanding actions in relation to the recommendations of the taxi PDP that are still to be reported back to the executive. And those were, I suppose, caught up in a broader report, as Councillor Murtagh refers to. And the reason they've fallen from the rolling action log is the rolling action log has picked up the recommendations and decisions from that report, whereas the indication within the report that there would be a report back to the executive was in the narrative rather than the recommendations. So I think my reflection on that is that in preparing the rolling action log, the outstanding remit to report to the executive should have stayed on the rolling action log following that report. It's fallen just for the reason I've described. I think that's not going to alter the fact that the report will come back to the executive. And I don't think I haven't been in any doubt on that issue, and I'm assured on that point. But I I recognise the issue which is being raised, and I think in future we will be alive to that and not do the same thing again.
Thanks, Mr. Media. Are you happy with that response, Councillor Murtagh?
I appreciate that, and I hope everybody in the room understood the point I was making. But I think it's just that enabled. It was a decision of officers to include elected member decision in potential future reports, and therefore I think that's the thing, is that because of future decisions, that did mean that it could have fallen had others, and I'm sure everybody was across the detail. But it's just really important because, you know, I could be hit by one of the many buses that frequent Falkirk tomorrow, as we all could, and there needs to be a trail in the democratic, you know, system, so that we can make sure that that doesn't inadvertently happen for any reason at all. So I appreciate Colin taking that on board. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Any other questions on the rolling action log? No. Agenda item 5, year 2 of the council plan, pages 22 to 56 on the agenda, and it's a report by Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. So on the agenda today, we have 3 important linked documents that provide a strategic framework for the council. The first of these is the council plan, now in its second year. It sets out the vision, priorities, enablers and values, and these are unchanged from last year, together with actions and success measures which have been reviewed since the council first approved the council plan in September of last year. The second, of course, is the financial strategy, which sets out the financial context and challenge and will help us plot the route to financial sustainability in support of the council plan. And the third is the workforce strategy, which also supports the delivery of the council plan in the context of our financial position, supporting our employees through challenging times, and of course recognising that all our success is based on the outstanding work of these employees. It is very important that the council has this robust framework in place, not least in the context of the forthcoming best value review, and the ability of the council to demonstrate collaborative leadership and strong decision-making in moving this forward remains absolutely essential. The council plan itself provides an important focus for the work of the council and our ambitions. We can demonstrate good progress across a range of matters over the first year of the plan, despite the scale of the financial challenge. And I've reflected on that a bit in the foreword to the council plan. And of course, performance against the plan will continue to be monitored on an ongoing basis and through the Scrutiny Committee. In terms of the report in front of you today, as I said, the priorities remain unchanged, but we have taken the opportunity to review the we will actions which sit under each priority, and that's set out in Appendix 1, and also the success measures and targets, and the details of these are set out in Appendix 2. We put in quite a number of additional success measures to improve our ability to monitor progress, and we've done that across the 3 priorities, but also in relation to financial sustainability and the workforce enabler as well. The changes to the council plan are summarised at section 5.4 of the covering report. Today we're seeking approval of the proposed changes to the council plan, and myself and colleagues will be happy to deal with any questions, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. We'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost, and my thanks to officers for the work that they've carried out to update this plan and to present it in a very easy read version. I think that all of the suite of very strategic reports that we've got in front of us today, the layout and the format, the use of graphics, etc., has made them much more accessible to everyone. This is the second year of the council plan, and as the Chief Executive has said, it sets the direction of work that the council will take. The vision and priorities having been set by the council after consultation and a unanimous agreement, these remain unchanged and continue to be relevant in the current climate. supporting stronger and healthier communities, promoting opportunities, educational attainment and reducing inequalities, promoting a thriving economy and a green transition. These are a thread that run through all of the reports that should be coming in front of members. This is supported by some clear values of being responsible, innovative, trusted and ambitious. And I think those are welcomed by everybody and something that we all have to live up to. Council plan is supported both by the financial strategy and the workforce strategy and plan on working towards the financial sustainability of the council, particularly around transformation of services and improvement. And we must remember that while we have very challenging financial circumstances, we also seek to improve and deliver most relevant services to our communities. In order to add value to the plan, and indeed its accountability, the priorities enablers have been much more defined, and these have been supported with clear success measures and targets which will be able to monitor progress of the plan, and I think that has to be welcomed. I'm happy to move the report, Provost.
Okay, do you have a second, Councillor McIntyre?
Thank you, Provost. The Chief Exec and the Council Leader have covered everything well, so I'm just happy to second and reserve the right.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendments, a number of questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendments, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendment, but I have a question.
Okay, so we'll now open it up for questions. Councillor Spears.
Sorry?
Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Page 27, and it's under the implications finance. I think every council and everybody that lives within that council area expects a plan like this to come forward. This is year 2, but everything that we hope to achieve, and I would imagine everybody in this room is here for one reason, and it's to work for the area and work for the ward that they represent, is here to see improvements to this great district of ours. But under implications, everything hinges on the finance to do so. Now, we can live in a fairyland and think everything will be okay, but as today will further reveal that over the next 4 years we have £65 million worth of cuts to come. So any plan we make to improve our district hinges on the financial position, which puts a greater responsibility upon us all to be responsible and careful how we spend money, whether it be on frivolous things or things that will bring money into this district. My great concern has always been being a very community-minded elected member, is the loss that will come of some of our community facilities. The very bedrock of our district is our communities. And if we lose faith with the people within them and the facilities within them, then we have cut the feet from how this council can possibly operate. And we need to be very, very aware of that. It says under resources, there are no direct resource implications arising from this report. I think we owe not just this council, but the people out there a full explanation for that sentence. There is no direct resource implications. Everybody knows that it hinges on the finance that this council has, the income this council has. The Scottish Government grant.
Do you happen to have a question in there somewhere?
It is. Can they please explain where the direct resource implications are?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. I said in my opening remarks that the link between the different strategies is really important. What you see in the financial strategy that's been brought forward today is absolutely set out in the context of the council's priorities. So the link is absolute. I mean, Councillor Spears is correct to say that the availability of funding is critical, and that's why, from a council point of view, it is really important that when we set out our priorities in one document, we set out the financial reality that sits alongside it. So the two speak to each other, and that's how the resource aspect is covered. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you want to come back on that? Okay, thank you very much. We'll now go to Councillor Steinbach.
Yeah, thanks very much, Provost. My question's on page 16, relevant to financial sustainability and the reference to looking into cultivating commercialisation plans. What areas are we looking to target in the next year to accrue the benefits of commercialisation? Thank you.
Mr. Laurie or Mr. Benny?
I'll bring Malcolm in just a second. I mean, in terms of our approach to how we deliver services, and this will come up again in the context of the following report, I think we need to be very open-minded about how we do that. We need to be open to various options and possibilities. And commercialisation has to be an element of that where relevant, and it has to be done with a degree of care, because a number of, many of our citizens need to be, protected because of their own financial position. But on the other hand, where we can raise more money through charging on commercial activity, I think that's an important element, and we need to consider it in the context of all our service provision. There are a number of potential areas we might focus. These probably primarily lie within the context of place services, and Malcolm might want to say a little bit more about that.
Mr. Bailey.
Through you, Provost, there's obviously a number of areas where the council makes charges for services it provides, and I'd prefer if we could maybe, talk offline about some of the places those might be. We're in the process of doing a review of all those charges to identify which are the 25 that generate the highest levels of income, and then I want to do analysis on those to understand where we sit in terms of Scotland's, comparison with other councils, to understand, are we in the middle, bottom, up? Is there flexibility to see some shifts going upwards? But also, I think it feeds into the finance strategy group activities that are being undertaken in terms of, and we'll come on to that in the finance strategy, about how the council closes the gap and what appetite there is amongst elected members for increasing income versus potentially exploring council tax versus potentially exploring efficiencies. So as I sit here now, I don't have a fully developed plan that says I'm going to do this, this and this, and I'll bring a report forward. I want to, consider it in the round, and I don't have the analysis at the moment that benchmarks those top 25 income streams.
Mr. Steinbach.
No, I appreciate that. It's good to know where we are at the moment and how we'll be taking that forward. So that answered my next question as well. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steinbach. We'll now go to Councillor Kelly.
Oh, thanks, Provost. On page 38 of the plan, it says the priority is supporting stronger and healthier communities. Bullet point 1, support community groups to deliver services and help address inequalities. Now, being parochial as usual, within my ward, there's a community hall, Denlin Head Community Hall, and that's having its grant completely cut. Now, that I would say goes against supporting community groups. In August 22, in external scrutiny, to quote, within the Denlin Head area, there are no other organisations that specifically provide similar services to Denlin Head Community Hall Limited. The council does fund other community development projects within the Falkirk Council area. However, those prospects do not provide services within the Denlin Head area. What's changed in a year? What's become different in a year? How can you make people feel that we are supporting their communities when we're actually cutting funding from them? 11,000 a year, not a big lot, something like £3 per person in Denlin Head. We're cutting that. They're told that we will find them other grants from somewhere else. Who's going to provide a grant that Falkirk councils
Councillor Kelly, what's your question?
Sorry, what has changed in a year in that, and how will we support these organisations now?
Maybe Mr. Kettrick, would you like to pick that up? Oh, Mr. Gillespie, my apologies.
Provost, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. What's changed in a year, just to go back to local members' question, there's a lot changed in a year in regards to how we do things, and as part of the Council of the Future programme that we put up, it was very much how we can support communities better and not do it for communities. And I think that's tied back with our community learning and development session as well. We've brought in things like soft community choices, making obviously communities aware of the different funding streams. We're also offering third sector support as well to allow them to support areas. What we've also done, and the local member will be aware, we've offered that personal one-to-one support to see where there are areas of further development, but also areas where they can co-join with different areas to get better outcomes with other organisations to try and make a difference. One of the things that we are trying to make sure that the council is that it's fair and equal across all communities, that everybody's got a fair opportunity for any funding that's out there and not just targeting certain and individual communities. And that's part of the direction the council has been travelling for a number of years, and we're just at the final stages with that. It also ties in further to the other project of the strategic property reviews and other areas that we are supporting our communities. And as local members, where we have offered one-to-one conversations with all community groups to show where we can try and help and support them going forward, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kelly?
Yeah. You say that you've been talking to groups. This particular group invited council officials along to a public meeting where there was 70 or so people there, but we didn't send, the council didn't send any officers. And that was really disappointing for these people. They certainly don't feel supported in any way.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh, then Councillor Hannah, then Councillor Flynn. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. And I just want to pick up on some points in the report, and specifically on page 25 of the report, under priority 2. It states that equalities has been given the focus it deserves. Now we have the infrastructure in place to support that. I suppose if I was responding to that in a meme form rather than through words, it might be with a characteristic Paddington hard stare, if members take my meaning, from the point of view that I'm not sure that I completely agree with that statement. I think saying that equalities has been given the focus it deserves, now we have the infrastructure in place to support that, is somewhat premature from the point of view that we still are looking to have, certainly staff resource, but the networks in place in which that we can properly make assessments on equalities. And I think just to kind of, I think the focus on EPIAs is one part of that, and that's often highlighted. And I know, banging the drum, we're playing the same record on the situation that we have when we make decisions, that we need to have the full EPIA information before us to be able to consider what the implications are for those with protected characteristics, but those in our communities across the board. And you'll see later today in the paper we have a very full EPIA, which is very welcome. And I've pointed out before, as I did in the budget meeting, that at that time when we were making decisions for the entirety of our spending for the year, we didn't have adequate EPIAs. Groups didn't have them ahead of their decision making in their groups, and they were provided very late in the day in terms of when we were actually asked to make those decisions. And some of them, as I pointed out in the budget meeting, were completely incorrect and completely outdated, with directors' names on them that had left several years hence. So that was his position in March, and I know that we've got a commitment to move forward and we're making progress on that. But we need to demonstrate it, and we're, I think, too early in the day to be saying that, yes, the priority might be there. Yes, we all want to move forward.
Yeah, Councillor Murtagh, Councillor
Yeah.
Murtagh, what's your question?
Well, my question is, how does the chief executive justify that statement? Because in effect, I'm not sure that we can. I don't want to amend the report, as it were, because the recommendations are to note it. But I think that as Equality and Human Rights champion, I'm not satisfied that that's necessarily a correct statement. So how does the chief executive justify that statement?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. I suppose my view, and it's a very strongly held view, and I've spoken quite openly about this, is that we do have a real journey to go on in terms of qualities. But what the report is setting out is that, certainly from an officer perspective, we feel that we've made significant progress on that this year. There is still work to be done. I don't think the statement in any way suggests we've completed everything we need to do. It's simply reflecting the fact that we have, later than perhaps I would have hoped, made good progress on this, but we still got some way to go. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. Is
Okay.
that a good enough answer for you, Councillor Murtagh?
To be honest, I respect that the chief executive holds that view very strongly. What I would say is that, and the reason I wanted to illustrate, because we are where we are today, later in this council, we have an EPIA on a proposal, but that EPIA is being asked to be considered in isolation, not as a cumulative part of decision making. And that's the point, is that I don't think that the equalities process is yet adequately understood across the board. And I know we've got that journey to go on, but saying that we're giving it the place it deserves when we're bringing forward papers which have one EPIA, which is a situation which will affect our citizens across the board, I don't think is best practice and where we should be. That's my view, and I think that's why I'm saying I think that statement in that paper is premature. To move on, Provost, if I may, I do have another question about an item in the report about green free ports, which is mentioned, and specifically within the report it says, by getting our house in order, we'll be able to capitalise on the positive outcomes that will flow from the green free ports, etc., and referring to jobs and the potential for net zero. So I suppose I want to ask the Chief Executive about how we ensure that our role in that, it's stated we need to get that right, we need to be in the right place to capitalise on that. And I know that many will have concerns about the implications locally for free ports, in terms of whether it's planning situations and what that means for our communities, and indeed the potential environmental situation or conditions for workers. And I think my question is, when we're talking about getting that right, how can we ensure that we use our position in the governing framework for free ports as a legal local authority to make sure that the rights of our citizens and the needs of our citizens and our infrastructure is adequately planned for within that? What are we doing about that, and what's our priority and focus?
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. I think we'll go to Mr. Kettrick for that, Lois. Mr. Kettrick.
Through yourself, Provost, in relation to the green free ports, as Councillor Murtagh notes, the council is the accountable body, and we will have representation on what is the governing body, which sits above the operational company, which will manage the day-to-day elements of the green free port. Within the governing body, there is the three local authorities, there's ourselves, Edinburgh and Fife, so we carry quite a bit of considerable weight. But in relation to things such as workforce matters, there is fair work and skills requirements associated with green free ports, which are very much targeted at enhancing the wages that are paid to be above averages. There is also a commitment to be doing skills, particularly in promotion of transitional skills, moving away from the kind of older traditional industries and using the funding and the framework within the Green Freeport to deliver those. One of the work streams that Falkirk Council leads on is the infrastructure and communities work stream, which I chair the small working group that's leading on that. And one of the focuses is it's not just on the infrastructure, the new roads and utilities provision that we need to do to support the green Freeport. It's also what are the benefits that can flow from those major investments to communities, including things like community benefits from construction contracts, but also things like direct support for community projects within the outer zone of the Green Freeport, which extends all the way back to, you know, the bridges just beyond Camelin, for instance. So it covers a huge part of the Falkirk area, and, you know, we'll be happy to present more information on the Green Freeport and its agenda as we go through the business case process. And there is an update report coming to Council Executive where we'll be happy to take more questions in detail on key aspects of the operation of the Green Freeport.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kettrick. Councillor Murtagh?
Yeah, and I accept what the intentions are, and I accept that a lot of this also sits with both government in Holyrood and indeed employment law-wise and others at Westminster. But having aspirations about the jobs, etc., is not the same as being able to guarantee it. And there's many concerns that people have about, no obligation to recognise trade unions, or no obligation to pay the living wage, etc., or the kind of opportunities that are there for companies to come in and perhaps operate under permitted development that is different from what we would be looking at in terms of planning. So I think our role in that authority, and it's referenced in the plan that this is crucial to us, is really important. And I think it's important that our citizens understand it as well, in this idea about the planning and what's an underdeveloped site and what's an undeveloped site, and what that might allow. Because for us, given that we're going through a local development plan 3 process now, it's really crucial that we understand what could potentially happen in terms of infrastructure out with what we were looking at in that process. And I'm not clear, despite being across quite a lot of the detail, that's all ironed out. So if we've got it in our council plan, it's a priority. I think elected members, should be making it clear that those are concerns, and that we expect those to be very used, all the powers that are available to us as that kind of lead authority, to bring influence in those areas and make sure there are clear lines of communication with everybody, not just elected members, but the wider public too. So I'm glad it's in the report, but I think it's a note of concern that we need to be clear about the implications. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. I'm sure when the report comes to Executive, it will be widely debated. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I will try to be as brief as possible. But firstly, I'd just like to say a big commendation to all the staff who've been involved in this report. Given the wide range of responsibilities of Falkirk Council, it's a major undertaking. So all of the officers who have managed to put together this detailed report are to be commended. I will say more of that later, but not online. In relation to some of the questions I have to ask, first and foremost, I would like to look at pages 42, 43, the supporting a thriving economy and green transition sections. Throughout the report, there's not really any mention of community wealth building, and issues have been raised before about the importance of ensuring that our local businesses, local services get as much of the contract money that we are delivering. Now, I do understand that in terms of procurement, there are specific rules about it. And there is mention of procurement and making sure more procurement is spent on local enterprises. I simply would like to say I would like to see a bigger emphasis put on to the community wealth building and the community benefits that we can deliver in the local area. And I wonder if Mr. Laurie or whoever is appropriate would like to see a little more about that, because I am aware there is a procurement strategy in development at the moment.
Mr. Laurie.
Yeah, so 2 other ones. Thank you, Provost, to that. One is the procurement strategy as referenced, and the intention is set out in the council plan to increase the amount of the percentage of spend on local businesses. And
welcome back, everyone. Councillor Sinclair's still to come in, but he's on a call. So we'll go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. The question I had raised was a lack of reference within the plan to community wealth building, and Mr. Laurie was just giving an answer to that. But before I let him finish what he was saying, if I could just say, I'm well aware that there is also reference that the responsibility for community wealth building has also been given to the community planning partnership, but that doesn't absolve the Falkirk Council of its responsibilities. In fact, the whole point of the planning partnership is that all the partners should be getting involved in doing their bit for community wealth building. So I thought I would just take the opportunity to get that in before Mr. Laurie is able to finish, because he was in mid-speech when we stopped.
Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I'm not sure exactly at what point colleagues online lost what I was saying, but just really there were two brief points. One was about the procurement strategy and the important role that plays in terms of encouraging support to and procuring from enterprises and businesses in the Falkirk area. And the second point relating to community wealth building, I had spoken briefly about the fact that is work that's been taken forward through the community planning partnership. Councillor Hannah's right to say that doesn't negate from the council's obligations in that regard. Indeed, both the communities team and colleagues in economic development are supportive of and working in relation to that. So whilst there isn't a specific use of these words within the plan, we do recognise that's an important part of a broader approach to supporting our communities and supporting our local economy.
Thanks, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Again, as with any plan, as soon as you have put the last signature on it, you're ready to start the next plan. So I'll leave it at that. I'd also like to just ask a question about on pages 40 and 41, promoting opportunities and educational attainment and reducing inequalities. Clearly, that is a major aim. And one of the things that has been mentioned is improving attendance rates in our high schools. And within the report, there's reference to improving attendance rates in relation to looked after young people. And I think particularly post-COVID, that is an issue that requires perhaps a little more emphasis than it is obvious within this plan, given that the 2 years of non-attendance at schools has impacted on attendance rates. And I think we need to look at that. But since I'm still on that particular part, there's also a reference to offering kinship carers a benefit maximisation assessment, and reference to increasing the number of new foster care placements. I think it's important that we also offer income maximisation checks to foster carers if we want to increase the number of foster carers available in the Falkirk Council area, which we do. We also need to ensure that they get the best possible support. And I wonder, perhaps, because I have had discussions with Sarah Lacey about that, so she may wish to answer that one.
We'll go to Miss Algie first on the educational one, and then we'll go to Miss Lacey on the foster carers and kinship care. Up again.
Thank you, Provost. Certainly on the improving attendance, and improving attendance, yes, that absolutely is a key area of work that we need to take forward. That's why we have it in the plan, because it's something that we know we have to monitor and we have to take actions to address. We've also launched some information that all schools can access in terms of monitoring attendance. That's been done over recent weeks, in fact. And there's a plan in place there about how we do that, but I have to provide further information offline on that one, but certainly something that we recognise is important.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Miss Lacey for answer on the foster care and kinship care.
Thank you, Provost. So Councillor Hannah is absolutely right in terms of the importance of ensuring that there is opportunities for benefit maximisation for kinship carers, as we have included as a measure in the plan in front of members today. Specifically, support for kinship carers is in direct response to the particular hardship that is faced and poses a realistic barrier to families who want to be able to provide kinship to their relations or to people that they've had a long pre-existing relationship with. In terms of foster care, so at the point of assessment, a foster carer's financial circumstances and situation is assessed as part of that overall assessment process, and if appropriate, a referral would be made to income maximisation or debt management, and that support wouldn't necessarily stop at that point. Should there be a change in circumstances for foster carers or indeed kinship carers, referrals can be made at any point through that process. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that reassurance.
Any other questions?
Not at the moment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Flynn, then Councillor Anslow, Councillor Colley and Councillor Bundy. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Provost. My points and questions relate to, I think it's page 56 of the report on the question of absence. Would it be possible to see a total absence quoted in the chart for the whole council? You know, it quotes two different departments or areas. And the other question is, there is obviously other forms of absence which are not sickness related. I think we should really be identifying what those are and what the cost or the numbers are in that, and then giving that real picture. My point is quite simple. As we know, any absence costs money, and later on today we're going to be discussing saving £1 million with children's services, and yet here we are, amazing numbers which really in my eyes have actually got worse over the last 6 years rather than better with some of the areas. Almost 8% in one part of the council of the workforce is not at work on average over the year, and that's costing millions. So really my question is, answer the first couple of points, and two, we should be doing something about it. The other thing, which, let me just rephrase this, I'm not saying people shouldn't be ill. We can't predict when we're going to be ill, and certainly I'm not referring to anybody with any long-term health conditions, without a doubt. But I feel that setting a target, for example, I'm allowed 10 days illness this year. Well, it's getting late on in the year. Maybe I should be taking my 10 days, you know. Should that target not just be a nominal 0 or 1%? We're never going to reach 0. We know that. But to set a target of saying it's 4%, this is live streamed, so employees can watch this or watch it later and say, all right, I'm allowed 4%. So there's 3 or 4 points there. More data, more information on the total absence, and also you know, what's happening to reduce these numbers because they haven't come down. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Flynn. We'll go to Ms. Algie.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Flynn is right. We have seen an increase in absence over recent years. Now, a lot of that has been impacted by COVID, and that is not unique to Falkirk Council. That you can see that happening right across all councils, and we're monitoring that through our benchmarking surveys and looking at how we can start to address this. There are a number of strands of work where we're looking at actions we can take. It's already managed fairly proactively. We have a fairly detailed absence management policy and a capability policy, which all services use. But we also have our wellbeing group, and that's about how we proactively look to support employees who become ill and to help them back to work. We have our occupational health service, a physio service and a counselling service. So all of these things need to work well for employees to make sure that we support them in either staying at work if they're becoming ill or in getting back to work. Excuse me, but that's not to say that we don't recognise the need to do more on this. And when we get to the workforce strategy, there is information on there around us improving attendance at work, and that needs to be done. But we just need to reckon that, and the 4%, I should come back to that, the 4% has been the council's target for many years. There is an argument, you're right, there's an argument about why we would have a target. I think there is a target needed to allow us as managers to work towards that. But ultimately, managers should be having one-to-one discussions with their employees, which is about attendance at work and staying at work with no absence. So happy to have a further discussion on this, Councillor Flynn, if it would be of use, but I hope that is of assistance. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Yeah,
Councillor
thank you. Yep, sorry, Provost. And yes, Karen, thank you for the comments. And it's good to hear the positive comments there. Just a couple of things. I mean, some of the absences may well be related, for example, a sore leg or whatever. Now, with the online information, apart from what happened half an hour ago, people can work from home in these situations, so they don't need to necessarily be absent, you know, and that sort of thing. And the other thing is, sorry, it might sound being kind of sarcastic. I'm not meaning it that way. Perhaps we should have a word with the teachers. Why can they only have 3.21% absence when the rest of the council averaging 7%? You know, there's something quite not right, because yes, people are ill, but the numbers should be coming down, and I would really like to see and have a word with you, Karen, separately to see what really is happening with that. Thanks, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Flynn. We'll now go to Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. I hope you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. My point is based around page 35, and actually I didn't realise dovetails with Councillor Murtock's first question. Whilst I'm in agreement, and I thank the officers for looking into this aspect, digital first approach, I'm all for it. I'm not an archaic dinosaur. However, my question is quite simple. What is your plan B, given we have disabled, we have elderly out there who either can't access because they don't have access to a computer, or basically are just not computer literate? So that's basically my question. Thank you.
Selby.
Thank you, Provost. Happy to respond to that, Provost. Yes, it's a digital first approach, but what should be in there is where appropriate. And it's absolutely recognised that there are individuals within our communities where that isn't appropriate. And it's about making sure that we have adaptable services to accommodate those who absolutely need us to deliver services in a different way, which isn't digital. And that's where we do have a variety of formats where we can. But for those who can use digital, that's the approach we should be taking. There are significant cost implications in the other options, but where those are needed, we should be providing them. Thank you.
Councillor Anslow.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Algie. That covers it. Like I say, I was just concerned at people who couldn't access, but I'm all for the new technology. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Anslow. We'll now go to Councillor Colley.
Yes, thanks. And it's around the equalities and reducing inequalities section as well. And I suppose it's on page 51. First of all, to say what an amazing job our welfare benefit services do. I mean, look at that as a gain that we are delivering, that our staff are delivering for the people of Falkirk. And I think first of all to say that, and obviously tackling poverty. You know, you can't really have equality of opportunity and be able to think about things like attainment at school and other things when you don't have enough food in your belly and your house is cold. So I think these are amazing pieces of work. I just had one question around disabled people. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation found that half of all people in poverty are either a disabled person or living in a household with someone with a disability. And I wondered whether we actually do a further subset around households affected by disability. I'm sure we probably do, but whether that should be part of our targets to be seeking to make as much financial gain for those households as possible.
Good question. Mr. Gillespie.
Provost. Thank you very much. I'm happy to do some further research on this area. We certainly do hold information, and if committee is minded, I'm happy to look at that as a subsection to feed that back in, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Gillespie. Councillor Colley, happy with that? Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Colley?
No, that was it. Thank
you. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. We have 2 climate change targets. As a council, we have the 2030 target for Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and 2045 for Scope 3 emissions. But there appears to be no mention of the 2045 targets on page 42 of the report. I was just wondering why not.
Mr. McGuinness, would you like to respond?
Yes, through you, Provost. It's absolutely critical that the council works extensively with various different stakeholders and businesses to achieve the Scottish net zero target of 2045. So apologies if that's not explicit within that report, but that's a key target we're all aiming towards.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. I think the report does make interesting reading, and it's already been mentioned that there's going to be a direct resource implication. I think that's going to be a major overriding factor. The way the money situation is going within this council, there's a total lack of funding. If you look at 3.1, it states that we're seeking to support decision making when reducing the council's carbon footprint. In Appendix 1 on page 39, we're looking to increase the number of additional affordable homes by building new homes. Now, one of the major impacts of this will be the use of cement in building new homes, because that is a major contributor to the CO2 emissions within the building trade in general. I'm just wondering, how does this plan help reduce our carbon footprint, going by what I've just said?
Michael. Mr. McGuinness.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Provost. I think that's a very good point raised by Councillor. We are constantly working with the developers, the house builders. They're constantly looking at ways of improving the carbon footprint they deliver through house building. We can't get away from the fact, as you rightly point out, that concrete at this stage has a significant carbon content. We are aware of other technologies, some fly ash and different types of components of concrete that we are exploring, and we've got a long way to go. But I think there's, we're constantly looking at, through building control, through planning, how we can support and work with developers to build, net zero carbon houses. Is what we're aiming for. We're quite a wee bit away from that, but certainly we're doing our very best to encourage and support those developers to reduce their carbon footprint in the houses we bring forward for our communities.
Thanks for that, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. Contained within the Chief Executive's opening remarks in the foreword, there's reference to the Verity House Agreement. And the Verity House Agreement looms large over all of our considerations, and we need more information on the potential impacts this will have on our decisions from the fiscal framework aspect. Can I ask when we will see this?
Mr. Lowry.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor McCabe. Perhaps apologies in advance if this isn't an entirely satisfactory answer, but as soon as we have clear information about next steps in the Verity House Agreement, and indeed the fiscal aspect of that as well, we'll bring it forward to elected members, recognising the importance of it in terms of our how we move forward from here. I mean, I do think it's important to emphasise that there is no anticipation that we're suddenly going to be able to have significantly, or indeed any additional resources as a result of the Verity House Agreement. It's more likely that it will enable us some additional flexibilities in terms of the resources we do currently receive. But it will be a matter we come back to on future occasions as we find out more about its state of progress.
Thanks, Mr. Laurie. I just wasn't sure if you maybe had a wee indication, you know, roughly when it would happen. But I do think that, you know, the whole aspect of ring-fenced funding has to be looked at, just to give us a bit of flexibility, taking on board exactly what you say. We're not going to suddenly come into huge amounts of spare cash. In turn to page 49. A couple of questions. One's to do with the number of additional affordable homes, new builds. We indicate the baseline's 59, 123 per annum. Could I just ask, where are these? Can anybody identify where they are?
Mr. Gillespie.
Provost, thank you very much. And that'll become more clear next week when the SHIP comes, the Strategic Housing Investment Plan comes to the Executive. There are various across the council, but recent ones have been down in Ward 6 down at Bainsford area, Persia Court and also Torwood will be the ones that are complete there. And going forward, I'm happy next week, obviously, and before then, Provost, to furnish the new proposed SHIP once it's been agreed by Executive of all the future 5-year plan of the Council for new build.
Thanks, Mr. Gillespie. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Mr. Gillespie. Appreciate that. Still on the same page, the average number of days to secure a permanent housing from a date of homeless application, 311 days. And our proposed target is 120 days. That's disappointing. Can I ask, is there any underlying reason why?
Mr. Gillespie.
Yep, Provost, thank you very much. Yep, I'm hoping that what we are at the present time is just to give committee aware is that Falkirk is 3% of the overall homeless presentations in Scotland, and I think we're in the final years of rapid rehousing. And despite the challenges posed by our external factors, we've embraced our rapid rehousing plan. Just to give committee an understanding of some of the areas that have impacted us, and to be realistic, is that at the present time, many of our private landlords have withdrawn from the market. Therefore, there is less affordable stock in rent, which increases the presentation for homeless. Increased living costs have caused family breakdowns, and again, that causes additional issues where people have a breakdown and look for properties as well, and for us to then move people from homeless into permanent accommodation. And also, Falkirk has no long-term vacant buildings, and has been at the forefront of bringing back empty homes where other local authorities may have some long-term and have been able to bring them back in. We struggle because we haven't there, and we've had success with bringing back long-term empty homes for the private sector as well. I think also members need to be aware that recently 2 or 3 years ago, we increased our homeless stock by circa 200, albeit as it shows it's still not enough, and it does take away from mainstream allocations, to the point that unfortunately at the present time we are sitting with 30 people at present within bed and breakfast for the first time in 10 years due to the homeless issues we have at the time. How we're trying to deal with that and how we're going to go forward to meet our proposed target of 120 is we are doing more early intervention interviews, we're providing better and more housing advice quicker, but also family support and mediations, because a lot, as I said earlier, was about breakdown in relations, but also financial support, because that has a strain on relationships as well, and that's tied back to 2 or 3 previous reports that members are aware of which ties back into our property strategy. But ultimately, we do require more affordable units, and as I said earlier in my previous question, Councillor, that ties back into Strategic Housing Investment Plan and how we're going to do that. We also foresee additional pressures due to the Ukrainian war and more asylum seekers having positive outcomes, allowing them to present as homeless going forward. So I appreciate the target at 311 is disappointing, but what we're proposing is what I think is ambitious and also achievable.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Mr Gillespie. Quite a detailed answer. Obviously, the move towards bed and breakfast is disappointing, but I do fully respect the the pressures that have been put on the service. Final one for yourself, I think, Kenny. The percentage of stock meeting Scottish housing quality standards is currently 70%. The target is 98.6%. That's quite a big gap. My question is this adequately resourced to try and turn this around?
Mr Gillespie.
Provost, yes, absolutely, and I'm very confident we will meet that, Provost and Councillor. The biggest area that holds us back here was smoke detectors. Not that we didn't have them, but it was the requirement for interlinked. We had circa 3,000 tenants who refused access. We put in an enforced access programme, and I'm pleased to say that we're down to only 300, which means at the present time we're 98% compliant with the smoke detectors, hopefully being 100% compliant within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That will have a real positive impact on the Scottish Housing Quality Standard that you see there. The other area is the electrical checks, and we have made great strides to push that forward as well, Provost and Councillor.
Thanks very much, Mr Gillespie.
Thanks again, Mr Gillespie. Just to make the council aware, I was already given an answer by Mrs Algie to do with the detectors that are required by legislation now, and I fully respect, the issue that we had gaining access to some properties, but that's now fully in hand. Thanks, Kenny. If I can move to page 51. The percentage of pupils living in the 20% most deprived areas gaining 5+ awards at level 6. The figures, the percentages quoted there, they appear very low to me. Are we missing out on attending to or caring for these pupils within the most deprived areas? The baseline target is 22% and 53%. And the proposed target is 24% and 57%. It seems a lack of ambition there. So I'm just looking for a wee understanding of why we appear to be that bit unambitious.
Okay, we'll go to Ms Algie for a response.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, the targets are set based on both our performance, but also looking at performance across the country as well, and looking at what is achievable. I don't have the detail of that, but if acceptable to Councillor McCabe, I will get that and come back to you on it.
Thank you, Cam. Appreciate that. And final one, Provost, page 53. Create a greener and cleaner Falkirk area. I've got a difficulty with this one. To me, it just doesn't seem to be working. And it leads on to a question I was probably going to ask later on in the meeting, but street cleanliness score, it's not working. The number of complaints that I'm getting currently from local residents is off the scale. So I'm just wondering, how do we go about rectifying our policy decision? It's impacting negatively on our communities rather than positively. How do we go about either reversing or tweaking the policy to ensure that we do have clean streets and public areas?
Right, thanks, Councillor McCabe. We'll go to Mr Gardner for a response.
Thanks, Provost. Through yourself, Provost. Well, first of all, Councillor McCabe, I'm pleased to advise that KSB recently did an analysis in Falkirk, and our street cleanliness index has actually improved over the past 12 months. That said, litter is still an issue. I'm very aware of that. So we have a very proactive litter strategy. As you're aware, through the Litter Prevention Action programme, which has been running out at schools and within community groups as well. If there are any particular areas,
Councillor, that you're concerned about. Obviously, I can get officers to look at that. There's a piece of legislation that will be coming in shortly, and it places an obligation on to the producers of litter, whether it's kiss packets, cans, etc., to make their materials more recyclable. But not only that, it also places an onus upon them to pay for the cost of litter disposal, and there'll be a report coming to executive within the next year advising of that. So that's called the extended producer responsibility scheme. So again, ahead of that, I'm happy to speak to the council about that and how it's going to have a positive impact, not only in Falkirk, but wider across the whole of Scotland.
Thanks, Mr. Gardner. I can't say I'm totally happy with the answer. We definitely do have issues in my local ward. Falkirk may have had a decent enough appraisal, but I can assure you that the ward, particularly Denny and Dunny Pace, I'm getting increasing numbers of complaints. But I'll leave it there, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I think it's been a healthy debate, and the recommendations are: it's recommended the council approves the proposed changes to the council plan. That's been moved by Councillor Meiklejohn, seconded by Councillor Gardner. Can we agree with the report?
Provost,
my apologies.
I had nodded to you and I thought you had.
Oh, right, okay, my apologies.
Just a quick question, Provost, if your indulgence. And Councillor Hannah's already mentioned it. It's probably a discussion out with this meeting that regarding foster carers and increasing our foster care families who do an incredible job for this council. And there were 9 councillors at St Francis Saviour's Hall a couple of weeks ago from all parties, listened to their testaments, and they didn't feel they're getting the support that they deserve. So I'm just hoping that outside this meeting, Provost, through Sarah, that as councillors we can support these foster carers, because if we didn't, there's a chance we lose them, and that's something that we didn't want. There are a lot of young children who have went through the foster care system who have been indebted to these families. So I just wanted to be noted that there is conversations that will have to be made going forward, and hope that as a whole council we support these foster carers.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. Thank you.
Provost, just very briefly in response to that, Mrs Lacey is very much aware of that, and there is ongoing engagement with the foster carers, and once they have something to report back, they'll provide a briefing to members.
Thanks very much for that update, Councillor Meiklejohn. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, financial strategy 24-25 to 28-29. And it's a report by Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, everyone. So the report in front of you today presents the Council's financial strategy for the period 2024-25 to 28-29 for approval. The strategy does concentrate on the general fund revenue budget because that's where the majority of the pressure is being experienced. And the report sets out an estimate of the funding gap for the next 5 years and the main areas which the council can use to try and address that funding gap and to put the council in a more financially sustainable position. As the Chief Executive said earlier, the strategy sits within the council's planning framework, recognising that financial sustainability is an enabler that supports delivery of the council plan vision and priorities. And it also sits within the wider economic context, so there is some commentary on that in the strategy document itself. So as I said in September 2022, the strategy should serve as an anchor point so that when decisions are being taken, they'll refer back to the document and those decisions will be considered within the context that's presented in this document. And it's structured in such a way to try and ensure a shared understanding of the extent of the problem, in the hope that that will help Council to take decisions in a more collaborative way. I would say that members have attended a lot of briefings on the strategy. A lot of members did attend, and thank you for your support with that. So my presentation today is really just going to focus on a couple of the key messages within the document. And I think it's been touched on already by a number of members that the most important message is that the Council is not in a financially sustainable position. The budget for 23-24 was met from over £18 million of non-recurring one-off funding, which includes over £15 million of service concessions. And without that one-off funding, the Council would not have been able to meet its statutory duty to present a balanced budget for the year. So the main message from the strategy is that the Council needs to identify recurring savings and income as soon as possible to avoid a financial cliff edge in future years. And fundamentally, the Council's still spending beyond its means, and the financial strategy is hoping or aiming to try and ensure there's a shared understanding of that baseline position. So the estimate of the funding gap for the next 5 years is just under 65 million. So evidently, we're still in a precarious financial position. The strategy does aim to set out a way forward, recognising that it will be a very difficult path. It shows that if members were to agree to a 5% council tax increase each year and approve all the savings that have been identified to date, a gap of around 31 million would still remain. And that's a huge challenge for the Council because we don't have enough savings options on the table at this point. Members will be aware that the strategy sets out some of the caveats around the budget gap. And previous reports to members have noted that the further out we go, the more uncertainty there is. The economic environment does remain challenging. Inflation and interest rates, as well as economic performance, are all uncertain, and that will all have a direct impact not only on our funding, but on our communities and on the level of service support that they require. So the gap in the strategy will be kept under review. It will be updated as more information becomes available. I would anticipate certainly bringing an updated position as part of the budget report at the end of February. The key areas of uncertainty remain the pay award, not only for future years, but also for 23-24. The Scottish Government grant settlement we don't have yet. We're not expected to have that until December. And then, as I said, inflation and interest rates are also critical factors for us. So on page 70 of the document, the financial strategy sets out or highlights some of the messages from the Scottish Government's medium-term financial strategy. And that document recognised a funding gap within the Scottish Government for both revenue and capital. And I believe for revenue, it was around about £1 billion for 24-25. And so on that basis, we are not anticipating significant additional funding coming from the Scottish Government for future years. And so our assumptions are that we will have a flat cash settlement. Members will be aware, and we've already talked about the fiscal framework that's been developed with the Scottish Government as part of the New Deal for Government. And the strategy at this point doesn't make any assumptions about the outcomes of that fiscal framework because there's no clear outcome at this point that we could build in to our assumptions. A key ask, as we've already discussed, is to remove or reduce directed funding. But that doesn't mean an increase in funding available to the council. What that means is that we would have to choose to stop or reduce services that are currently supported by that directed funding and use that funding elsewhere. So at this stage, because we don't have certainty on whether we will get those asks or not, we can't build that into our financial assumptions. So pages 73 and 74 of the financial strategy explore the issue of directed funding in a little bit more detail. I mentioned that the strategy sets out the 4 main areas for bridging the financial gap, which are council tax, service savings, other fees and charges, and service concessions, recognising the previous caveats we've said about service concessions just buying us time rather than addressing any structural gap. So each of those areas is covered separately in the strategy, but I think it's important for members to note that it is very likely that all 4 areas will be needed to help us to get to a financially sustainable position. The strategy also sets out some modelling to show the relationship between council tax and service savings, how a higher council tax would mean less savings are required, and vice versa. So we've estimated that an increase of 2% each financial year in council tax equates to around £10 million in funding over the 5 years. And we've looked at council tax in increments of 2% to try and model that out. And again, it's important to note that that £64 million gap assumes an increase of 5% in council tax. If members in February, the strategy also models how the timing of savings agreement and delivery impacts on the level of service concessions that need to be used and the balance of service concessions that would be left at the end of the financial strategy period. So we've made this point before, but I think it's always worth emphasising that we need to identify and approve savings as early as possible in the 5-year period, because that will allow us to retain service concessions which could be used for investment. But until we get to a more financially sustainable position, we're not in a position to be able to do that. Page 78 on the agenda includes some commentary on council priorities and decision making, and it's important that the council demonstrates that we are using our funding effectively and appropriately, but it can be difficult to demonstrate that during a time of financial constraint when we're having to make reductions to balance the position. But our auditors have flagged up that they would like to see a better linkage between council priorities and council funding decisions. So page 79 of the agenda flags up how some of the investment decisions taken at the budget link back to the council plan and the 3 council priorities. And we're also working on the structure of the 24-25 budget to try and make some of those links more explicit. The strategy also sets out proposed target operating model principles for approval, and these are on page 99 of the agenda. If approved, the principles would be applied by services as they work through potential changes to how services are delivered, and the principles would provide some reassurance to members that all options and approaches have been considered as part of that development. Consideration will be given to a further phase of the target operating model, and that will be reported back to members. And so in conclusion, I would say that there's still a huge amount of work to do as a council to achieve financial sustainability. Over the next few months, we'll be refining our assumptions. As more definite information becomes available, we'll be working with services to identify more options for transformation, improvement and reduction. And we will be bringing reports to members to look for approval on some of those significant service change proposals. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Templeman. We'll now go to Councillor Meekum-John.
Thank you, Provost. And I just want to say thanks to Ms Templeman and indeed the Chief Executive for the leadership and the senior management for bringing this particular document forward. And there's been a huge amount of work going into this and a great amount of effort to get some modelling that can actually give the council a route map to move forward. Financial strategy for 24 to 29 sets out the challenge and financial position facing the council, and it has been predicted with a £64.4 million gap over the next 5 years.
The strategy does set a route map to how the council can seek to tackle the gap and provide models to members on options on how financial sustainability may be achieved using the enablers of the council tax, service savings, fees and charges, as well as service concessions. This is the first time that we've had such a long-term plan and indeed been able to see a route to financial sustainability. The current financial pressures are likely to continue for some time, yet with this year in particular being very challenging because of the contraction of the GDP across the UK, but also over the next few years we're likely to continue to see a difficult time. Interest rates and therefore loan charges remain high, with inflation not falling as quickly as anticipated, making it difficult to plan for the longer term. Further factors which can continued impact on the wider economy, maintaining volatility, are such as the Ukrainian conflict, Brexit, and of course the need to address the impact of climate change. Scottish Block Grant, as we know, will not be significantly increased, if at all, and considering inflation is not falling as quickly as expected, this will place further pressure on the Scottish Government budgets, and therefore we can anticipate that local government will not have any better settlement than flat cash. Being mindful that there has been an injection of over £500 million into local government to support pay pressures in this year alone, that doesn't help us maintain services. As a result, there will be a need to continue to reduce expenditure and increase income going forward, mitigating where possible the reduction in service. In 24-25, this is the largest gap and estimated to be at £34 million. This is due in the main to the use of non-recurring funding, pushing the problems further down the line and savings being used up. If we're able to identify all of the £34 million this year, then there would be less need to rely on service savings going forward. Hence the reason that Mrs. Templeman has suggested that the earlier we're able to identify savings, the better. As it stands at the moment, currently officers have identified £34 million towards the £64 million gap over the piece, leaving still a further remaining 31 to be identified. But we would need to go beyond that if members are to be given options, and that will be extremely challenging to do. We have limited variables we have to support our financial plans, but we do have to consider each of them accordingly. Council tax, our gap is based on an assumption at this stage of how council tax will be used only for planning purposes, an increase of 5%. Historically, we've had a low council tax but high service provision above statutory levels. This is no longer sustainable. The strategy, however, uses 5% for illustration and does not tie us into that decision on levels of council tax, but is a key variable in building the long-term financial plans, and indeed the various modellings of above and below 5% will impact on the savings we need to identify. It's clear we'll need to be savings from services, with mitigation where possible coming from service transformation and redesign. Increasing income, fees and charges with a safety net of our concessions policy being in line with other councils will be a factor. Not doing that will leave us at a distinct disadvantage compared with our peer authorities. The target operating model are fundamental to delivering on the strategy, and the strategy is fundamental to the council being able to be financially sustainable and be able to deliver investment in our communities. It will give officers a framework to work within in developing savings to be presented to members for decisions, which includes carrying out consultations and EPIAs before they're presented. It is going to be important to be open and honest with our communities about the decisions we're going to be taking, and they have access to good, clear information and an acknowledgement that there will be things that are unpalatable, things that we find unpalatable, but having a financially stable council means that we're able to continue to deliver vital services. Therefore, having a clear and robust communications plan is part of our strategy and will help us to develop the engagement with our communities. Finally, service concessions. When discussing at the Financial Strategy Group, there was a unanimous view that we need to make sure that our communities get the benefits of our service concessions. For too long, we've had reliance on one-off funding being used to support service levels beyond that which we're required to do. As a result, that has left us wanting for investment within our communities. The financial strategy has a modelling that if we take early savings, and these will be difficult decisions, we will avoid the cliff edge that could mean that others will be appointed to make decisions for us. And this has the potential to have service concessions that we could use to invest, that could be our schools or in our sports and leisure facilities. To reiterate the key message from Ms Templeman, that the Council is not currently financially in a sustainable position. To reach that goal, it's important that we do adopt and stick to the strategy in order to do the best for our communities. I therefore move the report. Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to the Council Leader and to Amanda for that report, and also our team as well. And we've heard Ms Templeman, and we've also heard the Council Leader there saying we're in a financial cliff edge and we're not in a financially sustainable position. I really do hope that all elected members here take cognizance of this and will act responsibly going forward, and just not do things for the sake of their party politics maybe, and rather for what's best for the community and what's best for Falkirk Council. Yeah, thank you. I'll come back if that's okay.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor.
Happy second.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Hahn. Do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment, but I do have an addendum to the and request that serious consideration be given to improving funding situation.
Thank you. And it's just to confirm to members of the council that we do have a note of the amendment proposed, which is in addition to the recommendations, and that's to ask the council leader to write to the First Minister to emphasise the seriousness of the financial position Falkirk Council is in, and to call on the Scottish Government to provide improved financial support through the grant and the implementation of the Verity House Agreement and the fiscal framework.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Hannah?
Happy to second, Provost.
Thanks very much.
Provost, could I respond to that?
Yes, Councillor Meikle-John.
I would be happy to accept that addendum, providing that we also add the recognition that the UK government is the only government able to raise budgets, and that we also write to the Prime Minister asking them to increase the Scottish Block grant in order to be able to sustain vital services for local government.
Councillor Hannah?
I don't have a problem about writing to both the Scottish Government and to the UK Government, and if we could agree a form of words, we might be able to make it not only from the Council Leader but from all group leaders.
Mr Moody.
I think it's maybe worth reflecting, Provost, that we've had a similar situation within fairly recent months where there was agreement across the Council to write to both the First Minister and the Prime Minister. So I think there might be agreed terms for that from that decision.
Happy with that?
Agreed.
Everybody agreed? Councillor Spears?
Thank you. I would like to agree with that, but we have previously asked to write to the First Minister, and we've never had at this meeting the response. So I would make sure that we get the response, because after Councillor Meikle-John, the Leader of the Council's call for unity earlier on, then we need to appreciate that we are in difficult times, and that as a council we need to let the people know, but we also need to let the people know that the authorities who have cut our budget are getting to know the feelings of this council, because that's the feelings of the people of this area. But we need to know the response that comes back from both Westminster and Holyrood.
Well, thanks, Councillor Spears. So we're agreed on that? Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr. Do you have an amendment?
No, I have not. Provost, write to anybody, write to Donald Trump if you want. But I'm not bothered who the money comes for, we just need more money.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment to this, the workforce plan? Okay. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Financial strategy. Okay then, so we'll just open it up for discussion. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, well, I was actually, because we had kind of lost the thread of where we were previously when it cut off, and Jack very helpfully has provided me with the text of what Councillor Hannah had proposed. So I'm just sort of digesting that, and I don't. I think, you know, just looking at it now, I don't have a problem with it, but I think even whether making it the clarity about the Verity House agreement would maybe be helpful, rather than just sort of, you know, the implementation, you know, the clarity around the circumstances. But I'm sure that could be picked up in a letter and doesn't really need to be put in an addendum. But so I'll have some comments on the report, but I'll let others come in for the discussion. I just wanted to know what position we were at really in this item, because it was a bit lost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So we'll now open it up for discussion. Has anybody got any comments on the financial strategy? No? Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. Got me a wee bit off wheels there, just bear with me. Thank you. If I look to Part 8, Council Tax Strategy, page 22. You already see that the council increased council tax by 7%, and the average rise in the rest of mainland Scotland was 5.2.5. I understand why we did that. We then move to page 24. The Scottish Government has undertaken a consultation on council tax changes. Question: what do we think will be the outcome of this consultation, and what effect will it have on our own deliberations?
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Councillor McCabe. To be frank, I have no sense of what the outcomes of that consultation will be. We brought the paper to executive that talked about the impact it would have on the bands E to H. The consultation only closed, I think, last week on the 20th of September. So we've not had any sense of what the collective view of that is. So I think that's why, or that is why in the financial strategy we said, look, we can't take this into account at this point, but I would expect to have the answer either when the budget settlement comes through, potentially, or and that we usually bring a report back on the outcome from the budget settlement, or as part of the budget setting process in February.
Thanks, Amanda. You just touched on it there where you're looking at bands E to H. I'm just wondering how this actually correlates. There's actually no factual basis to assume that people in higher bandings have higher incomes, me being one of them. There's a danger that we target vulnerable people by mistake. I'm just curious to where this assumption that because I stay in a sandstone semi-detached villa, I'm worth a few quid and you can charge me more. I'm begging here for money. I'm just wondering if you get any view on it, Amanda.
I don't think that's a fair. It's not really a question, is it?
I was just curious about why it's arisen. You know, that we are only looking at bands E to H, Provost. Okay, we'll move on. To do with service savings now. On page 27. Under the Council of the Future, we have the transformation of roads, grounds maintenance and street cleansing. As I already alluded to, the public perception of this is that we're failing. So I think we really need to have a look at this one again. I mean, I'll probably be bringing this up out with the council here, but I think it's something that we have to bear in mind. If I could then move down just below that, we have ward-based budgeting. Could I ask for a wee bit of an expansion about what that actually entails? It's the first I've heard of it.
Thank you, Provost. Happy to pick that up. Councillor McCabe, the ward-based budgeting project is looking at how we can split up our budgets to identify what we actually spend in each of our wards and to look at that across the full council area. It's a huge piece of work, so we're currently looking at a few pilot areas to target those in particular. That is the main part of that phase one of that project. Ultimately, that information will then help us better plan our spend in different wards, but it will also support us as we move into participatory budgeting beyond what we've been doing with community choices. So the next phase of participatory budgeting will be about mainstreaming that, and the ward-based budgeting work will help support that piece of work as well.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Alger. I appreciate that nice, concise answer. I can move to page 34 and 35, the target operating model, where within the description of it, we have the 11 principles of the target operating model. And the first one is to do with principle 1, where we are a smaller, more focused and efficient organisation. I can understand the concept of that, but the reality of it is we've increased our workforce by 10% over the past 5 years. If you have a look at page 134, you'll actually see the numbers to back that statement up. So I suppose my question here is, are we at the start of the cycle where we are going to try and cut down on the size of the council? Because at the minute, we appear to be, the sense of direction is on the rise, but we're proposing that it should be getting cut. I'd just like someone's opinion on where we are with that.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. We'll go to Ms. Algie for that.
Thank you, Provost. Provost, there are a number of reasons why our workforce has increased, but there's also a number of areas of our workforce that has decreased over the years due to savings and changes that we're making. Now, the areas in which we've seen increases have been, for example, the trust workforce of around 400 or so employees coming into the workforce of the council. We've also seen a significant increase as a result of ring-fenced funding for early years coming into the council with additional workforce as part of that early years expansion work, for example, and that funding was ring-fenced to putting additional jobs in place in these areas. So there are a number of areas like that where we're seeing the workforce increase, but that's not to say that's happening right across the board. There are areas, as I say, that are decreasing as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mrs. Algie. A nice, concise answer again. I appreciate that. I suppose just picking up on the community trust. The community trust was an arm's length organisation, if you like, so it was always fairly attached to the council. So using that as a kind of justification for the increase in numbers is a wee bit not particularly. I don't particularly buy into that one, but I do take on board, you know, the question of teacher numbers. I totally accept the ring fence. I don't know if you want to come back, Mrs. Algie.
Provost, the community trust was always considered as a separate organisation, so their workforce was never included as part of our employee numbers. They were included as the community trust's workforce and not the council's workforce. So it was always completely separate. So them coming in is indeed an addition to our workforce.
Okay, thanks. Just an observation, I suppose, Principle 9, we used data to better plan, manage and design design services. I think being a member of the scrutiny committee, we'd already identified that the use of data would be much more beneficial to be rolled out across all of the services. So I'm pleased to see that that's been included there. Budget communications, page 38. I think this is going to be critical. This is, I speak personally, as a councillor, and I would hope that every single councillor takes this on board. It states in the kind of main second paragraph, further significant raises to council tax and service reductions or cessations are likely to be unpopular. That's an understatement if I've ever heard one. It's of major concern to our constituents out there, and it's something that we need to, I would suggest, all buy into as how we get the message out. Previous budget consultations asking for views on much more broad and general issues have tended to be less successful. I totally understand that. I think previous consultations have been very, very poor.
Councillor McCabe, could you maybe ask some questions, please?
I suppose my question really is, Provost, we're looking at the budget communications. What involvement are councillors going to have in this process? I'm talking at nitty-gritty level here, because we are the guys, as Councillor Kelly previously alluded, we're the guys who go out there and face the community to answer questions that they quite rightly bring to us. So we need to know that any message that we're putting out, we have got some input in. So I'm looking to, the question is, what involvement will we have in the budget communication process?
Thank you, Provost. Councillor McCabe. So we are in the process of developing some, I can't remember the technical team term that the communications team used, but they're in the process of developing some things for us to have a look at. My proposal would be that our first stop would be to go through our CMT as officers to have a review of it, and then I would propose to take it to the financial strategy group in the first instance. That would be how I would see this going forward.
So Vicky,
I'm just a wee bit concerned about that rather than it being honed in on the financial strategy group. My constituents don't know what a financial strategy group is. What they know is it's me as a councillor representing them in council. So we need to be involved in that. So rather than going to a financial strategy group, I think it's got to come back to all independent and individual councillors for them to have some input. My last point, Provost, is to do with the appendices on page 46. The general revenue grant from the Scottish Government, the budget gap assumes a £2.6 million reduction in 24-25. What are we doing to argue against this? Is the letter from the council through the Scottish Government going to cover that element of it? Or are we writing a separate letter to the Scottish Government?
I think we'll go to Mr. Laurie for a reply.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. In terms of the funding that comes from Scottish Government and the relationship between local government and Scottish Government, that is mainly conducted through COSLA. And I think anyone that's paid attention to the work of COSLA over the last year and more will know that COSLA has taken a very robust line on issues, absolutely on a cross-party basis, in terms of making the case for local government. It's done that on a regular basis and in a way that I think has had quite some impact and probably has been instrumental in terms of the fact that we're now moving towards the Verity House Agreement and the fiscal framework. So I think in terms of the any letter from this council, then clearly the level of grant is going to be central to that letter. But I suppose what I would really emphasise is the fact that at a COSLA level, this has been, this is an ongoing and robust discussion, which is now leading into the discussions around about the Verity House Agreement. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Mr.
Thanks, Mr. Laurie. Take on board what you've said. I could just move to my final point. It's on energy. Energy inflation reflects the projected contract price increases received from Scottish Government procurement team. For 24-25, electricity is projected to increase by 13% and gas by 32%. These are horrendous numbers. What are we doing to seek additional funding from the Scottish Government precisely on this point? The Scottish Government will receive additional revenue from the increase in gas and electricity prices. What can we see coming back to local authorities? Leave it there.
Mr. Templeman, any comment on that?
Well, again, I think this is all linked to what the Chief Executive was talking about in terms of those representations that we're making to COSLA. So there's a Director's Finance section with the 32 Directors of Finance or Chief Finance Officers. We are asked to input regularly to discussions on where our pressures are. We're asked to articulate those pressures in terms of percentages and pound assumptions that we're making into the budget. And those challenges form part of the consultation discussions between COSLA and the Scottish Government. So I think it's all sort of bound up within there. We have been back and forward with the Scottish Government, who send us these price risk guidance. That's what we use to take these percentages from. So we've been back and forward to try and get some updates on that. And that's the best estimate that we have. That was from about mid-August. But we'll keep revisiting those assumptions. But as I say, I think in general, it's all caught up with the budget negotiation that's happening just now.
Okay, thanks, Mrs. Templeman. Thank you, Provost. Appreciate your indulgence.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Got another 4 councillors to speak, so if we could try and be succinct if we can. Councillor Kerr.
I'll try and be as quick as possible, Provost. With the gap, 64.5 million over the next 5 years, we understand that there is pressures on all services, and all services will be looked at. And it's not just been the last or the next 5 years. The previous years have been horrendous as well. So I've asked Mrs. Templeton this question before. What happens after 28-29 going forward? What happens in 29-30 and going forward onwards? Do the savings just stop, or are we still under pressure?
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Mr. Templeman for a response.
And I know you've not got a crystal ball.
No. Thanks, Convener, Councillor Kerr. It's a difficult question to answer because it's so dependent on so many different variables. So hopefully we would anticipate inflation, interest rates coming back under control. So that will reduce some of the pressures, including pressures on things like pay award. The challenge will be the steps that have to be taken to bring those things back under control. And if those things have a really negative impact on the economy and tax receipts go down, then we know that that will then impact on our grant. So I think it's a really difficult thing to predict at this stage. I suppose what I would say is that the position we're in just now is that the next year we're facing is always going to be the hardest one, because we're just sort of snowballing our issues. We've got these issues that we're just carrying forward from year to year to year. And so something that may cost, I don't know, if we took £10 million out the system in year one, then we wouldn't face that £10 million pressure in year two. If we don't take it out till year three, then it will have cost us £30 million to cover that pressure, because we will have had to cover those costs 3 times. So it is about trying to take action as early as possible to try and minimise the pressures that we're going to face in the future, but also so that we have some flexibility. I think part of the difficulty we have at the moment is because of the scale of the pressures, it's very hard to know where to go and where to turn. Whereas if you know that your pressures for 1 year are going to go up, they may be a bit better the next year, you can have a bit of flexibility to say, well, we might apply some reserves this year, but we know that it will be okay next year. We're not in that position just now where we can have that flexibility. So I think, although I think I can't predict what it'll be like in 5 years' time, I suppose I would say that if we don't start to tackle the issues now, it's going to be terrible. We've talked about that financial cliff edge. If we do start to tackle the issues now, we'll be in a much better position, I think, in 5 years' time.
Thank you very much, Amanda. And we realise that difficult decisions and unpalatable decisions will need to be taken. We understand that. But there gets to a stage where how far do we go? And my next question is probably for Mr. Laurie. Are we going to end up a statutory council? We're only doing statutory services.
I think the answer to that is no, Councillor Kerr, because it's a bit of an echo. I don't know if this. I think the answer is no, because there's a difference between what's statutory and what's non-statutory, and what's most important for our communities. So the example I would always tend to use would be a lot of the work we do in children and family social work, which is critical work, preventative work, supporting our families that are most in need of our support across a range of issues. That is fundamentally important, but a lot of that work isn't actually statutory. And yet it's critical for the future well-being of this council, and both financially for us and for our communities in terms of their well-being, that we continue to do that. I think in terms of statutory services, and this is a live issue on today's agenda, isn't it? In terms of statutory services, we cannot continue to have both a level of provision which is above statutory and a level of council tax which is significantly below average. It doesn't compute. It doesn't compute. And it doesn't make any sense in the context of the position we face as a council. Now, that does imply exceptionally challenging decisions. But I suppose that what I very strongly support is the point that Amanda's just made. We need to make decisions so that we can begin to move to that position of sustainability. If we're carrying with us a deficit in the region of the deficit we currently see for 24-25, year by year by year, we never solve this issue. And if we don't solve the issue, the biggest challenge for us is these service concessions, which have been made available to us and which are substantial in scale, will disappear. And they'll disappear simply to preserve a level of service a couple of years longer than we might otherwise have done. So that's why the point about early decisions is exceptionally important, albeit I recognise the challenge for the council in making such decisions. But it's not a simple statutory, non-statutory equation, though the risk, of course, is the longer we take to resolve our issues, the more we will then face a cliff edge, which will mean we're going back to minimum levels of service and potentially having to take cuts in really sensitive areas such as children and family social work. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Laurie. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Mr. Laurie. And it's already been stated by Councillor Kelly and Councillor McCabe. The people who are constituents, when these decisions are made, it's us they come to. They're no saying that Kenneth Laurie's made that decision, that bad decision on the council. It's us, 30 councillors, that get it in the neck. And I know that it's hard decisions, and we are prepared to take these hard decisions as long as it is for the benefit of the people of Falkirk. And just to finish off, just like to thank Amanda and Danny and the team for always there if you're needing advice on the financial position of the council. I wish she didn't have to come with the bad news all the time. It's like a judge coming in with the black hat and saying, "Right, today," but we are prepared to make the decisions, but it needs to be right for our constituents as well, for communities. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. It was just on page 30, maybe a question. This is like the sort of, this is what we're faced with in the future. So the assumed increase with a £64 million budget gap is 5% year on year, every year for the next 5 years. Even if we took the sort of midway option, it'd be 7% year on year, every year for the next 5 years that we're asking people to pay. That's a lot of money for people. But with that 7% rise every year, we will need a minimum £10 million cut every year, or £10 million worth of savings to be found every single year. What sort of message does that send to people if we're raising your council tax 7% year on year, and it's £10 million cuts after £10 million cuts? It's no fair for people. And it's been said we need to tackle the issues, and one of the issues is we're funding, and whether it's the UK government or the Scottish government, we need to be passionate and we need to be fighting for more funding, because I don't think any councillor here wants to make £10 million worth of savings a year, and tackling the funding issues is a big part of this. And I think obviously officers can't be political, but we as councillors need to be more forthright and more determined to get some more funding from somewhere, because £10 million a year funding cuts on top of a 7% year on year council tax rise isn't acceptable for the people of Falkirk, and it's not in their interest.
Thanks, Councillor Redmond. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks, Provost. I think there's been good questions raised so far, and I think from what the Chief Executive has just said. Everybody froze for a minute. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it froze again. Basically, that in the way that we make decisions, and there's been a lot of reference to the need for making these advanced decisions in order to create that financial stability and not each year have that same cliff edge. And I don't think as everybody said, any councillor in this room or online wants to make difficult decisions for our communities, but we don't really have a choice. But in the strategy where we're looking at in 5.2 in the main paper about the options to balance the budget, we understand in the choices we make to which savings we take or how much council tax we put up, that there are different, that it's a balance. So the proposals which come forward in advance in terms of questioning how this advanced decision making works, that I understand the principle of wanting to do that in as far advanced as possible so that we can make those recurring savings early. But as councillors, how do we, when our obligation is to look at the suite of decisions about, and it talks about in 5.2, it's options to balance the budget. Our legal obligation is to balance that budget. And so we've got to make a collective decision about what proposals together, be that raising council tax a certain amount, taking service concessions or taking service cuts. How does that all play? How do we look at the impact on all of those proposals together on our communities to get the right balance, rather than, for example, saying, well, we don't like that £625,000 there, therefore we'll raise council tax over here because that will be less impactful in our community. That's the difficult decisions we've got. So how in the strategy does that work if we are kind of like according to 5.2 in how councillors balance the budget, but taking decisions in much, not even in year, but in advanced years, if we don't know what the picture is going to be of what the options overall are going to be for significant savings, not for small savings, not for that thing's positive, let's do it and let's take it, for savings that are budget savings. how does that balance out for us?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Ms Templeman, try and answer that.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. So I suppose at this point we are not asking members to take a decision today. We are setting out what a pathway could look like and what the different options are, and trying to also set out what the relationship between those options are. I think the change in approach that we are trying to take to get away from that big bang budget is reflective of a few different things. One is that the options that are coming forward are increasingly difficult and therefore I think require further and more detailed scrutiny than can be afforded at one budget meeting where they're all considered in the round. But I think the second point of that is that in the past, although it now feels like quite a long time ago, members were presented with a suite of options that could be where options could be selected to balance the budget. And the reality of where we are is that even with a 5% council tax increase, we're £31 million short of options. And so it's very difficult to say to members, choose between these different proposals that are on the table because we don't have enough to cover our gap. The position we're in at the moment for 24-25 is that we've got a £34 million gap. We've identified around £13 million of savings. So we're looking at £21 million that if it wasn't for service concessions, we would not be able to bridge that gap. And we would be speaking to the Accounts Commission about how we move that forward. So I think it's an exceptionally challenging position and it's a very different environment to where we were a few years ago. And whilst it would be much better if we were sitting with a full suite of options to be able to compare and contrast impacts, the reality is we're quite far away from that at this point. And although the options that have come forward to members, which haven't been sort of palatable, are officers' assessments of the least worst options at this point in time. And I think that's a really difficult position for us all to be in, that we know that those are the best options that we can identify at this point in time.
Okay. I mean, I suppose it doesn't, although, and I agree, and what it says in the strategy paper here is the financial strategy is not asking for an individual decision. It's talking about the approach, and I can see the approach, but what I'm asking is, in saying that we want to try to bring things forward in terms of what is a budget, proposals to bridge the budget gap for future years, we also, as I understand it, have an obligation to look at the cumulative impact. And although I agree, Amanda, it's not fair and it's not easy, but it is our job as elected members to make those decisions. And I don't know how, in the absence of the detail of what, it's not about the amount that comes forward. I agree that all the assessments in terms of what might be flat cash or otherwise, but to return back to the Verity House and what it says in the report, and it says here about further updates, you know, this document will be updated as and when we have information, and we have more information in the fiscal framework. But why Verity House is important in this is that it's about that directed spend. If when we're talking about in your 5.2 what might be service savings, if we don't even know what kind of service savings we might be looking at in different ways and what might be brought forward from officers, making an advanced decision, as we're later being asked to on this agenda, making an advanced decision for a future year, I don't understand how that fits with the strategy that's being presented here. So my question is, how does the concept of agreeing without understanding what we might be faced with potential options for cuts, obviously what the overall settlement will be, but what we don't know what the fiscal framework is going to be, how can we really agree to take forward, and as it's suggesting the strategy, savings ahead of the context when we've got these legal obligations to consider the cumulative impact on equalities? How?
Simple.
Thank you. I suppose it's a question of perspective to some extent. I'm looking at the Verity House agreement, and I'm looking at the economic context, the £1 billion funding gap that the Scottish Government have identified that they have for 24-25, and the pressures that are faced nationally, that have been sort of well documented recently. There's a lot of focus, for example, on hostel waiting lists and things like that. So I'm looking at that gap, I'm looking at those pressures, and looking at the experience of what has happened up to now in terms of what we would refer to ourselves as unprotected services within the financial settlement. I'm thinking that at this point, my advice would be, I think it's highly unlikely that there would be any significant additional funding streams that are going to come out of the fiscal framework in terms of new additional funding that we can easily apply to our funding deficit. I think equally we're quite far into the planning for the 24-25 budget, and the timeframes for getting information for the fiscal framework, particularly for 24-25, are quite unclear at this point in time. So there is a lot of discussion happening about some of the foundational points of the fiscal framework without us starting to get into any detail in terms of what that actually will mean for us. And also, I think what's proposed in the fiscal framework in terms of that directed funding is actually a huge cultural change for Scottish Government as well. And that is going to take some time, I think, to embed within the Government if that approach is agreed. So I think, in summary, I'm kind of looking at what I know now, and I'm making some assumptions and providing some advice on where I think we will be for 24-25. I do accept the point that you're making about impact, and we've had this conversation. I've had the conversation with the Chief Governance Officer about how do we consider the sort of EPIA for the entire budget in terms of the collective impact of everything that's in there. And I think that's an area where we've recognised that we do need to do work for the budget that will be presented in February. But I suppose nevertheless it comes down to that sort of my belief that when we come to 24-25 and we come to that budget setting meeting, there won't have been a fundamental change that would change the recommendations from officers that are sitting in that report later on in the agenda.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Eppler. I'm sure this will be raised again in the home to school transport issue, Councillor Murtagh, so can we leave it there for now?
I'll leave it there, but I thank for those answers.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Spears, then we'll go to Councillor Nimmo, and we'll hopefully close the debate there. Councillor Spears.
I would like to start with my question and then elaborate.
Okay.
Is there a study being done into if this council is taken into special measures, administration, or if we become a signpost council? As sad as I may be, I've been studying the 8 councils in England, and especially Essex County Council, which is a different framework from what we have in Scotland, that were taken in. The Essex Council's already been in special measures, and I believe there's another 8 councils that could be there, some of them having up to £600 million in deficit. I think most people have heard on the news about Birmingham Council. We've heard on the news in Scotland that Stirling Council could be over budget, and that Glasgow Council has £600 million to find for equal pay settlements. Now, what we really need to know is, will our council be prepared for this? Because a signpost council means that some of our departments will go out to contract and we'll be sitting there with a list of telephone numbers, signposting our constituents to go and phone this number. It will be difficult in the Falkirk because people can't get through in the telephone, but we need to know if this could be a scenario. If we're sitting here discussing all options and all things that could befall us, could we go into special measures or administration?
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Well, Mr. Laurie, would you like to address that?
Thank you, Provost. In terms of the kind of technicalities around this, I mean, as you say, Councillor Spears, the kind of legislative basis for this, such as it is different in Scotland from what it is in England. So we've and the position with local authorities in terms of funding, I think, is probably quite different in some ways as well. And in terms of that particular aspect, I might ask Colin to come in just a minute to talk about that. And you know, like you, I'm aware that some other Scottish councils are in a sense in a more powerless position than Falkirk is, because they don't have the service concessions which allow them to cushion the blow to a degree for a year or two, albeit I'd re-emphasise my point that by cushioning the blow, we're losing investment opportunities, and I think I take that very seriously. So I guess it is a possibility. I don't think we should be preparing for ourselves for that possibility. We should be preparing for ourselves to ensure we avoid that possibility by taking the appropriate actions at every stage. But in terms of precisely what that might look like, I think Colin might be able to shed a little bit more light than I'd be able to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Laurie. Mr. McGraw.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I think the Chief Executive has referred to the fact that the statutory framework is a bit different in Scotland than it is in England and indeed in Wales, which has its own framework too. But there is scope for ministerial intervention and directions to local authorities in Scotland in the case of a report by the Auditor General, which is considered by the Accounts Commission, where there are issues which arise in the local authority accounts, or if there is a failure to undertake the Council's duties in relation to best value. Now, both of those, I think, are scenarios which are associated with effectively failing to be able to balance our finances and put ourselves into a financially sustainable position. The significant difference, I think, between Scotland and England is that there hasn't been an example yet within the Scottish context where there has been several within England. So we have, I think, some sense of how that intervention would play out in the English context. And indeed, there are guidelines published by the relevant Secretary of State there as to how he would intervene in those circumstances. So we've seen examples of where commissioners have been appointed to undertake decisions on behalf of some English local authorities. We don't have that history in Scotland. We don't know precisely how ministerial intervention would take shape if a Scottish local authority ended up in that situation. But we do know that there are ministerial powers within the legislation to allow for direction. So I think that's probably as far as I can go, because I think we're entering potentially into the realms of speculation otherwise.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Councillor Spears.
Nobody is under any illusion that we are not entering difficult times. Being unprepared is a bit like the captain in the Titanic that said it's unsinkable. Nothing is unsinkable. I think we need to look a lot further down the line here and see where we would be under various scenarios. One, we might miraculously get a payout for the Scottish Government or the Westminster Government. Two, we might flounder. To sit and wait for a benchmark and another council in Scotland to go down first isn't really the answer for us to be addressing today. We can look at benchmarking what's happened in England, and I've spoke to people that's been through this. It is not pretty. So I would rather that we, one, know exactly where we are and know how we are preparing for all scenarios in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Mr. Laurie's want to come back in.
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, the whole purpose of bringing this suite of reports forward today, and particularly the financial strategy, is precisely so that we are as well prepared as we possibly can be in terms of the various uncertainties that we face in relation to our financial situation. And the point I think that's been made by Amanda and others, which is really important, is we're not about to get a resolution to that uncertainty. We'll get greater clarity on certain issues, but that uncertainty is always going to be with us, and we need to be taking decisions in that context. Certainly, we'll try and present as much and as full information as we possibly can, but we are operating in an uncertain environment, and that will continue to be the case. We just need to be as well prepared as we can, and that's precisely what the financial strategy is about.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Mr. Laurie. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo and we'll close the debate.
Thanks, Provost. No, I will be quick. Just in relation to the council tax in general, I don't think it really matters what percentage figure you put to this, because it's just going to get swallowed up in the black hole. The people out there aren't going to see any benefit. The last 2 years, we increased the council tax by 11%, and the public got no benefit. We've had a whole host of complaints for Grangemouth residents regarding their council tax, and that's only going to get worse. The £34 million gap, we've got to remember as well how we're in this position. It's choices that the Scottish Government have made. They don't value, the Scottish Government don't value council services. That's why we have a gap. And all they'll do is blame Westminster. That's their usual excuse, but that's not an answer.
Have you got a question?
We need to change.
Got a question, Councillor?
I was just making a point, Provost, that was all. It's out of our control, obviously, and I'm certainly not happy having to make continual cuts over the last 16, 17 years.
Okay, thanks for that.
Provost, can I ask a quick question? Just a question, and it will be a question. And it's to Amanda. If we've put the council tax up by 11.5% in the last 2 years, if we hadn't done that, Amanda, what would have happened to services in that period? I presume that we would have to cut them by another 11.5% if we hadn't done it.
Mr. Templeman.
Well, I suppose the short answer is yes. If in increasing council tax, we've deferred or delayed reduction in services or for that period. So whilst the communities may not have seen additionality, or in that sense, there may have been benefit from not having services reduce. But I think as we tried to set out in the strategy, given the scale of the financial challenge we're facing, the reality is that it's going to have to be a combination of all of those things, or continue to be a combination of all of those things going forward to get to a balanced position.
Thanks very much, Ms. Templeman. Before I asked for agreement...
Provost, could I just have a very brief...
that's what I was going to ask, if you want to sum up.
I'm really disappointed that people are not fully understanding the strategy and talking about the bad news. The strategy is actually good news. It's a positive piece of news because it gives us a route map of a positive way forward that will prevent us being in the situation whereby we have the Accounts Commission seeking to come in and give directions from government, and that is a choice that we can make as a council. It's not one from government. We also need to live in the real world and take cognizance of the national picture, both Scottish Government and at Westminster, around the actual funding. And remember that Westminster is the only government that has tax raising powers. Scottish Government has a fixed budget, it has competing priorities, and if you don't want to see cuts in the health service, if you don't want to see cuts elsewhere, if you don't want to see deliveries around climate change, then the only way to do that is by lobbying Westminster for more money for Scottish Government, and that will enable the pie to be made bigger, and therefore Scottish Government, local governments' piece of that pie to be extended. So I think we just need to be realistic about what is achievable. Certainly in the next couple of years, we know that we're not going to have an improved financial climate. We can make all the cases we like, but if there's no more money, there's no more money. And that's it. So we need to think about what we're doing in Falkirk Council. We need to do the best for our communities. That does mean that there's going to be hard decisions. We have a framework to work within, and I would encourage people to get behind that and support that framework, and not start to cherry pick as decisions come forward in front of members. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. So the recommendations have been moved by Councillor Meikle-John, seconded by Councillor Garner. The recommendations are: 1, approve the financial strategy and approach to balancing the financial gap, recognising that the figures therein are indicative and will be updated as required, and 2, approve the target operating model principles, recognising that officers will reference these in future committee reports. Can we agree with the recommendations? Agreed. So we'll break now back here at 2:15 to take the home to school transport agenda item. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll now move to agenda item 9, formal consultation and proposal to change the distance criteria for home to schools transport. One of the potential amendments will be a procedural motion, and this means this will be taken at the start of the item before deputations and before officers speak, and we'll go to Mr Moody to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Provost. And this is an amendment which has been submitted by Councillor Murtagh, which takes the form, in my view, of a procedural motion, in that it asks Council to agree that the matter be considered by the Council at its budget meeting rather than take the decision today. And in accordance with our procedure, that's taken ahead of any substantive consideration of the report. So, Provost, it would be appropriate to hear from Councillor Murtagh in relation to her motion.
Thanks, Mr Moody. We'll go over to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and to Colin. I suppose it was a bit of a surprise to me that this amendment would be seen as a procedural motion, as I understand other amendments that are in are effectively in saying that that they won't go forward with the proposal as it stands, which would then give the opportunity for it to come back in the budget, as I understand. So am I allowed to ask some questions before I speak to the motion, and can I just confirm everybody has a copy of the motion, and would you like me to read it out or not? I can't hear
Okay,
anything.
Councillor Murtagh, fire away.
So I didn't hear anything there. Could you say that again, Provost?
Oh, feel free to ask your questions.
Right, okay. So I suppose, and I just want to say, because I thought still the deputations would potentially come first, so I'm not in any way trying to curtail the ability of people to come and speak and give us their views, because that's crucially important, and that's in essence the whole point of me bringing this forward, is to understand that the needs of our communities and what our communities say and how we make our decisions is really crucial. So apologies to those in deputations, that's not my intention. Is it fair to say that this, as it's proposed in the paper, that this proposal doesn't relate to the 23-24 budget, as in the year that we're in, as that was what the original proposal was? Can somebody just clarify that, please?
Want to say that? Commander, Templeman. Hopefully you heard that okay.
If you could maybe repeat it, Councillor Marta, I was struggling to hear a little bit. Thank you.
Sorry, there's a bit of a lag. So the original budget proposal in which we considered this item, it came from a balancing of the budget of the 23-24 budget, which we're currently in that financial year. Is it fair to say that this proposal in this paper doesn't anymore relate to balancing the budget to 23-24?
Thank you, Councillor Marta. Yes, so the executive update report in August highlighted that we were assuming that this saving was not delivered in 23-24, and that in 23-24 the lack of delivery of that saving would effectively be offset from a combination of underspends and the application of around about 14 million in total of non-recurring reserves. What I would say is that the 24-25 position would, I think, have to be updated to reflect if this isn't, there'll be an assumption in the 24-25 position that this was part of 23-24, albeit in 23-24 it's now been met from a non-recurring basis. So in terms of that recurring pressure, it would be added into 24-25.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Marta.
Right, but I understand that. But the point of when we consulted on this policy and when it was brought forward in the 23-24 budget to be agreed, and that was in principle because there was no detail on it, it was for a decision to be made in the May to be then implemented in August 23, we are now in 23, August 23, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so
that was a yes.
Okay, sorry, yeah, I got that. So basically, if this was in the budget of 24-25 and agreed in February, there would still be that same time, because what I'm seeking to ask is, this is about a proposal that wouldn't apply from this January or this March. It would apply from August 24-25 and impact recurring savings going forward from August 24-25. And if it came forward in the budget in 24-25 in February, it would have that same time to be implemented that we had assumed it would have been. In fact, it'd have more because we hadn't debated it in the budget than what we did last year. Is that correct?
Ms. Templeman.
Sorry, I was speaking to my colleague because I was just struggling to hear a little bit. But yeah, so at this point, where the proposal is the recommendations in the report are suggesting implementation from August 24.
Right. So, and that's, and you know, I know that not everybody has got the motion on the screen in terms of what the public are saying. So maybe I will read out at the end. I don't know. But in effect, what we debated in the financial strategy, to just ask you then, that in effect the motion that's in the paper, or the recommendations that are in the paper, and the last recommendation in the paper that's from officers is saying, if we don't agree this, to effectively bring forward proposals, and I think it's kind of implied not in the budget but ahead of the budget, and specifically proposals from the education budget, because we're trying to direct where we're taking these savings from. That point 7.2, but that is a recommendation, as I understand it, to bring forward, so it would still apply in 24-25, but an advanced decision in 23-24 for 24-25, but without any additional context, just on that decision.
Ms. Templeman.
Sorry, Councillor Marta. Yeah, so well, I suppose the context is the financial strategy that we've already discussed in terms of making the decision, and the reason that decision has been brought forward. My understanding is there's a few drivers for making that decision at this point. Part of it is about lead-in time for delivery. Part of it's also about, given this has been there's been public consultation on this. Part of it is about that certainty for communities about what the proposals are and what's going to be happening. But as I say, I don't think there's any suggestion that if in February the position would be significantly different, that we wouldn't be bringing this type of proposal forward.
Thanks very much. Councillor Murtagh, is that the end of your questions? Because
No,
we really need to move to the motions.
Well, I know that, but I think it's really crucial to try and understand the basis of what's in the report, because the basis in the report says that for 7.7.2, which is what officers are recommending, if we don't take this, then the top line of an alternative, which was what was asked to be brought back to this council, is to cut X number of teachers. And the points that were being made before in the financial strategy and in the council plan is that, given it was stated by the chief executive, we don't have a working assumption from what Verity House is. So that's a question. If we don't have a working assumption, how do we know that we're allowed to cut teacher numbers, given that the assumption was that we're not allowed to cut teacher numbers because teacher numbers are protected by government, as per previous discussion?
Mr. Greenhorn.
Okay, in response to Councillor Murtagh's query, just to confirm that the current government target is 1,651 teachers, but we're allowed to reduce teacher numbers down to that level at the current moment. But at this point in time, until the government confirmed to us at the end of November, early December this year, if that target is still in place, and there's still some dubiety or uncertainty as to whether that target would be in place for next year or not. So at the current moment, we'd be looking to reduce teacher numbers down to that minimum if it was still in place, which we can do, Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Mr. Greenhorn. Councillor Murtagh.
And I accept that. What I'm saying is, and that's the dubiety that Mr. Greenhorn has just introduced, is that we are being asked to make a decision for 24-25 when one of the biggest areas of directed spend from government is significantly misunderstood. We don't have a framework, and this decision doesn't apply to 23-24, which was the original intention of the motion. So to kind of, go to my motion, I don't know, Provost, whether you want me to read it or whether it's possible to put on screen for the record or not.
Okay, Councillor Murtagh, we can share it on the screen for everyone.
Okay, because I think that will mean that it's seen on the live stream, as it were. Okay. So just to go on, so basically in my motion, and the reason it's got the preamble on it was because I didn't realise it would be taken first. So it's important that everybody has had the opportunity to understand the context, and I've shared that in advance with all groups. Most groups have shared their intentions with me, though I would know not all. So Council notes the significant work undertaken by officers aimed at addressing the concerns, and I think that's important. It is that the concerns that have been highlighted in the consultation have been tried to be mitigated. So in particular about the safe walking routes, the ones that aren't safe walking routes, and so the other efforts in terms of the bus. Thank you, Jack. The bus alignments with the routes. So that's part. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. However, Council acknowledges that, if agreed, the recommendation in the report would instigate a change to policy from August 24, and as such represents the recurring budget saving from 24-25. Council further acknowledges that the original saving needed to balance the 23-24 no longer applies, as has just been outlined, and that was reported to the executive in August. So Council recognises that any proposal to increase distance entitlement on home to school transport is motivated by a need to make essential budgetary savings in light of the Council's significant budget gap. And that's the crucial point. It shouldn't be regarded as a positive saving measure that we are taking forward in advance. We know, I don't think there's anybody around this table would look at this and say, let's do that. That's a fantastic idea for our community, and the consultation responses bear that out. So we are only doing this because we're being a responsible council, and we have that imperative to balance our budget. So to kind of move on, Council considers that in light of the Verity House Agreement, the uncertainty over the conditions of the coming year's budget, not only in overall settlement terms, but crucially in that ambiguity over areas of directed and ring-fenced spend, which I believe the Minister only this morning in Parliament was saying that she has potentially no intention to move away from the general concept of. but the principles of Verity House make that really a crucially important point, and it had a significant bearing in last year's budgets across the country, and what we're allowed to look at. So furthermore, that council further understands acknowledges the importance of the cumulative impact of financial decision making on our communities, and that's an essential point of the budget process. And that was the last question I asked to Amanda during the financial strategy. So that's where I would have proposed to start, really, is that council therefore agrees that no financial decision on changes to home to school transport policy be looked at until the full context is understood. And that would be in the 24-25 budgets at the earliest. That all councillors be kept regularly and fully apprised of developments on the Verity House agreement, so that we can understand the working assumptions and how the ring fenced and direct spend will feed into that. But also a couple which I think are potentially not so much procedurally, that council should with immediate effect accept about the walking routes, the safe walking routes that are deemed not to be safe walking routes, and take action accordingly on that. And I think that I can elaborate on what that means in the debate, but that council reaffirms its commitment to fully engage with the EPI process and acknowledges the importance and the cumulative impact of proposals and decision making. So that's the bones of it. And really, I suppose, if I have a question as well with Colin, is we've been here before about we agree things ahead, or we try to do things in year. If we didn't take a decision today on this, if we just said we're not taking a decision today, it could be brought back in the same way that we've made decisions before that we don't touch brown bins or we don't touch other home to school transport. But we can, in a budget, bring back decisions in the understanding of the entire context of setting a budget. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm really struggling with the sound here, so I don't know if Councillor Marker can repeat the question.
Is it my sound specifically, or is it everybody's sound from the room?
I'm finding all of the sound in the room more difficult today.
Okay. Basically, if no decision is made today, one way or another, that doesn't stop a proposal about distance entitlement from home to school transport coming back in either the budget in February or in a later budget. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the context of which no decision is being made. So, for instance, if your procedural motion was successful today and agreed by council, the matter would be continued and reappear in the context of that budget discussion. If, on the other hand, there was an agreement to take no action, so effectively to reject the proposal, which is being proposed by officers to the council, then that wouldn't be the same as taking no decision. It would be taking the decision not to proceed. So that would constitute a decision, and it would be a decision which is protected by the 6-month rule in our standing orders. There's also another complexity to this, in that this is a proposal which has been considered at the end of a statutory process of consultation. And in my view, if the decision were taken to take no action today, so to say no to the proposal, that's the end of that process. So that would conclude that statutory process. So it's not as simple as a straight yes or no answer to your question, but I hope that assists.
It assists. It's just that in previous budgets where, for example, new information, so the overall context of different budget settlement, different amount, different conditions about what we considered, that could then introduce the opportunity to suspend that 6 months rule. But what you're saying, even in terms of my motion, is that if in 24-25, if it came back in 24-25, there'd need to be a new statutory process.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm saying that the statutory process would end if we proceeded to take a decision today. But
Okay.
your motion has the opposite effect. It's to say we don't take a decision on the basis of that consultation today, we proceed to take that decision in the budget meeting. And my view is that the consultation would still suffice to allow that to be taken in the budget meeting.
So accordingly, we would enable all that work that's been done by officers to be able to be providing the context of a decision in the budget, and all that consultation work to feed into giving a proper balanced decision in that budget process, because it would still stand. So that's kind of where, that's the reason I'm bringing this amendment is twofold. It's both so that we can understand that, I'm not a fan of this particular proposal. When I proposed consulting on it, when I was then the portfolio holder, it was with a commitment that we would understand and go out to our communities and get the full understanding of what they thought and all the potential improvements that could be done. And as I say, I commend the work that officers have done to improve the proposal. But I think it's inescapable that when we make these sorts of decisions, it's not dodging them. It's making sure that we do so in the context of what they mean for our communities. And that's about being honest and saying, if we don't take this, yes, we might have to take something else. But if we don't even know what that something else is that is available to us to take, then we're not being honest at this point with our communities about what the impact of making this decision is. The impact of taking this money next year and committing to it out of that budget means that it will have we don't know in terms of, if we're not allowed to touch different things in the ring fencing, then we're not able to present the picture to our communities about what that truly means. And I don't think that is a responsible position to take as a council. If we are going to make difficult decisions, then we need to be clear about what the impact is on our communities. And I don't think having one single EPIA proposal before us gives us that opportunity to make that decision. And it's why I felt very strongly that this proposal shouldn't have been considered in the budget setting meeting of last year, because we didn't have the context of that proposal. We were asked to balance a budget without the context of knowing what that meant for our communities, and then potentially be faced with having a decision later. And at that point, we wouldn't have had the options to balance that with council tax or make other serving cuts or work out what the best balance is for our communities. And this is a kind of, similar way, as it's the opposite way round. But now we're still being asked to effectively make a decision which we know will impact a whole variety of people in our community, and particularly hit some of the poorest. But we don't know what else might hit them in that budget.
Councillor Murtagh,
Yes.
we've heard your motion and you've had sufficient time to speak.
Okay.
And no doubt you'll be asked some questions. So do you have a seconder?
I've not raised my hand. Hi, Provost. I'm going to firmly second that. I would like to hear both sides what's going to be said, but I feel as Councillor Murtagh's independent, I would like to second her motion to see in the debate what's going to happen.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. We'll now open up for questions. Councillor Meikle-Jones.
I'm just asking for a procedural confirmation first, as if questions are allowed, or whether this goes to a debate, Provost.
It's a good point which Councillor Meikle-Jones raises. No, the standing orders don't anticipate this going to debate, because the question we are really having in front of us is, are we going to have the debate on this item or not? So I don't think we're intending to have a debate on whether we're going to have a debate, but I think it would be reasonable to ask questions on if any member has any questions about the consequence of this decision being agreed or not agreed. I think that's a reasonable way forward.
It's just, I think Councillor Murtagh had a very long time to be able to put a case, and it's very unfortunate then that no one else has the ability to actually respond to that. However, I would like to ask a question in relation to our budget planning process and the normality of how many councils take forward decisions that they may not have fully operational and fully worked up at the time of the budget. But the principle of taking that saving is often then taken by members, and during the year that gives the opportunity for it to be worked up into actually a delivery proposal. So I'd just quite like to ask Mrs Templeman about that practice, and how normal and how legal that actually is.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not sure if maybe Chief Governance Officer might want to say something about the sort of legality of the process. I think we've talked at council meetings on a number of occasions about the prospect of bringing proposals forward to members earlier than in the budget process. And I think I sort of alluded to that earlier on. Part of the reason for that is the complexity of the decisions that members are now being asked to take. The need for a consultation to be undertaken, the need for sort of robust reports and robust debate on those proposals, rather than them being sort of subsumed within a big budget report. And I think also going back to that point I made earlier about the complexity of the issues involved, the fact that we don't have enough options on the table as it is. So we're not, it's not that we are presenting members with a choice of different proposals to select from. These are our proposals that we have come up with today. These are the least worst options, and I think the assumption is that from here on in the decisions aren't going to get any easier. So it felt like progress to bring these things forward to council, to executive, for a really robust debate with much more specifics around consultation, engagement, and equalities assessment, and that was why we went down this route. I'm not sure if Colin wants to add anything.
I think there's nothing I can usefully add to that. I concur with Amanda's view.
We will now go to Councillor Buchanan.
Yes. Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Loud and clear.
I just want some procedural advice from Mr Moody, because I'm getting a wee bit confused. Councillor Murtagh obviously has put forward our case. It's been moved and seconded. Now, is there going to be a vote at this situation, or is there going to be opportunities to hear if there are going to be any other amendments? Having not spoken to anybody else regarding anything on this agenda, obviously I would like to hear from everybody before I take and make my mind up on behalf of my constituents. So I just wanted to know what the simplifying the procedure from now. Is it questions to Councillor Murtagh, and then there's going to be a vote? Are they going to open it up for amendments coming from either the Labour or the Conservative group? Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much. We'll now go to Mr Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think Councillor Buchanan asked a helpful question. If that ends the questions on the consequences of agreeing or not agreeing Councillor Murtagh's motion, then we will move to a vote if there isn't general agreement among the council. And I think we can assume that from the nature of the question already asked. So the vote will be yes or no in favour of Councillor Murtagh's proposition. And just to clarify that will have the effect of that will end this item today, and the matter can only then be considered in the council revenue budget at the end of February in 2024.
Okay, so we'll go to the vote on Councillor Murtagh's motion. It'll be a for or against.
Yeah. Provost Bissett.
Against.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Abstain.
Councillor Aitchison.
Against.
Councillor Anslow.
Against.
Councillor Binney.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes.
Abstain.
Councillor Brown.
Against. Sorry, against. Can you
Just
hear
to
me?
clarify, that was against.
Yes.
Councillor Buchanan.
For.
Councillor Bundy,
Against.
Councillor Colley,
Abstain.
Councillor Deacon,
Abstain.
Councillor Devine,
Abstain.
Councillor Flynn,
Against.
Councillor Forrest,
Abstain.
Councillor Garner, Councillor Hannah,
Against.
Councillor Kelly,
Against.
Councillor Kerr,
Against.
Councillor McCabe,
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn,
Abstain.
Councillor Murtagh,
For.
Councillor Nimmo,
Against.
Councillor Patterson,
Against.
Councillor Patrick,
Against.
Councillor Redmond,
Against.
Councillor Ritchie,
Or.
Councillor Robertson,
Abstain.
Councillor Sinclair,
Abstain.
Councillor Spears,
For.
and Councillor Steenbank.
Against.
Provost, there are 5 votes for, there are 14 votes again, there are 11 abstentions. The council decision is not to agree the procedural motion, and we proceed into the substantive item.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. There are 2 deputation requests for this item. An application has been made by Robbie Burgess on behalf of Daniel Cameron, Tamsin Gold, Charlotte Robertson, Elisa Evans of the Scottish Youth Parliament, to be received as a deputation to be heard in respect of this item of business. They're not able to attend, and I'm asking if council agrees that their statement be read out.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So, Mr. Frawley, are you reading the statement out? Well, Mr. Perry.
Yeah, regrettably, it's not Mr. Frawley. I'll read it out and Jack will share it. I think I'm the designated young person for this. So it's shared on screen for people, but reducing school bus services will mean that many young people who were previously heavily reliant on the school bus to attend school will be stripped of it. They rely on this service to allow them to access Article 28 of the UNCRC, which states that children and young people have the right to access education. Cutting bus services would result in them not having access to their education, which is an infringement on their rights. Many parents start to work early or work night shift, or the young person can't access a personal transport to school, resulting in them being unable to attend. If the bus service is cut and children are unable to get to and from school, they may have to walk. On the surface, that seems all right, as young people are often encouraged to walk to school for the environmental and health benefits. However, some areas could be an hour's walk or more from the school they attend, and during winter months, roads and hills leading to them can be covered in snow and ice, resulting in walking not being an option. Many walking routes have been deemed unsafe without adequate footpath lighting, which means that these routes are not suitable for young people to travel on to get to and from school. One option being argued for young people is the use of the under 22 free bus travel scheme. However, local services have been found to be unreliable, as they can run late or are cancelled, which could lead to some young people being very late to school. Another concern about general public buses is that these are not monitored by schools and allows bullying to take place, as well as young people being subject to predatory behaviour. Getting to school shouldn't be a burden placed on young people. They should be able to access their education as a basic necessity in their life. Young people don't deserve to be have more inequality imposed on them. Don't let education be something that young people are unable to access.
Thanks very much, Mr. Perry. The next deputation request is from Declan McGavin, young man sitting here. Do we want to hear Declan?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. If you could just introduce yourself, Declan.
So my name's Declan McGavin. I was the former people representative on the Education, Children and Young People Executive last year, when all this was being considered, and I'm also the former chair of the St Mungo's High School People Parliament. Many of the points which will be raised today and the questions I plan to ask were ones brought up by pupils. Safe to say that the cuts to home to school transport has been a hot topic among pupils, parents and teachers in the recent months. This is mainly due to the fact that this cut would impact many families and bring them uncertainty. In total, just over 2,600 pupils across primary and secondary education will lose their entitlement to the free transport, meaning that they must find alternative ways. In this paper, there's two suggested alternatives that pupils may wish to take, either by walking or cycling. Well, there's no doubt that there are significant health advantages to these. Depending on what time of year it is, it becomes a highly impractical and unsafe method of travel. As we enter the winter months, it's getting colder, it's getting darker, and sooner or later we'll probably have snow and the roads will get icy. These conditions are just a recipe for disaster, and no student should be put in a position where they have to risk their own safety just to get to school. This was one of the many issues raised at the Pupil Parliament, and some of the affected pupils at the meeting suggested that on those days where it's pouring with rain, the path's too slippery to walk on, and there's a genuine cause of concern for their own safety, they just won't bother going to school. It's a sad reality, but it's true, and undoubtedly it will have an impact on their education. In response to that statement from the pupils, I told them one of the council officers' favourite responses to similar questions during the public consultation, and that's the parents' responsibility to get their children to and from school safely. Like the public consultations, this was a rather unpopular answer. Many of them laughed, and there was a mumble of disagreement within them. And many of the children or the pupils raised the question whether the council has a legal or moral obligation to ensure the well-being of children. There will be a question asked later by Councillor Bundy. Many of the teachers I spoke to regarding these cuts raised their concerns about students not arriving to school on time. They'll be soaked from the rain, they'll arrive hungry and miss the school breakfast club. Going straight into lessons is a very hard start for some, and it will have an impact on their learning because they just won't be able to focus because they're too wet, they're too hungry. So some of the teachers suggested the re-implementation of registration or form class, which was taken away a few years ago. So that was a suggested way that they could mitigate damages. I'm just having to skip over my questions. So under the current circumstances, I can see it's going to be a very tough decision, one where there's no win. And to do nothing is quite, it's not an option. And to suggest otherwise, it's quite unrealistic and it would put us in a worse position than we're already in. Well, the proposal is very unpopular. I believe that if it was consulted among the alternatives that were raised in 7.2, I believe, the cuts to homeschool transport would probably be the most popular to go ahead. Still, I'm entirely against this cut, but ultimately I believe the right decision is the one that will have the least amount of impact on children, the teachers and their families. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Declan, for that. Very well prepared. Just any questions for Declan? Councillor Bundy?
Thanks, Provost. Declan was referring to my asking questions to officers on his behalf because during the lunch break, Declan was advised that his was a statement only and he couldn't ask questions to officers.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So we'll now proceed with the presentation of the report, and I believe that's Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Provost. As elected members have already heard during the previous item, Falkirk Council is currently facing a major financial challenge. As you will also have heard, there are 3 obvious ways to fix those issues and deliver a sustainable, balanced budget. The first of those is to increase council tax, the second is to increase fees and charges, and the third is to reduce spending on services, particularly those which are not statutory requirements. Picking up on the third of those, the council must review areas where our service provision exceeds the statutory requirements. Falkirk Council currently spends approximately £1 million a year providing above statutory home to school transport for 5% of its pupils. A review of this approach, as recommended in this report, would have no impact at all on 95% of the pupils at Falkirk schools. Mitigation is included in the report that illustrates that there has been a major investment in active travel routes and school facilities across the Falkirk area to support pupils get to school. There is a commercial bus network that can deliver pupils to school and a bus operator interested in discussing timetabling changes to improve this provision. The introduction of the National Entitlement Card means all pupils can now travel for free on buses. Analysis has shown there is no strong link between home to school transport investment and improved educational attainment. And finally, the majority of other councils in Scotland already operate a similar policy and do so successfully. If this decision is not supported, then officers will need to bring forward alternative savings proposals such as additional reductions to teachers, classroom assistants and social workers. It's generally accepted that these will have a more direct impact on pupil attainment and affect far more pupils than the 5% currently receiving enhanced home to school transport. It's appreciated that this is a difficult decision for elected members, but it's also recognised that Audit Scotland said in their best value review last year that Falkirk Council's leaders need to urgently make and implement big decisions about how to deliver sustainable services and make significant and necessary savings. It's also fully appreciated how removing a service from existing pupils and families would be disruptive and upsetting. At the same time, though, the facts are that this is an enhanced provision that the Council can no longer afford, one which has limited outcomes for a small number of pupils, and one which protecting could cause more disruption and impact on attainment across Falkirk than the alternatives. Myself and other officers are happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bennett. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle John to speak to our motion.
It will be portfolio holder Councillor Sinclair.
Oh, Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. I want to place on record my thanks to Declan and Robbie and the MSYPs for the area for their contributions to today's meeting. I'd also like to thank all of the officers involved in the significant amount of work that's gone on to get this report to us today. Bearing in mind that this reporting phase started probably closer to last September, so we're almost a year on. But getting it to the stage it is today has seen the largest consultation exercise undertaken by Falkirk Council's Children's Services and Education in particular. It's also seen a significant amount of work to strengthen the mitigations involved in what is an incredibly difficult decision to make. I will keep the content of this brief now in order to have the opportunity to sum up later on. However, I move the amendment in the name of the administration, which seeks to amend the report.
Is it a motion or?
It's the, well, I think it's the amendment. No? Yeah, thank you. There is an amendment. Sorry, Colin, Mr. Moody, I think might want to clarify here.
I think what is going to happen, Robert, is Councillor Sinclair's moving a motion, but it's a different from the recommendations. So it's an adjustment to the recommendations, and that's the motion.
Thank you.
Apologies, Provost. That's perhaps my my inexperience. So there is a change that we are going to bring to the recommendations within the report, which is in place of recommendation 2, agree to proceed with the proposal to amend the home to school qualifying distance entitlement as in paragraph 4.1 for secondary school pupils only, and 4, continue to agree the alternative savings at 7.2 should come forward as reports to address the balance of the savings. Again, recommendations 1 and 3 are untouched.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Sinclair?
Yes,
Councillor
okay,
Gardner.
second that.
Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
We do have an amendment and it has already been circulated.
Okay, I'll go around the other group leaders first, then I'll come back. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
We have no amendments, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No, we have no amendment, but we will be making comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Spears.
Provost.
Go back. Yes.
Provost,
Councillor McCann.
I'll give notice to the possibility of a further amendment from myself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I want to commend officers for the extensive consultation and the fact that they have, to some extent, listened to that consultation and amended the proposals. I'd like to say thank you to Declan and Robbie and the MSYPs for their excellent contributions on this. There has been acceptance, for example, that some of the walking routes are unsafe, but there's not enough mitigation being put into this. In my view, we should, as my amendment says, delete paragraphs 2, 3 and 4 and simply note the contents of the report and the contents of the consultation. We understand that the Council is in a serious financial situation, but it's important to remember why this is the case. Since 2007, year on year, funding to a local government has been reduced. The current financial situation that this council and other councils are in is a result of that. The Scottish Government tries to blame Westminster for this, and certainly the Conservative UK Government has been responsible for seriously crashing the economy. It's been substantially responsible for the cost of living crisis, but has not been responsible for the underfunding of Scottish local authorities. Earlier on today, the council leader said that the Scottish Government does not have tax-raising powers. The people of Scotland who are paying the Scottish income tax and those who are paying the council tax, which includes the 2017 increases for bands E to H, might beg to differ. As has been said before today, very eloquently by Councillor Redmond, what people object to is being asked constantly to pay more and for reducing services, and that is what has been happening. Now, the consequences of not accepting this budget cut, which is the proposal from Falkirk Labour, the report suggests that there could be dire consequences, but we have heard earlier on from our council officers about the reality of the situation. There's a section in the report at 11.1 which suggests that something apocalyptic is going to happen if we don't accept this budget cut. That is not the case. Council officers have made it clear that that's not a fair assessment of what's going to happen. In the event that we do not accept this budget cut, we are not going to have external people brought in to take over the council. That is not going to happen. As officers have already clarified, the laws in England, Wales and Northern Ireland are not the same as those in Scotland, and the rules in Scotland are quite different. What I would assure the people of the Falkirk Council area, and I think it's important given what's been put into this report, that that assurance is given, is that no Scottish local authority has ever been sanctioned for failing to agree a balanced budget. And in any event, if we don't agree this, This year's budget is already balanced. Never in the history of local government in Scotland, not even in the days of the Thatcher government, when it was well known that the government was pretty unhappy about what some local authorities were doing in Scotland, never has such action been taken. I agree we are in a slightly different situation financially now than has been the case in the past, but I think it's important that the people of Falkirk Council area and the councillors around this room are not bullied into thinking that something apocalyptic is going to happen. Moving on, we did not support Councillor Murtaugh's amendment. We agree with a great many of the things that she brought forward in her speech. However, her amendment would have had the effect of not making a decision today. We already have looked at this proposal back in September last year, as Councillor Sinclair said. We don't think it's fair on the parents, the pupils, the staff, and everyone else involved that we keep them hanging on for months on end, wondering what's going to happen about their school transport. We think that the decision should be made today not to go ahead with this cut. The administration has the power to ask officers to go away and come back with other savings. I suggest that is what should be done. We accept there's a financial situation that's problematic. Let's look at all the different possibilities. We've also earlier on discussed the importance of pursuing additional funding from the Scottish Government and UK Government, and both of those are things I think we have to address. There is a suggestion in the report that attainment is not going to be impacted by any reduction in transport availability. I accept there is no direct data that proves that attainment is impacted. However, as has been said very clearly by Declan, as has also been said by a number of other pupils, one of the possible consequences of the lack of availability of free transport could be people not going to school. There is no doubt whatsoever that non-attendance will have a detrimental effect on attainment. It is much more easy to get to school if you have a bus. The alternative bus services in the Falkirk Council area are limited, and therefore I think even beginning to look at the under 22s bus pass as a mitigation. While we are pleased that more young people are taking up the under 22s bus pass, we are not convinced that it is a mitigation in any way, shape or form. Other things that some young people have said is concern about car usage increasing, concern about and a number of things on the way. I don't have time in my allotted slot to go through all of these things, but I think if you look at the consultation report, in the report, the appendix, then you will see many of the different reasons why 89% or 88% of respondents said don't do this. I think it is important that we not only have a consultation, but also that we take account of the results of that consultation. One secondary school pupil has said in an email that I've seen, "It upsets me deeply that young people are the first on the council's chopping block." The people of the Falkirk Council communities in the consultation have said with a loud voice, please do not do this. The Falkirk Labour amendment answers this call. We say we will not do this. I recommend this amendment to the council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hart. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. Now open up for discussion. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Firstly, I will have no hesitation in backing this amendment. I've got questions for both Mr. Benny and Mr. Greenhorn. Our young speaker today, who I congratulate and spoke very eloquently, said children and young people have the right to go to attend school. This is a law all over Europe, and it's something we desire in every third world country on this planet. We need cast iron assurances that children will not go on routes to school that are unsafe. But it brings the big question. Has there been arrangements made with bus companies to actually go to the schools, to make the schools one of the stopping places? Now, I've been looking into the Saltire card, a flag-waving policy of the present Scottish Government, where people under 22 or 21 can get free transport. I think it's laudable. I think it's a flag that should be waved. We need cast iron assurances that our young people can use that and that routes through negotiation with this council that go to schools will be in place. This does not go ahead, then what can they say about this card? It becomes a bit of a noose around their neck. Here's a card you can't use even to get to school. So we need the questions back from Mr. Benny and Mr. Greenhorn. And I'm pleased to see you, Mr. Greenhorn. Did you get the bus down? Will there be routes in place for our kids to get to school? Because remember the fundamental right that young people have the right to attend school.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Mr. Benny and then Mr. Greenhorn.
Through you, Provost, can I take you to item 7.9 on the report, which details that during the consultation, 43 routes were highlighted as concerns by parents and pupils. These routes were assessed. 27 were assessed as safe. 12 were never considered as safe in the first place, and so not included in the calculations. 4 were assessed as unsafe. Of those 4, drove loan works have been commenced to make that safe, and in the meantime, pupils in that area will be provided with free transport. And the report also lists mitigating circumstances at Salmon Inn, Grand Stable Road, Lethem to Earth Primary School and Dunmore to Earth Primary School. So with regard to safe routes, that matter is concluded. Bus route changes are not something that's being discussed with bus operators. As the report makes clear, the extent of those discussions is more about changes to timetables to allow the bus to arrive at a time and on the stop that allows the pupils to get to school on time.
Very much, Mr. Benny. We'll go to Mr. Greenhorn. You got any comment?
No comment. Can we there was no direct questions in terms of education. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask Mr. Benny, why has there been no discussions? It seems a fundamental thing to do. You know, it's called going from A to B, and that's where the kids want to go. But you're only discussing A, and you're not discussing B in that question, which to me is an obvious question you would ask any bus company.
Mr. Ben?
Through you, Provost. As the report makes clear, the bus operator is waiting for council to make a decision, and once that decision is taken, we will enter into more extended discussions. But as already has been indicated, the room is undecided on the matter or clearly leaning towards one direction. So that investment in time by the commercial operator would be rather ill spent. So that's why we're in the position we're in.
This room can be as undecided as it wants, but the consultation has not been undecided. And the people out there, the parents and the children, are not undecided. So you're choosing not to listen to them, hoping you get something through the council so you can then put a plan in place. To me, if I was working at a strategic plan, I think I would have went about it a different way.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Councillor Dundee.
Provost, I'm a wee bit concerned about the tone.
Noted.
Well, a number of councillors have acknowledged that whatever you think about the outcomes of this work, there's a huge amount of work being done here. Very careful work, very considered work. So consider the report on its merits, absolutely. But I'd like members to be a bit careful in terms of suggestions that officers have been either not followed through the work in a complete and thorough way, or have not considered important issues, because the report is thorough, undoubtedly, whatever you think of the conclusions of it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm sure Councillor Spears takes note of that. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. There's been talk about the rights of children getting an education, but we also have to take into account the Catholic Education Act of 1916, which says that Catholic pupils in the local authority have the right to attend a Catholic school within that authority. And that's why it surprises me that religion is not part of the EPIA. I get the numbers in the report about denominational pupils affected and non-denominational pupils affected, but the denominational pupils are affected because of their faith. They're travelling that distance because of their religion. And that's why I'm not sure why that's not part of the EPIA. I think that is an impact that's happening on people because of a protected right in Article 9 of the European Convention of Human Rights. So why was that not included if faith is a protected characteristic?
Mr. Gaynor.
Okay, thanks. And Councillor Bundy raises a really important question, and in terms of the whole statutory underpinning of the way we conduct the consultation is really primarily focused on the rights of pupils in our denominational schools, because that's what the legislation says. In terms of the EPIA itself, the reason this is looking at the impact on the individual pupils here, and whilst in the report itself it says that by default there is a larger number of denominational schools that are affected, the actual impact on those pupils that attend denominational schools is less than the impact on those pupils that attend non-denominational schools, which is why it's not specifically mentioned in the EPIA, but it's directly referenced to in the report itself. Councillor Bundy.
So you accept that pupils, because of their faith, are going to be impacted by this proposal if it's accepted?
It's accepted that all pupils could be impacted by this proposal if it's affected, not just those that attend denominational schools. Councillor Bundy, it affects all pupils.
I'm going to accept that as a yes. So now I'm just going to ask some of the questions that Declan forwarded me. Does the Council have a legal or moral obligation to ensure the safety and well-being of children?
Mr. Gaynor. Mr. Moody. Mr. Moody.
It's a very wide question, Provost, as framed. So the situation depends on where the children are at a particular time. Are they in the council's care, for instance, while attending school, or are they looked after by the council? That raises the level of legal duty. Does the council have a general duty for the care and welfare of every child in every circumstance? The answer is that that primarily lies with those with parental responsibilities, i.e. the parents. So parents and families are at the root of responsibility for children, and that's one of the cores of any liberal society. The council has a general duty to promote the welfare of children, but the care and safety of children fundamentally lies with parents.
Thanks, Colin. Again, from Declan, would it not be beneficial to pupils if the authority allowed schools to reintroduce form time registration as a mitigation? This will help pupils settle down, get fed and change clothes if necessary.
Mr. Gaynor.
The issue around the change in the close can happen irrespective of this proposal anyway. It happens day in, day out when we have inclement weather. Unfortunately, Scotland's quite prone to that. So what we have in schools is a flexible approach with teachers and head teachers allowing for that period of adjustment between coming in from the cold or the wet before they proceed with the lessons. So schools are quite flexibly adapt at changing on a day-to-day basis to meet the needs of pupils who are maybe affected by the weather in Scotland. It doesn't necessarily, by default, mean that they've got to have a forum class to do that. Schools are quite adept at dealing with the individual pupil needs or the collective needs of pupils in the event of bad weather. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you. In section 7.3 to 7.5, the usage of breakfast clubs are considered, but there's no mention of secondary schools. Why not?
The reference in terms of 7.3 to 7.5, it confirms the direct impact on breakfast club usage that the council actually fund themselves. So in terms of our own council funding, we currently fund 24 breakfast clubs in 48 of our primary schools. The secondary schools have a different approach to it, and it's funded through different streams. So that's why it's not mentioned in terms of the impact on the way that the council deliver breakfast clubs as part of our catering service. Councillor Bundy.
Thanks, Gary. Two more questions from Declan. How many hours or periods would schools need to cut in order to save £1 million as laid out in 7.2?
I'm going to put my hand up here, Councillor Bundy. I honestly can't answer that question. That would require quite a significant amount of work because there are various flexible approaches. Members would agree in terms of how we would have to readjust school hours to make that savings. It could be adjustments to, for example, playtime, dinner time. It could be adjustments to start and the end of the school day. So we'd have to look at it because there are consequential impacts, as we know, for transport bus operators' contracts as well. So it's a question that I can't answer, but we would have to at some point answer it if we're going to go down alternative routes.
Thanks, Gary. And final question is, if this decision goes ahead and then in the future the financial problems are sorted, would the council look forward to bring this forward as soon as possible? As in, we make the decision, finances improve, would we bring it back?
Did you hear that, Mr. Did you get that? Okay.
I certainly can't comment on what would happen in the future. It's not, the recommendation here is to make a decision. That decision is in black and white in terms of the recommendations today. The future financial sustainability, the future governance of the council, it would only be through that any change could be made in the future, Councillor Bundy. So at the moment, we're just looking to make a straight black and white decision as outlined in the paper in front of members today.
Thanks, Gary, and thanks, Declan, for the questions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, having considered this item very carefully and seriously, and taking into account many aspects of the report, one of which is the financial constraints we find ourselves in, the Falkirk Conservatives understand that unpleasant and hard decisions need to be taken. And we have shown in the past that we have taken them. Can I go into the consultation? We carried out a lengthy consultation. It has been stated previously that it's probably the biggest consultation we've took on board with parents, staff, pupils, parent councils, community councils, the Roman Catholic Church and others. And between the parents, pupils and staff and others, 91% disagreed with this proposal. And between the parent councils, community councils, Roman Catholic Church and 89% disagree with the proposal. And I would say that's an overwhelming disagreement. And looking at it for another angle, and it's been said previously at this meeting and previous other meetings, why have a consultation in the first place if we're not listening to the consultees and what they're saying? Next bit is that NEC bus pass for under 22s. The concept is a great concept, but the initiative has yet to be seen to have benefits because it's only a new policy. And at the start it was a slow uptake, but we're getting there eventually. But what use is this initiative if we haven't got the buses at the right time and the right place for these young people to take them to get to school? And at one of the meetings, Councillor Spears asked one of the officers, would the pupils who are out of distance be able to use the under 22 bus pass on a normal school bus? And he was informed if there's room. So how are these bus drivers going to determine who's going to have, who are going to be able to separate from charging money and using our under 22 bus pass? There are some areas that the bus companies don't run buses that suit the start and time frames of start and finish time of the schools. And in the report, we've currently circa 600 pupils who are fare paying either by money or under 22 national entitlement card. The reduction on the buses will impact these pupils as well. Stated in the report, the statement states that the proposal will be a positive impact on the environment. The impact on the environment is unclear and appears contrary to the wider net zero and car strategy. By reducing the amount of buses, we feel will only encourage more cars, more congestion, and I can say this because I've had the conversation with all our 30 councillors, that more congestion at our schools by more cars, because it's a problem at every school. I'll be quick on the denominational school because my colleague Arisa mentioned it. I think it's unfair on denominational schools. The proposal has unfair impacts on children who go to Catholic schools. Why should those travelling 2-3 miles be punished because of their faith? Looking at Article 9 of the European Convention of Human Rights on freedom of religion and belief, and Article 18 on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I've got a question. I'm not there yet, Provost. The safe walking routes. We have identified routes that are unsafe and will not be used. However, we have mentioned safe walking routes on many occasions today, and we are not identified what is clearly noted as a safe walking route. It's up to the individual parents and carers to make that judgment. We state that we have spent 135 million, I think that's what it said in the report, on core path network, which is commendable for this council. But how many of these will benefit pupils walking to school? There are some scary walking proposals for pupils, Provost. Pupils will walk from Lauriston, Hall Glen, Lythorn, Stennismuir, Larbert, Carnshaw, all having to walk to St Mungo's High. Longcroft and Hags having to walk to Denny High. Redden and Pullman to walk to Graham High. These are challenging journeys on a good day, but they're absolutely horrendous on wet, snowy, windy days. Some of these people will be walking with lunch and book bags, sport bags, some musical equipment, which is a trying effort to make the act of travel as commendable, and that's what we should be aiming for. We expect these pupils to either walk, cycle, skate, scooter to school. As I've already mentioned, that's fine on a nice sunny day, as most of these pavement come near the winter, as most of these pavements will be covered by snow as we're addressing the Grade 1 roads.
Councillor Kerr,
So my question,
okay.
my question, will we need to rethink our winter strategy report to cover these safe walking routes?
Mr. Bailey.
Through you, Provost, can I address some of the points that were raised there? I think with a consultation, a key part of a consultation is to seek the views, not just the opinions. So I think if you look at this consultation, you actually look at it as a mechanism by which residents, pupils, teachers, whoever can voice things that they're worried about, and then that informs the policy making that officers can come forward with. So as an officer, I think we will struggle moving forward to close the financial strategy challenges that we've already heard about at this meeting if consultation will be a kind of yes or no situation. We need to seek the views and concerns and seek to mitigate those so that you as elected members can take a kind of best decision on that. I think that with regard to the national entitlement cards, as we said at the briefings, the commercial bus operator was interested in the opportunities to change bus timetabling. So I don't think that that is something that would be insurmountable. And I also think as a major organisation that employs 7,000 staff, we will be able to find a way of creating a process for people with NEC cards to join a free school bus if places allow. I understand the point you're making, but I think it's not, again, an insurmountable process that we couldn't come up with. In terms of denominational, you'll see the recommendation of officers, but obviously elected members are free to make any decision to exclude denominational schools if they so wished from the change of the free school transport. So in effect, I'm suggesting an answer to your own question, if you like, if you're not supportive of that particular element of the recommendation. And with regard to the final question, which was about safe routes, I wonder if I could bring in Chris Cox to answer that one.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Cox.
Through you, Provost. Was that in relation to the winter strategy, Councillor?
Yes, that's what it was.
Yes.
Yeah. Malcolm, that would probably be more of a roads department issue. The winter strategy is not something I've been involved in, sadly.
Yeah, if I could bring in, I think Gary McGregor's on the line, or David Maley. I think Gary's on.
Someone from roads?
Yeah, thanks. Through yourself, Provost. That would be something that we would need to consider through consultation with yourselves at committee. Obviously, committee approves the winter service plan each year, and the roads department would need to look at that in consultation through that process. That's something we would need to look at if this paper was approved.
Yes, thanks for your response. We'll now go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I've got a question before I speak to the amendment, or the motion, sorry. And it's in the back of what Ken has said there. And can the Chief Executive, or probably more likely Gary Greenhorn, confirm that the other alternatives in 7.2 that are mentioned in the report are factual, and they are actually alternatives that will come before us if this isn't taken? I think members here have been questioning the credibility of the report, and indeed possibly officers with their wording during this. Thanks.
Mr. Greenhorn or Mr. Laurie? Okay.
Okay, thanks. To answer the question, in 7.2, the question was looking at the alternative savings that could come forward if this proposal or the recommendations are not agreed today. And yes, these are all credible. These will have to be considered. They might not be considered individually, but they could be considered in pairs or as a collective element between taking various bits and pieces from all the options that are there. But yes, they're credible, and these will have to be looked at in some way, shape or form if the recommendations before Council today are not agreed.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councillor Garner.
Yeah, and I do take it's a bit rich coming for the Rishi Sunak's Tory party talking about climate change, considering what's went on recently, and that's to Councillor Bundy and Councillor Kerr directly there. I was going to thank the officers, but my colleagues done that very well as well. But I would like to say thanks to Declan for some of the pertinent questions he did come up with. One of which was mine, Declan. So that was good. Great minds think alike, as you said earlier. Officers were tasked by Labour with bringing back alternatives if this saving was not to be realised, and we know now our amendment will be voted down. Our amendment was taking cognisance of people's concerns and acted upon. Unlike Labour and Councillor Kerr, the Conservative group, we have taken a fiscally prudent and pragmatic approach to the current financial position we find ourselves in. Let me once again highlight the education officers' savings, which I've just mentioned, which will be brought before all elected members to make a decision on. Labour asked that alternative savings be provided in order that the Council can properly consider the current proposals along with alternatives. That's happened. Curriculum subject offers, subject choices would be reduced across all secondary schools, school hours being cut. Community use of secondary schools cease all provision. It gets far worse. Teacher numbers cut by circa 16 full-time equivalent posts, and support for learning assistants cut by a massive 44 full-time equivalent posts. And taking 19 social workers away from our most vulnerable and at-risk families and children is a choice that we may have to be faced with on top of everything else. In an ideal situation, we would be able to afford all of this and more, but we are not in an ideal situation. And reducing the cost of transport to the Council to maintain the support available at a risk to the vulnerable families is, in my opinion, the right thing to do. So Labour and Tory and anyone else who supports their amendment have considered these proposals and think they're better alternatives to what we have before us today. I look forward. The decisions aren't going to be any easier, as we've heard from the Chief Finance Officer, Mrs. Templeman, and I can't wait to see what they do when the inevitable comes a reality. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. We'll now go to Councillor Buchanan. I think you're on mute, Councillor Buchanan.
Can you hear me, Provost?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Fine, thank you very much. I'll be as quick as possible because I know that's been a long time coming, but I've been waiting for this day for 14 years. 14 years. Let me tell you this right now. Initially, when I asked what the procedural process would be earlier on, because I wanted to find out if it was only going to be the recommendation and the amendment coming forward for Councillor Murtagh, I had no indication and still had no indication until Councillor Hannah had moved their amendment exactly what they were saying. So I was very supportive of Councillor Murtagh in stopping this at the present time. Since I've listened to Councillor Hannah, I'm delighted that I will be supporting her fully. But let me say this quite clearly, that this goes back to 2009, when the first time we had a situation in relation to changing the routes to schools that came forward because of this disgraceful situation when Denny High was moved from the old location to its present location. During that period of time, for over 3 years, I had meetings with constituents, with the police, with council officers. We had protest meetings both in Denny High, we had protest meetings in the community centre in Bonnybridge, and we had petitions with people following their school children every morning, walking up that Drove Lane. Now, the big issue at that time, Provost, was that this was an unsafe route. It was scandalous then, and it's still scandalous. Now, that was 14 years ago. For 3 years, I fought the council, fought the police on behalf of my constituents because of the fact is that that was a terrible and still is an unsafe route for children to walk. And it's been highlighted before. I think it was Councillor Kerr spoke about the conditions when you get bad conditions. You try and go up that Drove Lane on a normal day without having to go up there and a weather permitted day with snow and ice. But my constituents have had to do this for years and years and years. And now, on page 196, when I was vilified, as were they, Drove Lane, this had been deemed an unsafe until the route is upgraded. It's 14 years too late for the people that had to send their children out every morning to go up that route, going to the new Denny High School that should never have been there in the first place. What I'm saying, Provost, quite clearly is that I'm 100% supportive of the Labour administration to kick this into touch. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and I won't repeat my reasoning for not wishing to make a decision on home to school transport today, but I disagree with what's been put forward there, with every respect to Councillor Gardner. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm getting a bit of an echo. Yeah. Okay, so because the points in 7.2, I don't dispute that those are things, and specifically things within the education budget, that could come forward in reflection of, to balance this, and whether that's coming forward in December or coming forward as part of next year's budget on top of other things, I don't dispute that. But the idea that I have had time to consider the implications of what those are and what those mean for the communities versus what this decision is, which was clearly in front of us, and we're being understanding what this decision means for our communities, is not comparing apples with apples. What we're being asked to say, as to agree, is agree this recommendation, and I agree it's vastly improved, but here are the decision that's laid out. The alternatives are not clear. The alternatives, even if they are credible, and I would contend that we don't have the full picture on teacher numbers or other things, I can't make that judgment. It's not clear in front of us. It's not fair to say that all elected members are making a decision on that basis. And I think fundamentally what we need to acknowledge is the reason we can bring this forward is that it's the statutory framework. It's the responsibility of the parent to get the child to school, and therefore the minimum that has been set, we are allowed to make variation legally within that. And I don't dispute that, but I can't judge whether or not making that impact on those children, whether it's secondary only or not, is better or worse than putting another 0.5% on the council tax, better or worse than making changes to adjust to teacher numbers but give more SFLAs. That's not before me. That detail's not before me, so it's not a choice. And I think fundamentally as well, we have to be very clear, and when we consider this, whether we're able to do it or not, we actually have to think about the impact for the kids. Now, you're all sitting in a room where you had 45 minutes for lunch, I think we had over recess, and fundamentally I think if we put ourselves in positions, now I think lunch was maybe provided or super sandwiches was provided, there's plenty of facilities within walking distance for councillors to go and get their lunches, and you had the same amount or more time than what the children sitting in high school have got to be able to go up the street because they don't have the facilities or the time within their school time to get their lunch. Now, we might say, do you know what? The solution might be to extend the school day, give them more time at break. We might say lots of different things, but we don't have those options before us. And fundamentally,
so Murtagh, you've got a minute left.
Excellent. Fundamentally, if we're not prepared to consider whether it would be applicable for us to walk 3 miles to our work in wind and rain and whatever weather, and whether we're not considering whether for 40 minutes we can go and do the exact same thing, we have to understand not just whether we've got the legal ability to do stuff, but the actual implications of our decision. I don't think that this is the right thing. I think it would be irresponsible, as I've said, to rule these things out completely out of hand, because we don't know what comes down the line, and I would rather have the full picture if I was going to make difficult decisions, and that's my position. But I don't want to be tarred with a brush that says I'm not prepared to make difficult decisions because I know the choices in front of me. The point of my amendment was we don't, and until we have that information, we're not doing the best for our communities and just cherry picking one thing or another without the information in front of us. So that is where I'll be coming from. I did say, Provost, that I do give notice of a potential further amendment on particular points that I raised in my my submission, but I don't know if it would be appropriate to just ask a question on that, just from a question point of view.
Okay, what's your question, Councillor Murtagh?
As I said in my amendment, there's been a talk about the ones in the report that have now deemed to be safe, unsafe walking routes, if you like. If the Labour amendment was to pass and the administration to fall, all that work that's been done will be lost. But fundamentally, the question about where unsafe walking routes has been regarded, that would also kind of fall out of that. So I don't know whether there's a way to acknowledge that, for example, the ones that have Letham and Airth, etc., that are currently down as safe walking routes in terms of the policy, whether we could make a further amendment to change so that it's clear that we do regard that, and so from moving forward they would be regarded as unsafe walking routes, because I wouldn't like to lose that.
We'll ask Mr. Moody to answer that.
And Provost, in my view, that doesn't need a particular decision of council or the Education, Children, Young People Executive. If the officers have taken the view that it's no longer a safe route, then it won't be regarded as such for the purpose of the policy. In case Councillor Murtagh can't see this on the screen, Mr. Benny is nodding in agreement.
Can I just then clarify, and perhaps somebody can get the defibrillator out for Mr. Benny now that he's had a massive pay decrease. But I think if that could just be clarified then by Mr. Benny, not so much with a nod of the head, but as I currently understand it, so my question is, as I currently understand it, the distance criteria for Letham to Airth, for example, does mean that those who are over 8, they just miss out on the distance, but they are actually asked to pay, and there's capacity on the bus for them to go, but they are so what I want clarity then, so there's no decision that needs to be made to say that that's not a safe walking route, the other ones aren't a safe walking route. Policy moving forward, those are unsafe walking routes, and nobody will be asked to pay or not qualify for school transport then moving forward. Is that correct?
Good point.
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. As officers have deemed those routes unsafe, then I expect us to put in place mitigation to help those pupils get to school through free transport. If that isn't already being done, which I'm pretty sure it is, then it will get done.
Okay, I'll have a think.
Okay, we'll now move to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be short and sweet. It's really a question, and it's around point 7.9, page 195. Similar theme to Laura, but I'm actually at the second point. Firstly, I assume it was the parents who advised, the parents in the groups when we had the consultation, that advised that 43 of the routes, as they thought, they highlighted they had concerned. I noticed at 7.9, this is about 12 were never considered as safe routes, not included in the calculations. So if that's the case, and we know that, but the parents don't know that, so, I mean, I would imagine that parents and groups, I mean, I certainly don't know all the routes maybe to take a child to school, because there could be more than one route could take a child to school, be more than one safe route, and there might be 2 unsafe routes taking a child to school, and some might not be as obvious. So is there a lack of awareness, knowledge from parents regarding safe routes to school? I mean, I'm a practical person, because I think they should know these things. If we know that, the parents should know that as well. So was these 12 routes that we know that were never considered as safe routes, was that communicated to these people in the consultation? Because I really think that would be helpful. And also, it says not included in the calculations. Actually, can you tell me what that means exactly? Thank you.
We've got Mr. Greenhorn to respond.
Okay. In terms of the 7.9, when it says 12 were never considered as safe routes, what that was pointing out was during the consultations, parents and other people raised concerns over 43 routes. When we examined it, we found it 12. This was in terms of the current assessment of home to school travel arrangements in terms of the mileage calculation. When we looked at the 43, 12 were already deemed by the council as unsafe and had never been used in calculations to assess home to school travel. So the council didn't need to do anything with that, because they weren't included in the calculation we use to assess home to school travel entitlement. So that's where the 12 came from, and that's why they were never included in calculations in the first place, because we deemed them to be unsafe.
But I think my point was, obviously it was highlighted to you. So how do you communicate that? Because when it was highlighted, these people must have thought maybe, well, they had concerns, but they weren't sure if there were safe or unsafe routes. So are we able to communicate that back to the people that it was highlighted from anyway? Because that's just a communication, actually. That's just informing the facts, especially if we do go ahead or not now or in the future. I think that information should be known to our communities.
Okay, just to confirm to Councillor Binney, in terms of the statutory consultation process that we do undertake, anyone who wrote to us or communicated with us or left their email address at any of the public meetings that we put on got an email with an attachment that was Falkirk Council's response to the consultation. And in that response to the consultation, which was also published on the council website, it contained details of these routes that Councillor Binney refers to. And I would say also, convener, in terms of the consultation, when we published it on the website, there was no one made any observation or complaint about any inaccuracies in terms of the way it had been reported. And I think that's testimony to the way the officers conducted this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Binney. We'll now go to Councillor Bowes, then Councillor Flynn, Councillor Anslow and Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Bowes.
Again, I'll be very quick, and I do apologise if I've missed parts. I'll give you a report on Councillor Deacon when I'm done. One simple point, and I said I do apologise if this has already been said, then please tell me. But I noticed in Declan's presentation, I know a lot of people have probably quoted it in certain ways, but I'm sure the words he said is if this proposal had been put together in the consultation with the items in 7.2, he was certain that the consultation would have come out positive to actually reducing the doing stuff on what we're actually proposing here. It's a simple point, and it was well taken from the young gentleman, and hopefully other councillors will listen to that as well.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. We've now got to Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Provost. Before you start the clock in my session, could I just clarify one thing, because it was mentioned by my colleague, Councillor Kerr, about breakfast clubs at the high school. I can clarify that the situation is quite simple, is that the money that the free school meals children that are entitled to only gets put on to their card at the sum of £2.40 between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock each day. That means that any child that gets free school meals cannot use that money for breakfast simply because it's not on their card. It's a card system in every single high school. And if they were allowed and spent the £2.40 on their breakfast, they would have no money for lunch. So that's that situation there, and that's the reason there's no breakfast clubs. Anybody that doesn't get free school meals can, of course, put any money they want on it, but there's quite a considerable number of children get free school meals, and they would be impacted on it. Can I just say, on the subject of safe routes to school, in reality, in the UK and Scotland, there are no 100% safe routes to school, none whatsoever. There's various different factors. There's road conditions, pavement conditions, weather, drivers' attitudes and that, unsafe road crossings, etc. But that risk is increased significantly by distance, time, the weather, and factors like we're going into the winter months, the morning's going to be dark, it'll be dark when children come out of school, and consequently, children that are going to lose the current entitlement will be impacted more seriously. In 2021, there were 241 child pedestrian accidents, not necessarily all going to school, but there's still a significant number. 32% of all pedestrian accidents were children. There were 94 seriously injured and 1 died. Now, it was mentioned earlier that the number of children that would lose entitlement was just a small number. Well, I've got the number here, it's 1,172. Now that is equivalent to more than half the pupil population at Larbert High School, if you want an equivalent there. So I don't think it's a small number. And if you look at those children losing that entitlement, and if they were able to go to school every single day they were entitled to go to school or should go to school, that would equivalent to 445,360 journeys. That's an incredible amount. So almost 500,000 journeys in a year, these children that are getting this allowance removed from them, this entitlement. And the ironic thing as well is, if this happens, and I hope the National's proposal does not happen, if this happens, these children are going to watch the school buses going past them, partially empty, while they walk to school, getting soaked, chilled, tired, hungry, or whatever. You look at the weather just now.
Yeah,
just
a minute
imagine
left,
yourself
Councillor
walking.
Flynn.
Sorry?
A minute left.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anyway, my question is quite straightforward from this. I notice on the alternative proposal savings, why hasn't the proposal been put forward that the proposed restructure of senior management, the children's services, will have savings? And also the class of 98 schools coming back into our ownership in less than 2 years' time will save up to 11.4 million. Why hasn't that been factored in? And just these other fear factors being factored in? Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Flynn. We'll go to Ms. Alfie or Mr. Laurie for comment.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And Gary may want to come in the back of this. So there is a report on today's agenda which relates to the management structure and children's services. And our analysis has been, whilst as a council we've reduced our senior posts very considerably over the last number of years, I think by a factor of over 50%, we also need senior capacity to drive forward the kind of changes we need to see in education. And referring back to the financial strategy, our estimate is that to bridge the financial gap, certainly on the basis of 5% council tax increases over the coming years, we're looking at about 40 million of savings. So all savings need to be seen in that wider context. Just in relation to the PPP schools, we are very much aware that there will be a saving in a future year in relation to that. That'll be in, I think in 25-26 would be the year it will come in. It will be a significant saving, but it'll be nothing like 11.5 million. I think it's a figure more like 3 to 4 million. And Gary's nodding, so I think that's we're still doing work on that, but that's the estimate, the approximate estimate at this stage.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. We'll now go to Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Provost. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to the officers concerned. It is quite a very comprehensive report and nicely laid out. Thank you for that. In general, I agree with the active transport idea. As a pupil of Falkirk High in the 1970s, I quite often walked the 3 miles from Bainsford to Falkirk High. However, that being said, when I walked it, it was a safe route that I walked. In my ward, Letham to Erith and Dunmore to Erith are not safe walking routes. They have not had the investment of cycle and upgrading. If anything, I've already been in lettered discussion with the roads department regarding speed limits and what have you on that road. It's unkept, unlit, and if we're going to have an alternative plan for them, I'd like to know some indication of what if they would actually take those sort of factors into account. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Councillor Anslow. Go to Councillor Meiklejohn. Or we go to respond? Okay.
Through you, Provost, just to go to 7.9, where we identify that those routes are now deemed unsafe and that the pupils who would have used those routes are now receiving free school transport from the council. So in the opinion of officers, the matter is settled.
Thank you, Mr. Binney.
Thank you. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to address some of the matters that have been raised, but also just to highlight there's a lot of misinformation being brought in front of us today, and I'm really concerned that the public are maybe being misled by some of that. And I just want to start by the fact that officers' professional advice is being questioned, and not taking cognizance of, particularly around the council's very serious financial position. And I just wanted to ask a question again of Mr. Laurie, if he would like to reiterate the challenges that are before us, and that while we do not want to be under direction from government, and that would be the last place we would want to go, if we do not continue to be able to meet our balanced budget, then that is something that we'd be open to government to do.
Mr. Laurie.
Yes, and if we get to that stage whereby we're either unprepared or not able to put a balanced budget in place, then that is a potential outcome, certainly.
Thank you for confirming that. So while we don't want to be in that position, it is not something that we can completely rule out. And the actual answer to that is within members' hands about the decisions they have to take. And to continually just go back to the fact that government hasn't given us enough money is actually an abdication of our responsibility of why we were elected to be here. And I think that is something that people need to seriously reflect on going forward, and actually recognise the reality of the financial climate, not just here, but right across the country and beyond, just as a result of some of the poor policy decisions that have been made, particularly by colleagues in Westminster, that have left Scotland devoid of funding going forward. I think that some of the comments that have been made are actually scaremongering about the seriousness of the situation. And I also want to just remind people that the alternative savings that have been put in the paper were asked for by this council to be brought forward to demonstrate what would be the alternatives if not the home to school transport. Home to school transport is seen as the least worst option here, and my colleague Councillor Gardner detailed the other areas. I really do implore on people to actually think about this and stop ruling with their heart and start thinking with their head about the financial sustainability of this council and exactly what it is we're delivering for communities. We all know that it's going to hurt, but other councils have done this. 23 other councils have statutory provision. Most are moving towards the same we are, recognising that we can no longer provide services beyond statutory levels if we want to protect other services. So I really think we need to reflect on this and just stop the scaremongering, but be realistic and honest with the electorate.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll go to Councillor Redmond, and then we'll go to Councillor Sinclair to sum up.
Could I ask a question under standing orders, Provost, just as a clarification?
Okay, fire away.
It's just on the point that Councillor Meikle-John was making about the questioning of the officers, and it's just to ask Colin, well, it's not so much questioning the professionalism of officers. I understand that it is our role specifically to ask questions of officers and on clarifying what their professional judgment is and how they reach that. And I just want to be clear about the line, respectful always, questioning always, but that is our role, is it not?
Mr. Moody?
I don't think the issue is one of much controversy or debate. The expectation is set out in the Councillors' Code, and it is around the issue of respect at all times in meetings and not questioning the capability or conduct of any officer during the course of a meeting. That does allow for scrutiny. It does allow for questions. There are examples of this given in the guidance to the code, which can be elaborated on at a different time, but broadly that's the balance.
Okay, so professional judgment and opinion is fine to question. I just wanted to be clear because I'm not being disrespectful in my views, certainly, with officers.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Redmond.
Got it. Thanks. And I think we do need to give officers a bit of credit for the work that has went in and the consultations as well. Officers stood up in front of large crowds of people, and it was hard work, and credit to them for doing that. And they have listened. We don't like everything, but they have listened, and everything's in here. I've just got a few questions. So the first one was if the administration amendment are taking primary schools out, that how much is that of the overall £1 million? What would the shortfall be?
Mr. Greenhorn.
Figure for secondary alone, if it was secondary left, just under 500,000. I think the figure we got from transport was around 492,000, so circa £500,000 would be left.
Right. So we're only making half the saving here, really. So we'd still, to find that other part, looking at the page 194, 7.2, some of them options we're still going to need to look at. Well, every option is £1 million, so that's £4 million there. So even if we said no, we wouldn't have to take every one of the options. So we've got a mixed bag of things here. But where I'm coming, my ward, I walked to Bonnybridge to Denny High School the other day because we might be asking our students to do it. My ward's heavily affected by this. I did walk from Bonnybridge to Denny High School. Yeah, but no.
Excuse me. Councillor Garner, could you just refrain from coming in?
Could I ask Malcolm to confirm then? Is the drove loan permanently taken out, or is the drove loan temporarily taken out until it's made safe?
Through you, Provost, temporarily taken out until it's made safe.
Yeah. So still, if this goes through, it won't be tomorrow or August or whatever, but children from Bonnybridge will still be expected to walk from Bonnybridge to Denny High School, which takes 50 minutes. I walked it myself, 6,000 steps. It's a lot. It's a big ask for people, and it's a big ask for my ward where a lot are affected. So, it's all right saying it only affects 5% of people, but it'll affect 5% of people really hard. And we'll look at the other options, and there is horrible things there, but if we could have a mixed bag, and then there's other things we can do as well, like Councillor Flynn was talking about, management structure, the schools coming back into council ownership. We're looking for other things, but this is really going to affect people hard. Today, we've got Storm Agnes coming. I wouldn't fancy walking 50 minutes through Storm Agnes. These are the things we need to think about, really. And it is this thing. So I had that, and then I had another question. The school, there's 604 fare pairs that use the school buses that will be cut. I think we were saying that sometimes we can't always claim the money because the buses we use don't have the thing to scan the ticket. Is that correct? Are we losing money through the buses not being equipped with?
Through you, Provost. I think with regard to the question about ticket machines on the school bus, I think the information that I saw in the officer reply to you would suggest that it's so incrementally small what we're losing, it's not worth worrying about. And to come back to the point about the alternative savings options, and as I tried to make the point in the briefing, it's really important that this isn't seen as you could do the school transport or you could review some of these aspects. These other aspects are additional on top of all the other things that children's services is going to need to do. So it's not unlikely that you might at some point still see these options come forward to help close the £64 million gap. The question here is so much as would you like to see, or not like, but would you wish to see proposals come forward that seek to reduce the provision of teachers or social workers or classroom assistants on top of what will already be coming? Or is it this option here in front of you, which in the opinion of professional officers is a less impacting option. And one final point I'd make is that we're very conscious of the arguments that are being made about the wet weather that people will have to walk through, the cold, the hunger. But as an officer, it's difficult to understand how we make that argument to the 85% of pupils that have to walk through the rain, experience those conditions. There's a technicality here in terms of where the line's being drawn, and the national guidance says the line's there. But as a council, we're saying at the moment the line's actually here, and all the arguments about cold, wet are currently impacting on 85% of pupils. So this isn't a question of, is there universal coverage and we want to reduce that universal coverage? It's that currently 85% of people have to experience those conditions, but we're saying that the recommendation of officers is that a dial should move to the statutory requirement. So I just wanted to make that point, because it's not in any way that officers sit here thinking that it's fine for children to experience the conditions that we currently see out the window, but they actually are right now. So it isn't an either or at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Bain. I'll just bring Ms. Templeman in.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to maybe have clarified the issue around Class 98 schools a little bit. As Councillor Flynn said in the report that went to executive, the net cost to the council for Class 98 is around just over £11 million. However, that provides a lot of when the schools come back into the council, there'll be a lot of services that we will have to provide directly. There'll be maintenance of assets and things like that. So the figure that the chief executive referred to of sort of £3.5 million is where we think we might sort of land on, but there's still a huge amount of work to be done in terms of maintenance of schools. Just for the avoidance out, I just want to clarify for everyone, that's included in the money that I've already quoted in terms of the savings that we've identified with 34 million. So even if we had recognised that, that doesn't go any further to bridging that £64.4 million gap. It's already included in our assumptions. And so it's not, it can be used as an alternative or a substitute for any other savings. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks very much for that clarification. Councillor Redmond.
Yeah, thanks. Obviously, just one point we come back on is students are affected by it now, but they're affected to a lesser extent than what they're going to be. There's a big difference between walking half an hour in the rain to walking 50 minutes in the rain, which could be there and back, could be nearly 2 hours a day in the rain. So I'll just leave it there. I'll not go on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. We'll go to Councillor Sinclair to sum up.
Thank you, Provost. The course of today's meeting is the latest example of why Falkirk Council is in the dire financial situation it is. Some of the contributions have touched on the new deal for local government, or the Verity House Agreement as it's been coined, between the Scottish Government and COSLA, and the need for more money from Scottish or UK governments. Let me be clear, neither our budget nor that of the Scottish Government is getting any bigger. The new deal agreement will see certain financial flexibilities, but it's not the silver bullet that some would like it to be. The reality is that we will continue to have to make really difficult decisions, with auditors keeping a watchful eye on every choice that we make. However, yet again, when faced with a tough decision, collective irresponsibility outweighs any reason. Not taking decisions like this has become the default position, surely an abdication of the responsibilities entrusted to elected members by the electorate. We have a duty to be honest, as been mentioned on several occasions throughout this meeting, with the public. But the only message to take from today is we know what the problem is, we just don't want to fix it. These proposals brought forward by officers are the least worst option. Following a significant amount of officer time and work to bring the report that mitigated most of the concerns raised in the public consultations, including a race to identify unsafe routes to school, making sure that children and young people impacted by these changes had a way to get to school more safely, and ensuring that take-up of the National Entitlement Card was a key priority. We are left in a worse position than we were at the start of this meeting. Our schools, our pupils, our teachers, our staff,
Our communities and families want clarity from us as a council. Instead, what they are being left with is ambiguity and procrastination from a body that refuses to get a grip on the situation, and the prospect that every single child and young person at an educational establishment across the district will be worse off because of today's decision, given the alternatives that are already on the table, but which none of our colleagues today have identified as a preference. Same old story. The report provides clarity on what happens next, the possibility of a reduction in curriculum, losing teachers, social workers, support for learning assistants and more, as eloquently pointed out by my colleague Councillor Garner. These reports will come forward. They absolutely must come forward after today. But like this report and the proposals before us, it will give me no pleasure whatsoever in presenting them for consideration. But I hope that opposition councillors are prepared to reap the unsatisfactory crop that they have sown today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. So before we go to the vote, Mr Moody is going to ask a couple of questions of whether we've got further amendments or not.
Yes, thank you, Providence. And it's just to clarify the position, because both councillors Buchanan and Murtagh indicated notice of a potential further amendment, and it's just really to see if those have crystallised into a real notice of a further amendment.
Nothing from me, Mr Moody.
Thank you.
If it's accepted and it can be noted and minuted in the record about the situation on the safe walking routes, then I'm content not to put a further amendment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan and Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion consists of the adjusted recommendations which have been circulated, which were proposed by Councillor Sinclair and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there is an amendment by Councillor Hannah, seconded by Councillor Kelly, which retains only the first item of that, which is to note the report. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Apologies, Councillor
I'm here.
Deakins. Oh, he's online. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll be listening in the car.
Sorry, Councillor Deacon, just to clarify, motion.
Motion, yes.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikledon.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson. Councillor
Sorry,
Robertson, I think you may be on mute.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinbach.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 11 votes for the motion. There are 18 votes for the amendment. There's one abstention, and the amendment is accordingly carried.
Thanks very much, Mr Moody. Now, we've still got 6 items to get through, plus 2 motions, so we're going to have a 10-minute break, but at 5 o'clock we'll need to make a decision whether we want to continue or carry over some of the items. So we'll take a 10-minute break, then come back in and carry on. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next item of business is agenda item 7, workforce strategy and council workforce plan, and it's Ms Gillespie that's going to speak to the report.
Thanks, Provost. I'm conscious of time, so I'll try and summarise this as quickly as possible. The report in front of you today seeks approval for the workforce strategy and the council workforce plan. We heard from the Chief Exec earlier today on how the workforce strategy is key to supporting the delivery of our council plan within the financial context in which we work. A key enabler of the council plan is a valued sustainable workforce, and the strategy provides a framework for the future direction of our workforce to ensure we have the right people in the right place at the right time to ensure we meet our priorities for our communities. The corporate and service workforce plans are more detailed and flow from the workforce strategy, and they identify the key actions to address and respond to the challenges and changes that we face. Section 5.1 of the report outlines the 6 key themes that take account of the key factors influencing the council's culture and management of its workforce. The themes are linked and impact on our ability to achieve our priorities and impact on our culture. We will statements and success measures are noted under each theme. Trade unions have been consulted on the strategy and plan, and comments have been fully considered. Recommendations are noted at section 2, recommending approval of the revised workforce strategy and council workforce plan.
Thank you very much, Ms Gillespie. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. And can I first of all thank Tracy and Karen for pulling this report together. Again, it's another no mean feat, pulling together a workforce strategy and plan and aligning that both with the council plan and the financial strategy. At the heart of achieving the vision and delivering priorities within the council plan is, of course, our dedicated and valued workforce. They are the front line, they are delivering on our behalf, and indeed they are the front face of the council and should be praised for the work that they do. Within our council plan, we recognise our workforce as being a key enabler to the delivery of the council plan commitments. And employees are our most valuable asset and play a central role in the success of our services to local communities as well as the delivery of our priorities. We've also just discussed and agreed the financial strategy. Workforce costs make up to around 60% of the council's expenditure. We're a large employer with a workforce of around 6,500 full-time equivalents. It's essential that we manage and support the workforce. We must also have sound plans in place of how we develop and change our workforce to meet the future needs of our communities. The workforce strategy lets us do this in a planned and constructive way. Getting our workforce strategy right also ensures that we take the appropriate steps to deliver significant improvements. We know and have talked many times about how the council will look, feel and be a different organisation over the next few years. Within our financial strategy, we've just agreed to recognise that we'll be a smaller, more focused and efficient organisation with our target operating model. Inevitably, the changes we need to make to deliver a balanced budget will bring challenges for our employees over the coming years. We must look at how we can respond positively to this and help employees respond to the significant change. Looking ahead, although we may become more focused as a council, it's vital that we remain an excellent employer, an employer of choice. We are dedicated to maintaining a positive and rewarding working environment, ensuring our workplace remains attractive with an employment package that reflects Falkirk as a council of the future. The workforce strategy and plan identifies that our workforce needs to look like and how it needs to feel, to operate, to deliver services to our communities. Strategy makes sure that we have the right people with the right skills in the right place, at the right level and at the right cost. We need to plan to get it right by ensuring that we work towards having a workforce that is highly skilled, innovative and engaged in the work that they do. Redeployment and retraining programmes, along with a range of flexible policies, will be essential in this journey of change. And members will recall that we agreed money for this purpose when we agreed our budget in March. Strategy also outlines the key themes that we need to focus on to ensure employees are supported and adapt to the changes we require for the future, including prioritising the wellbeing and needs of our employees. I'm happy to move the report, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, it's me again, Provost. Happy to sign.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
No amendments.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment? Okay, thank you. So we'll just open up for questions. Any questions? Everyone agree? Agree with the report?
Agreed.
Hey, there you are. You can come back again, definitely. So agenda item 8, council management structure and support by the Chief Executive, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. So this report proposes some changes to the council's functional and management structure. And by way of background, although we did a management restructure in March 2021, there was no impact on children's services at that stage. And this report deals with specifically aspects related to children's services. And given the scale of that service, given the priorities which we're aware of, the importance of that service for our communities, and the scale of change required, and indeed the scale of financial savings which will be required in the context of our financial strategy, we need to think what the best way of structuring this service is, given that we now have notice that the head of planning and resources is retiring from the council in December of this year. So that simply provides an opportunity to review how best we structure the service and support children's services through the challenges ahead. So touching first on education, the current head of education has a very broad remit. It includes ASN, early years, a growing need for additional expertise and support, a number of transformational projects which need to be taken forward, with which the head of education needs to provide leadership. In view of these increasing demands, the proposal is that rather than reappointing the post of head of planning and resources, that is replaced by a second head of education post to increase the capacity required to successfully deliver the changes which I've referred to manage performance in relation to attainment. And when we benchmark with other authorities, authorities of our size, having two heads of education is not an uncommon model at all. That means that we need to consider how we deal with the current remit of the head of planning and resources. The intention is to centralise a number of the support functions, which will allow more focus and strategic leadership capacity for education to transform and improve performance. So the proposals in relation to that are set out at section 5.3 of the report and are subject to the relevant consultations with unions and employees in terms of the detail. A split in the education functions we made between the two heads of education on an interim basis and reviewed thereafter. And as these proposed changes result in the appointment of a second permanent head of education, Council is asked to agree to delegate responsibility for this to the Appointments Committee, with the aim of having the new appointment in place as soon as practical. The second element which impacts on education is about sport and leisure. In line with the proposed changes to education, I feel it's like counterintuitive to retain sport and leisure function within education. The intention is to move that into place services. That ties closely into the strategic property review and also the work to increase the commercialisation of sport and leisure and to increase income. So the proposal there is that the transformation of sport and leisure will best be taken forward within place services. I'll touch very briefly on children and family social work. There are no recommendations relating directly to this. But there are clear synergies between children and family social work and adult social work services which sit within the Health and Social Care Partnership. And in the context of the National Care Service proposals, just to advise that we are now giving consideration to how children and family social work services are best delivered and managed, and whether that correctly sits within children's services or whether in due course these services should be integrated in the Health and Social Care Partnership, and we will report back on that in due course. Two other elements of the report very briefly: the proposal to move the resilience team into housing and communities, that feels like a better fit, and also the proposal in terms of building design, housing new build and planned improvements unit, moving that into housing and communities to have a single team focused on these issues. That's a quick rush through the report. Provost, I think I've covered the main bases. The recommendations are at 2.1 in the report. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, and I will be brief as well, recognising that time is very much against us now. We've seen the Council's management structure evolve over the last year in particular and transform to meet the demands of delivering on the Council's priorities. Proposals before us today demonstrate that this will be an iterative process, with education being one of the areas that has been little change, and it's now is the right time to begin that process of that restructure. Following the integration of the community trust into the council, it became apparent that sport and leisure sits better within place rather than education. And while the move had been made temporarily, again, this is now regularising and giving clarity and certainty to staff. Finally, we know just how much work has been within the communities section. Therefore, it makes sense that Brazilians sit there as if any significant events is likely to impact on our communities most, and that would be the best place for that to be dealt with. Having design within housing has been something that we've raised for a number of years, and that should enable a very much more joined up approach. I'm not going to say much more than that, Provost, other than to move the recommendations and say thank you to the Chief Executive and the senior management team for the development of this. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder, please?
Provost, happy to second reserve right.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Hahn, do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
Councillor Kerr?
No amendment, Provost, but a quick comment at the opportunity.
Okay, Councillor Spears, any amendment?
No amendment.
Thank you. So just open it up for questions. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Just a couple of questions. Kenneth, you mentioned the possibility in the future of children and family social work going to the IGB. What happens to the budget? Are we still liable for the budget for the social work side of things?
Thank you, Provost. I mean, the budget would transfer with the service into the Health and Social Care Partnership.
Right, so we would lose that part of the council budget ultimately.
The decisions about that would then be taken by the IGB rather than the council.
Right, okay. The second point is just in relation to the two heads of service for education. Would it be right in me saying that it could very well be one for primary and one for secondary? Or would it be as simple as that?
That is a split we see in a number of other councils of our size, that there is a role primary, perhaps paired with early years, and a role secondary, which might be paired, for example, with ASN. There's a number of other functions, clearly, which would need to be taken into account, but that is something that we would work on the details of following the decision by the council tonight. Soon that decision enables us to go ahead.
Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. So just like to ask the Chief Executive, what's the financial implications of the changes? Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. As set out at paragraph 7.1, there will be no immediate financial changes because it will be implemented within current budgets. There's no additional posts created here. It's simply moving jobs between one part of the council and another.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. With regards to the proposals, I think they are the right proposals, and that going forward, no any time soon, but going forward, we'll need to look at every department and whether they're in the right place or no. But getting the sports and leisure into police services. It's another one for Malcolm and his team. But it's the right place. I didn't think education was the right place for it. So, and I'm sure through time, the people who are leaving or being replaced will have an opportunity to comment and thank for their services in the position going forward. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Any other questions? No, well, recommendation been moved and seconded. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
I think at this point we'll just go over to Mr. Moody and see what our options are. It's coming up to 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Provost. And your standing orders do make provision for what happens if we reach 5 o'clock with unfinished business. So our options are, or your options are as a council, to agree to continue the meeting. That can be without limit, or you could fix a time that you're prepared to agree to continue to. For instance, 6 o'clock, for example. You could, if a motion was so moved, agree to carry forward the unfinished business to a new date, and another date could be identified to deal with that. Or we could use our guillotine procedure, which is effectively to go through the business where it's formally moved and seconded and voted on if there's a division, but there isn't discussion or debate. Those are the three options.
Just open it up.
Provost, I would propose that we continue and be able to have the business finished for 6 o'clock.
Okay. Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, I think we have to remember why we have standing orders in the first place. There's a lot of us around the table here who have other commitments on our time after 5 o'clock. For example, I've got a surgery that I should be attending. I'm sure there's others that are in the same position. I think she would carry it forward to another date.
Okay, any other views? Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to continue this evening until we've finished, and agree with the council leader that 6 p.m. would be a good cut-off time.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
I would also agree that we would continue. I respect what Councillor Nimmo was saying, but it's also difficult to rearrange other commitments at other times. So I don't know if there's a guillotine option that that could be enacted to help that or not, but potential.
Councillor Deacon. Hope you're feeling a wee bit better.
A wee bit better. I won't say what happened on the motorway, but I would like to just vote to go continue. There's not that much to go. So I think we're easy just to continue. And I understand other councillors may have other commitments, but we only have a couple of items to go. So I think it'll be pointless to put off.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Colley.
I just want to concur that I think we should just continue. We don't have a lot of items left, and I know we've got a couple of important motions as well. But I think we can get through that.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
For myself, I'm happy to do any of the options, but I am aware that others have other commitments and other things that they need to do. I'm wondering if we can have some kind of combination of continuing but kind of cutting short. And we all agree that we don't drag it out. And possibly treating some items where there may not be a necessity for debate under a guillotine provision.
Councillor Binney.
Yeah, I agree we continue, but I think we should put an end time on it. It's been exceptional all day, and a lot of you here maybe has got some health conditions. And as I said earlier, sitting in one place all day is not good for your health and well-being.
Okay, Councillor Mickelton, did you say 6 o'clock?
I said that we have the cut off of 6 o'clock,
and that's fine. That's
and I think if people could be, could be brevity. I don't know whether we need officers to actually move the reports, or whether we could take them as read.
Okay.
Thank you.
Consensus seems to be to continue to 6 o'clock. So, okay.
6 o'clock and be brief.
Or earlier. So agenda item 10, referral from Executive Treasury Management Annual Review. Can we do that? Aye. Referred from the Executive Treasury Management Annual Review. I think we've heard this a number of times. So we are just happy to agree with the report.
I'm happy to move the report as it was already up at the Executive, Provost.
You got a second for that?
I'll second it.
Provost, it was my big moment, so I'll just get my speech out just now. I'm joking.
Okay.
Formally second and reserve the right.
Thanks very much. So can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 11, the proportionality of committee places and appointments to outside bodies. This is a report by Ms Algie. Is it? No? Oh, by Mr Moody. Sorry.
Thank you, Provost. And I think I do need to say something about this. So it comes in a number of parts. First of all, in relation to proportionality, I think it can be seen that there is a consequence of recent changes in the political balance across the council, which impact first on the committees with 12 places, the executive, the education, children, young people executive, and the planning committee. So I think the first question for members is, are they content to agree that recommendation that those committees are rebalanced as set out, which is SNP 4, Labour 4, Conservative 2 and Independent 2?
Agreed.
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 Councillor Miko John, I think, is...
Yeah, I'm happy to agree, and I will notify changes in relation to my group in due course.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I think while we're on that point, Provost, it would be useful just to know if the independents have agreed among themselves who will take up the places on these three bodies. Like,
very happy to say we have had a unanimous decision on the people for each body.
Okay.
Okay, that's helpful to know, Provost, and no doubt we'll receive notification of that in due course if people don't want to indicate at the moment.
Is there any other questions?
Okay.
No.
Then we move on to the third aspect, Provost, which is in relation to the consequence for bodies of 10, which are the Licensing Board and the Civic Licensing Committee. This isn't a firm recommendation to change the current balance. It asks Council to consider the position, and this arises from the number of independents matching the number of Conservatives. And one suggestion for consideration is that there is one Conservative and two independents on one body, two Conservatives and one independent on the other. I think that only arises as a question for Council if there is a particular demand or desire on the part of the independent councillors to take up a place on one of those bodies, because there is a counterbalancing interest in preserving the membership, because people develop experience on those bodies, which is useful to maintain. So I think, Provost, we're partly in the hands of the independent councillors to indicate whether there is a desire to take up a place on one of those bodies.
Okay, any independent councillor like to respond? Councillor Spears?
We've already said to you that we will send in our list.
I think that was in relation to the bodies of 12, Councillor Spears, we had that indication. So I don't know if there's an indication that there is a desire to take up one of the places on the licensing bodies. So it's just a quick indication on that point.
I can tell you right off, I'll take up the licensing board, and I believe Councillor Mutt has taken civic licensing.
The question isn't around taking two places, it's taking one place on one of the bodies. So
we're more than happy to take one of the places.
Yeah, I'm not seeking a nomination for civic in terms of, I think the balance would be, if Councillor Spears is wishing to go forward with that, I'm happy to support Councillor Spears. That's, I think, the proportionality. If that's the balance, then it's most pragmatic for the council. From if we're not taking up two places, so I'm happy with that.
So the question then, I think, for the council is, does the council agree to rebalance the licensing board to insert a new independent place, and that would be at the cost of deleting one of the Conservative places.
Thoughts? Is it a case of just-
Yes, if there's no
is it
review.
It's a
So,
agreement there?
so does that mean that there would need to be someone would have to come off from the Conservatives, off the licensing board,
Yes.
to allow Councillor Spears to go on?
Yes.
I just think that's maybe needs to be clarified, and for Conservatives to acknowledge that, if that is what their will is.
Councillor Spears? Yeah.
I was nicely asked. If that's agreement of the council, there's not much we can do about it. And if that's the best way forward, that would, or the compromise that it is, well, difficult decisions. We've spoken about difficult decisions before, so.
Okay, so we're agreed on that.
Just to say, Mr. Moody, I think it's really up for the Conservatives to agree with the Independents, and if they're not, it's not really for council per se, but it's for them to agree rather than the council. So I just would like it to be left as the council's well-being is imposed.
Provost, I think I wouldn't quite agree with that formulation of it. I think the council needs to agree the balance on the bodies, and then it's for the groups or independents to fill the places which are allocated. So the allocation does lie with the council as a decision. And I detect from what is said so far that the council is content to rebalance with an additional independent place for the licensing board. So
I have some difficulty. I was hoping that this could have simply been agreed between the Conservatives and the Independents, but it doesn't appear to be so. So I have some difficulty making a decision on that, as I think from the sounds around the room, others do as well.
if that's the case, the other alternative is to continue this aspect of it to a future council meeting and allow those discussions to take place.
I would be in agreement with that.
Agreed.
Okay, so we agreed to continue?
Agreed.
Well, that would continue a democratic deficit within the council that quite clearly the independents are of a greater number now and should be allocated places accordingly.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh.
I just wonder if there's a third way to actually formally move it as an amendment so instead of agreeing on the 10 bodies that matter, rather than being continued until December or whatever, that council is content that the balance is agreed offline between the Conservative and Independents as is most pragmatic. And if there is an issue with that, we could bring it back to council. But is there a third way to basically word something like that, a form of words, so that it can then be, I'm sure there can be a pragmatic discussion about the best way to achieve the proportionality element that makes it fairer across the board, but not lose a specific member if they've got expertise, etc. Is there not a third way?
Yes, I think that we could come up with a form of wording for that if the council was content with that as a third way, that there are discussions take place between the independents and the Conservative group as to whether there's agreement on the way to take this forward. If there's not agreement, it will come back in December council.
Provost, we're quite happy for Councillor Spears to come on the licence board. And we'll, I think, through the discussions, Councillor Patrick will come off the licence board and go into the civic licence. And Councillor Flynn will come off the civic licence.
Well, Provost, we have now heard from independents and the Conservative group, so I suppose there's a question, is council content to...
If they're content, then we're content.
Yes.
Sounds like it.
If the Conservatives and the Independents are agreed on that, then we are all agreed.
Okay.
Provost, if we could turn then to the appointments to the COSLA Children and Young People Board and to the CMIS Management Board. Information on both those bodies is contained within the reports. The position on the COSLA boards has traditionally gone with the appointment of the portfolio holder. That's been an established practice within the council, so that's to be had in mind when the council considers the nomination. But at this point, I think it's appropriate to call for nominations, firstly to the Children and Young People Board.
Provost, I would nominate Councillor Sinclair as a portfolio holder. I think that he that has the knowledge and the background to be able to represent the council within COSLA on that and to be able to feed back accordingly.
Happy to second.
Yeah. Any other nominations? No. Agreed.
And secondly, Provost, to the CMIS Management Board.
Similarly, Provost, I would nominate Councillor Sinclair to the CMIS board. This is the first time that we've been in this position. Again, it means that the knowledge and the expertise of Falkirk has been taken out there, plus we'll be able to gain information from others and be able to bring that back and share good practice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I think I've now set a record for seconding agenda items at one meeting, so happy to second.
Thank you. Have I agreed? Agreed, okay. That concludes that one. Agenda item 12 is programme of meetings for 2024-25. I believe it's Mr. Perry speaking to this report.
Unless members are happy to agree.
Agreed.
Provost.
Yes. Well, I have somebody say. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Not want to hold up anybody too long. I'd just like to state what I'm going to say I had no intention of saying before today's long meeting. But given all that we've heard today, potential cuts to services, proposed council tax increases, increased service charges, writing to the First Minister, proportionality of committees, etc., we are in desperate need of joined-up thinking. We need to have some form of unified council moving forward. I wonder if the council committee structures are therefore in need of reform. The executive scrutiny model is under pressure.
Councillor McCabe, I believe the Standing Order Review Body is looking at that.
It is to a certain extent.
Are you on that? You're on that group, actually.
I am indeed, but just
I'm not seeing the link to this on the programme of meetings.
No,
I'm just about to come to it if you just give me time. Councillor Meikle-John, thanks. No, what's rude is interrupting someone who's speaking. Thank you.
Okay, carry on.
Thanks, Provost. The executive scrutiny model is under pressure, and would we be better placed returning to a full council model? Full council would enable the involvement of all councillors. The frequency of meetings would be increased with the loss of the executive and scrutiny, as those meetings timetabled would move to full council. This is not a motion or an amendment, but rather an aide-memoire or a provoking statement to have the council consider. We need to address the underlying problems in this council. And I don't think today has been a very good example for our constituents out there. We've had criticism from the opposite side about how we don't engage in council business. When in actual fact, we are trying to engage in council business. The fact that we don't agree with what's been proposed from the administration is getting nothing to
It's totally irrelevant to the item, and it's an absolute disgrace to be able to politicise a straightforward item as in programme meetings.
Councillor McCabe, could you stick to the programme of meetings?
Promise.
We're just trying to agree.
Sure, it's as I say, it's a kind of aide memoire, if you like, where we could be looking to change the structures, which would have an impact on the very thing we're discussing, the programme of meetings.
We currently have 5 council meetings, 5 full council meetings, and we have 7 or 8 executives, 7 or 8 scrutiny.
Councillor McCabe, could I just come in? And, once the standing order review group has completed its findings, that will come to council, and that would be the opportunity for people to discuss it and debate it and put forward motions.
Absolutely happy with that, Provost. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we agree the programme of meetings?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 13, execution of deeds. This is a report by Mr. Moody.
Thank you. I'm not going to say anything in relation to the report, Provost, but we'll attempt to deal with any questions that arise.
Happy to agree report, Provost.
Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
So now we turn to the motions. We've got two motions submitted in accordance with Standing Order 29 are set out below. Motion that refers to matters within the remit of the Executive or Education, Children and Young People's Exec will stand referred to appropriate body without discussion unless I've had a conversation with the group leaders, and Councillor Bundy's motion, we agreed that it would be referred, it would stand to the council here. So we're going to hear it today. So the first motion is, for me, it's appointment of bailies. So bailey is an honorary title given to a councillor who can, along with the deputy provost, deputise for the provost at civic receptions and engagements. In Glasgow, there's a cross-party representation of bailies, and the role is not political. Bailies receive no remuneration for the post. It's simply an honour to be part of the civic function of the council and represent the many civic events we have. In Falkirk Council, we have a Labour provost, an SNP deputy provost. The motion calls for 2 bailies, one from independents and one from Conservatives. This gives a political balance across the civic function. It's a good example of cross-party collaboration and cooperation, something the best value auditors are seeking across the council in many aspects of the council. A few examples of councils that have bailies. Aberdeen Council appoints 5 bailies. The population is 213,224. That's 1 bailey per 442,644 of the population. Dundee Council appoints 5 bailies, population 147,720. That's 1 bailey per 29,554 of the population. Edinburgh Council appoints 6 bailies, population 554,000, 1 per 92,333 of the population. Glasgow City Council appoints 18 bailies, population 1,698,000, that's 1 bailey per 94,333 of population. Perth and Kinross Council appoints 5 bailies, population similar to Falkirk, 151,290, that's 1 per 30,258 of population. Stirling Council appoints 4 bailies, population 93,500, that's 1 per 23,000 of population. And Western Barton Council appoints 2 bailies, population 89,130, that's 1 per 44,565 population. Population of Falkirk is 160,700, and we have no bailies. If we appoint 2, that would be 1 bailey per 80,350 of population, which is close to the large cities of Edinburgh and Glasgow figures of 1 bailey per 92,333. These councils have 22 bailies between them. So I think these figures alone show clear justification for non-remunerated posts of bailies in Falkirk Council in support of the civic duty of the council. I would not have brought this motion forward if I did not feel there was a need for bailies. I'm sure Deputy Provost Balfour would agree we have many varied events that come into the civic mailbox. The role of a bailey is quite clear in that the bailey supports the provost in civic duties. The bailey does not create civic events. Any civic event the bailey attends will be allocated after discussion with the provost and deputy. If council agrees to appoint bailies, then the role will be explicitly defined in writing, so there's no dubiety about roles and responsibility. If that helps some councillors support the motion. Bailies also would assist in covering for holidays and sickness as well. So I'll now read out the motion. Appointment of bailies. Point 1, Council notes that standing orders currently provides for appointment of bailies, but that none have been appointed for some time. 2, council agrees that it would be useful to have a small number of bailies who would be available to assist the provost and deputy provost in civic duties. 3, council accordingly agrees to appoint 2 bailies, 1 independent member and 1 from the Conservative group. And if this motion is agreed, that the appointment should be made at the next meeting of the council, and it would be entirely up to these groups to decide on gender balance as well. So I'll formally move the motion.
Provost.
Councillor Buchanan.
Provost, I would formally like to second your motion to reintroduce the bailies within this council. As a former provost, I am well aware of the situation that has brought this motion to council. Unless you have been involved in the civic side of the council, you will really not understand the pressure put on both the provost and deputy to facilitate all the invitations that come through the provost office. Sadly, during my term of office, I went through the COVID situation that had a significant effect on the provost duties. But when I was on formal duties, it could be sometimes 3 times a day, and that could include weekends. There were occasions when both myself and deputy had occasions when we were just not available, and apologies had to go out to whoever had given you an invitation. Therefore, the appointment of bailies is a sensible proposal. Other councils have them, and we in Falkirk did have them previously. It's important to say that there is no financial outlay if this motion is supported. This motion is sensible, and I would like to formally second you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. And it's good that we have this motion brought forward. However, I think as we are reviewing our standing orders within council, I think there's an opportunity for this to be taken to the standing orders review group, if nothing else, to look at the roles and responsibilities of a bailey, but also to look at the requirements, just to look at the business that's coming in from the civic, see what's being missed and what's not being attended to, and therefore be able to make a justified view on actually having bailies taking that forward. So at this stage, I'm not saying whether we should or shouldn't have bailies appointed. We've had that within the standing orders, but I think it'd be helpful just to do a piece of work to be able to say and recognise to our communities that civic role and the work that's done within the civic area. And would ask that consideration be given to taking that to the Standing Orders Review Committee, and it could be brought back in the report that comes to Council in December. I'm going to leave it there. It's been very brief, recognising.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, happy to say.
Broke the record. So, Councillor Meikle-John's amendment's been circulated. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Provost. I don't have an amendment, but I do have a question.
Okay, if I'll go to Councillor Kerr next, see if he's got an amendment.
I have not got an amendment, but I'd like to comment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment, but I agree with the administration's view that it should come back in a more defined. You're asking people to take on a role without a complete definition of the role. So I think Councillor Meikle-John is right that we should come back with a greater understanding.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. Can I ask for clarification? I would guess from Mr. Moody, in the event that the Standing Orders Committee considers this and there is a report comes forward from the Standing Orders Committee, when would any changes be implemented?
Well, first of all, the report from the Standing Orders Working Group will come to Council in December. So I think, as Councillor Hannah knows, the group's making good progress and working its way through a number of issues. So if the matter were to be with that group to look at the issue of the role of bailies, then I think there'd be no difficulty in that issue coming back to Council in December at the same time. It would then be open to Council whether that recommendation was or agreement was to appoint bailies at that meeting, or at a future meeting. And I think the current motion is structured in a way that the council would take the decision in principle at this meeting, but the appointment would be at the December meeting, and that would be to allow groups and independents to have the opportunity to think about who their nominated Bailey would be. So it is possible that the same result could be achieved with the consideration by the Standing Orders Working Group.
So in effect, if we pass the motion as it stands, it would be the same situation as if we accepted the amendment. No, I'm not fully understanding. I apologise for my.
If the amendment
perhaps
is
been a long day.
accepted, you won't have taken the decision in principle to appoint 2 Baileys. You'll be going away to think about, is there a need for Baileys to be appointed in the context of the Standing Orders Working Group, and thinking through what the role of the Baileys would be. That's the substantial difference. If you agree with the motion, you'll have taken the decision, and the appointment of Baileys will come back in December.
Thank you, Provost. Just given all the discussions that we've had today about representation, and if this motion was to be passed, I would be hoping that we would look into gender balance that out, given the makeup of the council. We need to make sure that it's representative. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? No.
Councillor Murtagh.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you. I suppose this is kind of a question really for yourself, Provost, and Deputy Provost Balfour, because you said, the reasons you're bringing it forward, and I totally understand, and the civic function of the council, as Councillor Buchanan has also said, really important, and really important represented at different events. So, you're saying that there has been that the additional support, in essence, would be welcome. And I know that Deputy Provost Balfour works very hard. I know that you work very hard. And I think it's just whether, is there not a way that, I understand the historical significance of Baileys and that they're not remunerated, but I would hope that councillors could also assist both of you with that office without the kind of need for formal titles. And I declare I am not a formal title type of person, so I would certainly have no interest in being a Bailey, just because I'm not particularly comfortable with that sort of thing, but everybody's entitled to their view. But in that sense, for those who are, is there a way that there's a kind of, because if it comes with civic regalia, and it comes with having to be accompanied, and it comes with all these kind of things, then there's kind of implications for that in the office. So is there a way that even if we did decide not to do it today, that it could be that councillors could be able to help and fulfil those offices to assist you and Deputy Provost Balfour in your valuable work, is my question really.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. If I'd looked at it that way, I would have brought it forward that way, but I believe the right way to do it is through Baileys in the civic function, so they can be properly appointed. It doesn't prevent councillors from doing what they do in their wards anyway. A lot of councillors attend different functions in their ward. So Councillor Balfour might want to make any comment. Deputy Provost Balfour. My apologies.
Not really got much to say. There's, as far as I know, with myself, there's only been a couple of times I've not been able to step in for whatever reason, if I've been ill or whatever, but not very much at all. So far, it's been okay. I've managed to cover most things I've been asked to cover.
Thanks very much, Deputy Provost Balfour. We'll go to Councillor Anslow.
Thanks, Provost. I'll be brief. Just to say that as Veterans Champion, there are a number of events I already cover, either with or on behalf of the Provost. But that's just part of my role as Veterans Champion, such as Poppy Scotland launch in November.
Okay, thanks very much. Go to Councillor Flynn next.
Yep, thanks, Provost. Just very straightforward. we are again as a council, we sometimes make heavy weather of simple decisions. The provost has said he needs some assistance, and the two groups, Independents and Conservatives, have been asked to nominate candidates. We're coming up to, I guess, a very busy time, pre-Christmas, Christmas, New Year, etc. So to delay it, I think is a bit silly because, the time that you need a Bailey to assist the provost and the deputy provost, there's not going to be anybody there until we approve it in December. So I think we should just get on with it, nominate somebody today, and if the Independents don't have anybody, but I'm sure they will have, then that's fine. But I would suggest we just get on and nominate someone, and let's crack on with the business.
Thanks very much, Councillor Flynn. We'll go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I'm sure both the motion and the amendment can be addressed at the same time. I think I'm quite happy to support the motion to appoint today and through time, because it's coming back in December, the time that the working group that the leader has mentioned, their work will be done by December. And if it comes that the group says that we didn't need them, well, in December you just say, well, people were appointed, but we're not using them anymore. So I just think both can be accommodated. I really think that the support that yourself and the Deputy Provost could be doing a hand with. There is functions. I've seen your calendar, and there's sometimes 3, 4, 5 functions in one day, and a lot of the times is the weekend where you give up your time as Provost, and as the Deputy Provost does as well. I just think it's a win-win for the people of Falkirk.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Any other comments? Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, just quickly, I think yourself as Provost, you're best placed to know what your workload actually is and what's entailed in that. You know how many hours you put into the job, and you're best placed to know what help you need. I'm quite happy to support your motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. Any other questions?
Can I ask, was that, sorry, was that basically a suggestion from Councillor Kerr for Councillor to kind of basically have an adaptation of the motion and to kind of incorporate what Councillor Meiklejohn was saying in terms of if it was a combination of your motion, but in acknowledgement that this body will report in December, and therefore there'd been an opportunity to review that in the fullness. Would that be a reasonable compromise that everybody could agree on to be incorporated in just a substantive motion?
I'll perhaps go to Mr. Moody's for a bit of clarification on that.
Maybe just to remind members, Provost, that the motion as it currently stands is to agree in principle to appoint these 2 Baileys, but the appointments would be made in December. And against that, we've had the suggestion that we have the Standing Orders Working Group look at the issue. And I think what Councillor Murtagh is suggesting, picking up on Councillor Kerr's comments, is that to combine the two is to make that agreement just now, but subject to the consideration by the Standing Orders Working Group, so that if the Standing Orders Working Group, whatever it were to say, the council will consider that when it comes to appointing the Baileys in December.
I could almost agree with that and allow the Standing Orders of Working Group to look to deal with around gender balance, but also to be able to take some information from the civic officers around the numbers of civic events where we've not been able to service because there's not been availability, and just to actually have an idea and a clear idea of the workload and the types of events that the civic part of the council is actually having to service. So I think that there's a bit of work needs to be looked at this in the broader sense, and not just a tick box exercise, because it is an important part of the council's work, Civic, but I think that there's a bit more needs to be done and a bit more clarity about what is a civic role, what's a political role, but also what the roles and where the Baileys would be stepping in, so that there's a clear understanding. And perhaps, I don't like to use the word, but a hierarchy of delegation of responsibilities, so that we're clear on that going forward. So I don't know whether agreeing in principle just now and then following that up with a bit more of a paper around the evidence and to be able to support all of that is the way forward. But there's some very good points made around a gender balance. And I think that might be helpful for that to be laid down in some way.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Meikle. I did say in my introduction, that I think I understand, as Councillor Nimmo says, I think I understand the workload, and I know I wouldn't have brought it forward if I didn't think it was necessary. But I think it's go to the vote now.
Thank you, Provost. So as I understand it then, the motion is moved as currently on the agenda, and that's moved by you and seconded by Councillor Buchanan, against which we have an amendment moved by Councillor Meikle, which has been circulated and seconded by Councillor Garner. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Brown.
Oh dear. Can't help that.
Councillor Buchanan.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meikle.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
Abstain.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
Motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie, I think, may have left the meeting. Councillor Robertson.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Stainbank.
Motion.
Provost, there are 15 votes for the motion. There are 12 for the amendment. There's one abstention. The motion's carried.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. And the next motion is Councillor Bundy's. It's on stroke awareness. I'll just go straight to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. That's been a long wait for a speech that I'm dreading to give. Stroke is the second leading cause of death worldwide. In the hope of saving lives, governments around the world are investing huge sums of money to raise awareness of stroke symptoms. But we need to get the messaging right. In Scotland and in the rest of Britain, our fast stroke awareness campaign does not accommodate all symptoms of stroke. My father, Anthony James Bundy, suffered a fatal stroke earlier this year. When it started, his face and arms were unaffected, and his speech was not slurred. Because of this, my father passed the FAST test. The cruel irony of this is that by passing the FAST test, my dad was prevented from getting fast treatment that could have saved his life. Provost, I believe by incorporating more symptoms of stroke in our public health messaging, we can save lives. I don't want to get political, but I think I have to put this on record. Scotland is behind the rest of the UK when it comes to stroke public awareness. This year, England, Wales and Northern Ireland have had a publicly funded stroke awareness campaign, but Scotland has not. I believe the Scottish Government must rectify this. But before we spend taxpayers' money, we have to get the messaging right. I don't want our great nation of Scotland simply playing catch-up with the rest of the UK. I want us to be leading the way. And Scotland has an opportunity to do this with stroke awareness by turning fast into be fast. I believe we can lead the way in Britain. NHS did a fast campaign in February and March. Public Health Wales did a fast campaign in April. And even without a functioning government, Northern Ireland did a fast campaign in April. But in the last 3 years, Scotland has not had a publicly funded stroke awareness campaign. This is not good enough. But it doesn't have to be this way. As I've said, we could play catch up. Like England, Wales and Northern Ireland, we could fund a fast campaign. But why play catch up when Scotland could be taking the lead? Provost, I believe Scotland should be taking the lead. We know that FAST does not incorporate all symptoms of stroke. Before the Scottish Government funds a stroke public health campaign, it is right if we can add other symptoms of stroke to FAST. Let's learn from the USA, Australia, Canada and India. All of these nations use BFAST. B stands for balance, E stands for eyes, F stands for face, A stands for arms, S stands for speech, and T stands for throwing up. And together, the acronym reminds us that if we suspect a stroke, we must be fast. When my father's stroke started, he lost his balance. His eyes were struggling to focus, he was throwing up, and his speech was slow. I cannot be certain that he would be alive today if Be Fast was the public health message, but I am certain that his chances of being alive would be higher. My father passed the FAST tests. This denied him the fast treatment that he needed. He would have failed a Be Fast test. He then would have been sent for a scan, highlighting the clot. Treatment then could have begun, treatment that could have saved his life. And my dad's situation is not unique. Sadly, it's not rare. Around 10% of all ischemic strokes happen at the base of the brain. When it strikes here, FAST is not always effective. A loss of balance, eye struggling to focus, throwing up, and slow speech are more likely to be symptoms, not a dropped face, not struggling to raise your arms. By incorporating Be Fast, Scotland would be putting all strokes on an equal footing. By incorporating Be Fast, Scotland would be saving lives. Provost, I have heard two arguments in favour of keeping FAST, but these arguments fall apart with the slightest bit of scrutiny. The first, people know FAST, so it would be unwise to change. The second, if we give people too much information, they cannot consume it all. My response, trust the people of Scotland. During COVID, public health messaging was changing every week. Public health experts and government ministers expected the public to consume this information. If they can do that, I'm sure they can consume an additional 2 letters in an acronym. My family also started a parliamentary petition last week. With only awareness being raised on social media, we've achieved over 750 signatures as speaking. I believe with greater awareness, this figure would be higher. And I think it shows that there is a clear appetite for change. And by giving change, by embracing change, we can give people information that can save their lives. Without a review, the best that Scotland can do is play catch-up. I have higher ambitions for Scotland. Without a review, we would be spending money on a public health campaign that we know does not incorporate all symptoms of stroke. Taxpayers deserve better value for money. And without a review, those who have a type of stroke that my dad had would continue to be at higher risk. I find this unacceptable. So rather than continue with the status quo, Scotland should be brave. With a review, Scotland would be leading Britain. With a review, all potential symptoms of stroke could be incorporated into the public health campaign. With a review, lives could be saved. Provost, I miss my dad every day. He was only 53 years old. He loved my mum, he loved his children, He loved his grandchildren. He had just started a business, a long dream of his. He had so much to look forward to in life. In this time of sadness, it could be easy for me and my family to stay silent. But this would be letting my dad down. He was a man who sought justice, who sought to do the right thing. Here, the right thing to do is clear. It is honour my father's memory by making the changes needed to save lives. It is for a great nation of Scotland to take the lead by incorporating more symptoms into a publicly funded stroke awareness campaign. It is for all of us to tell our loved ones that if you suspect somebody is having a stroke, you must be fast.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. I think it's commendable that I think it's commendable that you and your family have had the presence of mind to come forward with this campaign. I know how difficult that is personally. So I thank you for that. And I think if the campaign takes wings and it is agreed, I think it will save lives. So I'm happy to second your motion, Councillor Bundy, and go to Councillor McAvoy.
Thank you, Provost, and well done for that speech. It must have been extremely difficult to have done, but I fully appreciate the sentiment and indeed the campaign and the awareness. We're happy to support that motion, and I'm happy to write to Public Health Scotland. And I'm happy through my other contacts through the ambulance service to raise that with them and reinforce the need for that information and that quick diagnosis and checks to be considered. In the interest of time, Provost, and recognising this is a very emotional, emotive subject, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Bundy, for raising this. All our hearts go out to Councillor Bundy and his family in this very, very difficult time, and he has done an excellent job, his whole family have, in raising the issue at a time when it must be very, very difficult to do so. I will say very little as well, since time is moving on, and it is very personal. I have personal experience of strokes that occurred in my family. Also, my mother had a stroke at the age of 52. Thankfully, she did survive. I think all of us have probably had such experiences within our friends and families, and all our hearts go out to you. I am very pleased to support this motion. I will be more than happy to work with the council leader and other group leaders to come up with a letter we can all co-sign. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I will support this motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. I'll go to Councillor Kerr, Councillor Spears, then I'll go to Councillor Colley. Councillor Kerr.
No amendment to that, or obviously no.
I forgot to say that. My apologies.
Like everybody else has said, Provost, a very brave statement. And it must have took a lot to write that. Never mind say it. My mum died with stroke, and her two sisters died with stroke. So here's hoping it doesn't come the family down to me.
Oh no.
No. So I understand, and it is a serious issue, and I'm glad that the leader's going to send a letter to Health Scotland.
Thanks very much. So, Councillor Spears.
We have no amendment, but I'd just like to add it was a very brave thing to bring forward, especially this difficult time for your family. I've already said my condolences, as my colleague has. I've had a sister that's had 3 strokes, and the sad thing is strokes are becoming much more prevalent in Scotland. So the awareness must be more prevalent. How to deal with it must be more prevalent. And to put that forward needs people like us. So thanks for bringing it forward. I'll certainly do all in my part to help you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, I want to be really brief and just thank you. I mean, I know that I probably couldn't do that. I feel a bit tearful just thinking about it. But I think, you know, the point about the additional symptoms, and I think that many people don't know about them. And speaking as a woman, they're actually more prevalent in women as well. So it's a matter of public health, and I would absolutely support that. I think also to say that in relation to the petition, I don't know about other councillors, but I would be very happy to support it and to share it and raise awareness of it. So thank you very much, and obviously support the motion completely.
Thanks very much, Councillor Colley. We've got Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and again, thanks to Councillor Bundy, and I'd echo what everyone else has said. An incredibly brave and powerful speech. And I think that sometimes when we have motions at the end of the agenda, they don't necessarily get the time, or it's as if it's not as important, and this is as important as anything else that's been said today. And I know it must have been very difficult to wait. I'm not going to share other experiences from a stroke point of view, but I believe very passionately that it's the lived experience of people who have conditions and who see others suffer with conditions that is very powerful in taking forward messaging and changing where messaging needs to happen and where treatment needs to happen. And I think that power that you've so eloquently put, Councillor Bundy, in explaining the experiences that your family have is a very constructive way to go forward. So you certainly have my full support, and like Councillor Colley, I was going to say I'd be happy to share the petition and do whatever is possible to help you. But obviously our deepest condolences, I think, from everybody, and respect for what you've brought forward. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Colley, legacy light.
Sorry, I just left that on. Apologies.
Thank you. Would you like to make any final comment, Councillor Bundy?
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for the very kind words, the condolences for my family, and for all the offers of support. I can send an email round with the link to the petition so everyone has access to it. And thank you, Cecil, for saying you'd reach out to Public Health Scotland and the ambulance service as well. Thank you.
Well, it's quite clear you've got unanimous support across the council, so well done, and thanks again. So that brings us to the end of the business, so hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.